Stand up, New York Giant fans. The season is almost over. That's why I had a little bit more expression in my stand-up today.
More pep in your step.
A little more pep in my step today.
Lose.
We're about to get to the point that, unfortunately, for at least the last 4 or 5 weeks, we've all been looking forward to, which has become all too familiar, the NFL offseason. But today, the New York Giants take on the Philadelphia Eagles. What's going on, Bad Dog?
Thank God this one's over. Good Lord, what a disappointing season, to say the least. Came in with high expectations. At least I did. I mean, I wouldn't say high expectations, but I expect them to be a lot better. I thought that they could be above 500 this year, and maybe make a run to the playoffs. I knew our schedule was tougher, but just poor play, poor coaching, injuries. I mean, it's been a nightmare of a season. The only thing that means is the offseason is going to be interesting, right? I mean, you either have an interesting season or you have an interesting offseason. And I think this offseason is going to be the most interesting, probably since 2018, 2019, because, we're obviously going to be drafting top 5, and there's a lot of rumors out there. They might trade up with the Bears. Who knows? Joe Schoen has proven that he can go up and get his guy if he wants it. We'll see if that's the case. I see people are saying they're not going to draft the quarterback. You're stupid not to. Whether you think Daniel Jones is a guy or not, there's no guarantee Daniel Jones stays healthy. This is the problem with Daniel Jones. Put the lack of production aside with Daniel Jones this year. The man has had a second neck injury and now a torn ACL. You, as a GM, cannot go into the next season putting all your eggs in that basket in case he gets hurt again, regardless of his level of play. And then you can build the offensive line, which we need to do. Listen, nobody's saying that Daniel Jones is the entire reason this team's bad. It's not all his fault. The team's just bad. You can have a great offensive line. He's going to get hit eventually. Yeah. And he gets hit wrong and he hurts his neck again and he's out for a season or worse. Then what have you done as a GM?
We'll find out. I definitely, I'm not going to say it's a foregone conclusion we're taking a quarterback in the first round, but there
is no foregone conclusions.
It's definitely a strong possibility, and a lot's going to depend on who's there. Like you said, are there going to be trade possibilities where we can move up? And we'll see. We'll see what the draft order is going to look like. Obviously, we're not going to jump the Patriots. They're going to lose to the Jets. With Washington, I'm not banking on Washington losing to or beating the Cowboys, I should say. So more than likely, we're going to be picking where we are if we lose today. If we win, of course, we could be picking.
We won't. The Titans won, so we're not. I guess the
Jets won also. So
I guess the Chargers are so at the worst we're picking 6th,
and at the best we're probably picking 4th.
4th, right?
Yeah,
so we're pretty much
where we are.
We are. The Chargers are going to lose. Well, the Chiefs can't get anything, right? The Chiefs are kind of locked where they are. They're 3rd, I think, and that's.
Yeah, I think the Chiefs. I know they're not getting the 2. The winner of tonight's game is going to get the 2 seed, and the Chiefs are going to be the 3. I'm pretty sure because the 4 is going to be out of the South. So I think the Chiefs are locked.
Nobody's starting for them. So it's a possibility the Chargers do win.
Yeah.
Regardless, if the Chargers jump us, they're not taking a quarterback. So I agree about that. So honestly, if you're a Giants fan today, just root for the Giants to win. Arizona ain't taking a quarterback, and the Cardinals aren't taking. Or I'm sorry, the Chargers aren't taking a quarterback. So, it's just going to cost more if they want to move up to 1st, I guess. But again, this is all off-season fodder, and unfortunately, we've been talking about this since before Halloween because our season was over then.
Back to normal.
But regardless, I'm rooting for the Giants, and I don't give a shit. I hate Philadelphia with a passion. And if we can make sure, not that we're going to have to make sure they don't win the division because there's no way Washington wins, but I ain't rooting. It's not happening. I can't root for the Giants to lose to Philadelphia.
Especially if there's no real benefit. Like you said, I don't think we're moving up anyway. And we're not going to move down much. Word, what's going on? He says, love you, Tana Bad Dog. Appreciate everything you've done all season long. Been a long season, but we still standing up Giants fans. Word, thank you for being here, man. And we're used to it. We've had one enjoyable season since we were doing the show together. And I appreciate you for gifting people with the memberships. Word, man. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for being a great supporter. And I think we had one more member chat. Mike Nixon says, what's up, Tana? It's looking like we have to trade to 1. Oh, we don't have to, but yes, it's looking like if we want to get a Drake May or a Caleb Williams, yeah, that's what
If
we're
the
gonna.
Giants traded up to one, Chris, who do you think they'd have in mind? Who do you think they'd go?
Well, me and Patty talked. I'm not gonna say anything because she didn't want us. She may not want us to say it to the public. But based off what she said, I think it would be Drake May if we were trading up to one. That's who I think.
They did scout a lot of Drake May's games this year. What was it, 6 or however many he went to? 5. They scouted him a lot. I'm a Caleb Williams guy. I mean, I've been a Caleb Williams guy for a long time, and same thing with Michael Penix. I mean, I don't know why people thought Michael Penix was going to drop to the second round. I don't understand where that thinking comes from. Just because he had an injury, he got hurt years ago. I mean, he hasn't been hurt the last couple of years, and 23 is not old. Joe Burrow was 24 when he came into I don't think the Bengals were complaining about Joe Burrow being 24 years old when he went to a Super Bowl. Cam Ward also declared himself eligible for the draft. I'm not saying he's going to go top 5, but there's another quarterback out there. So there's a lot of things for the Giants that can be done. I mean, who knows? That's why this offseason will be very intriguing. The coordinator's coming back. We're going to get rid of some coaches. Are they going to bring Saquon back? It is a big question. So just a lot of stuff to take in this offseason, which sometimes when you have an interesting offseason, it makes the offseason go by quicker. I can tell you this, no matter what the hell we do in the offseason, I ain't going in with any expectations. Actually, this team constantly does that to me. I get excited and think that, hey, I get some expectations and they just let you down. So, not this.
And by the way, if your question was who would I take, I would take Caleb Williams one. But I don't, based on what she said, may be their guy. But I mean, listen, that'll be good speculation throughout the offseason. I'd be happy with either one. We both love Caleb Williams, and I think Drake May's ceiling is through the charts too. So we'll see if that even becomes a possibility. But I think if they want either one of those guys, they're gonna have to move up.
Without question.
Quealy says, well, now we have to destroy our future to trade up. I mean, not if you hit on the quarterback, you won't be destroying your future.
I mean, Buffalo didn't destroy their future by trading up and getting Josh Allen. They didn't destroy it at all. As a matter of fact, their future got a lot brighter.
Yeah. I think you got to hit on the quarterback.
It's the GM's job. Listen, you don't make your money as a GM in the first 2 rounds. You make your money rounds 3 through 6. You find NFL starters, guys that produce in those rounds. That's how you're a really good GM. You shouldn't be missing on your top picks. So, also, listen, I think the Giants mortgaged their future when they traded up and got Eli Manning or traded for Eli Manning. They gave up a future first-round pick, in 2005, and worked out pretty good for us.
They ended up giving them a lot in that trade. Sean Merriman, who was one of the picks, along with, of course, Phillip Rivers. Obviously, it worked out, but we got not just the quarterback though. We will have to hit on the supporting cast for the quarterback.
Of course, that's his job.
Hand in hand.
That's his job. But you take a look at the turnaround in Houston. I mean, obviously, a legitimate starting quarterback goes a long way to improving your future. You cannot sit there if you're a GM, you cannot sit there and wait for everything to be perfect before you draft a quarterback. That's not the way it works.
I agree.
It's not the way it works.
If they love a quarterback, they got to snatch him. But if they have the opportunity,
that'll be his decision. But whatever he decides to do, if he don't trade up and he goes Marvin Harrison or he goes Malik Neighbors, I'm not going to scream and yell about it. If he drafts Brock Bowers, I'm going to have a problem. Okay, but other than that, I'm not going to have an issue. I have to trust this guy knows what the hell he's doing.
Yeah, Bob, I think we remember. He says, last game, sad day, you guys rock. And it's sad that I guess we won't get to do these games until September, but I'm also happy that we're done with this season. It's been a long season. Yeah, you guys have helped me enjoy the season. Looking forward to the offseason. Yeah, definitely we'll have a lot of offseason content as the offseason. Well, starting tomorrow, right? Joe Schoen will have his press conference, so maybe some, I guess, hints will come out of that. We'll see. Yeah. Jax, thank you for being a member for 29 months. He says, I think Penix would fit perfectly in the system. Listen, Pat, we'll see how he does in the national championship, but he looked fantastic in that playoff.
I'll be streaming that tomorrow too, because I have to root for Michael Penix. I've been all over that guy for years. I mean, I have to do it.
I think it'll be a great game. I think
and I love Romo Dunze as well. So
yeah, Penix looked really good. I think McCarthy, there's a decent chance he's going to stay in school because I think he's in a similar situation to that. I mean, a lot of it will depend on the pre-draft process and the combine and everything, but I think he's in a similar situation as Shedeur Sanders, where a guy with upside, he may benefit from staying another year in college, coming out in a weaker quarterback class. But Penix obviously doesn't have a choice. He has to come out. So he's certainly helped his draft stock tremendously in that playoff game, though. I think he cemented himself as a first-round pick. Manny says, I'm worried drafting a quarterback at a small college. That doesn't worry me. Yeah.
Josh Allen came from a small college. Tony Romo came from a small college.
Yeah.
The guys can come out of a small college. It's okay.
Yeah.
Depends on the
Angel
talent.
says, hey, Chris and Bad Dog, it's been a long 5 years, but y'all helped us through it. We love and appreciate you too. It's hunting season. Let's get some eagle. I'm with Bad Dog. After the way that you broke that down, knowing that if we win, it's not going to really impact us. Like if we're picking 5 or 6, it's still going to be a similar trade package if we want to move up to get the quarterback. I'm with you. Let's beat the Eagles. Why? Yeah. There's not much to gain from a loss now at this point. True. And Jatone says, F it. I'm okay with a win today and the 6th pick. I want LSU Jaden. Who knows where they're going to go? Everybody just seems to assume. Everybody just seems to assume, Bad Dog. Like 2 months ago, everybody just assumed, oh, Jaden Daniels is going to go in the second round. Let's take a wide receiver. Jaden Daniels might go first overall. You don't know. Like
you never know.
He might kill it at the combine. He finished the year strong. We don't know who's going to be there when we're picking, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Uncle Freddie says, love you guys. Peace. Be good, man. Thank you for being here. And Allison says, do you think Hyatt or Shepard get a touchdown today? I mean, if I'm picking one, I hope it's Shepard. It's his last game as a Giant. So that'd be cool. That was another thing. I saw it today on Twitter, Bad Dog. What? Twitter, and Carl Banks is right. I said at the beginning of the year, Twitter, especially this year, has become very, divisive and very, everybody's on opposite ends of the spectrum. And people are screaming that the Giants, it's not like they're putting Sterling Shepard in the Ring of Honor. The team decided to let him be the last guy to come out during player introduction so the fan base, for a guy that played for this team for 8 years, can give the guy a standing ovation. I don't get why fans are upset about that. It makes no sense to me. I hope they cheer their ass off for the guy. Always seemed like a great guy, great teammate, guy that had a lot of bad luck. He got hurt. He played on some bad football teams, but he loved being a Giant. He was always respectful to the fans. The teammates loved him. I hope he scores a touchdown today, and I hope he gets a standing ovation.
I think Shep has a future as like a wide receivers coach or some kind of assistant with the Giants because, he's a good locker room guy. And listen, man, honestly, I believe that's why they brought him back this year. I don't think they brought him back to be a player in the wide receiver game at all. I feel like he was back for his leadership and for, for the young guys to develop like a Jalen Hyatt. Listen, some people are not happy unless they're complaining about something. You have a lot to complain about this year as a Giants fan, and I'm not telling anybody not to. Lord knows I've done my share of complaining. There's a lot of things to complain about with this franchise. Having Sterling Shepard come out of the tunnel last is probably the least of your worries as far as this goes. Who gives a shit?
Let the guy get his send off. Let the people appreciate what he brought to this franchise.
Who cares? That is so over the top. Of things to be complaining about.
And another guy, I didn't think it, Bad Dog, at the trade deadline. I think there's an increasing possibility, and I hope not. I hope they come to an agreement that makes sense for both sides. But I think there's an increasing possibility that this may be Saquon Barkley's last game as a Giant. And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
To me, he kind of falls in the same. I mean, obviously he's a better player than Shepard, but he kind of falls in the same basket for me as Shepard. He's a guy that had a lot of bad luck with injuries. He's a guy that never really had much of a supporting cast. We always talk about the offensive line for Daniel Jones. It's the same thing for Barkley. He suffered a lot of injuries in a sport that has a lot of injuries, and he always did right by the team. So I hope both these guys get a big, round of applause from the fans because it may be their last game. I think it's definitely going to be Shepard's last game as a Giant. It may be Barkley's last game as a Giant. So I hope the fans show some appreciation for the guys. It's not their fault that the general manager that drafted them didn't build the team properly. And they just had bad luck in a game with a lot of violence. They had injuries.
Hey, listen, man, I tweeted that out. 26 minus 3 is 23. 2023 could be the last year for both of these guys in a Giants uniform. Now, Shepard most likely is probably played his last game in the NFL. I don't know if a team is going to take Sterling Shepard on. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Barkley, regardless if he's here or not, will be playing someplace in 2024.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling a lot of things Barkley said. I just feel like
That's the vibe I got too. Yeah.
You just need a split. And again, Barkley is a great talent. He has been very unlucky with injuries. He has played on some very bad teams. He is certainly not the same player he was his rookie year. You can just tell ever since that torn ACL, that explosiveness is not there. It's not what it used to be. That third gear is not there anymore. You'd have to pay him a lot of money in a position that has dwindled down in the NFL. The importance of a lead running back, a number one running back, is just not what it used to be. Passing game is so huge. Quarterbacks are a major part of your run game now. They hawk the touchdowns down on the goal line. They're the ones getting the carries on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, whether it be a QB sneak or an RPO. Quarterbacks have taken a role in running. It didn't happen 30 years ago. That wasn't the case when Barry Sanders was running wild. Joey Harrington wasn't running RPOs. Troy Aikman wasn't running brotherly shoves.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, Bad Dog. And we're going to get to the Bills in a second, as Bad Dog likes to say. But I couldn't believe it when I looked at Josh Allen's stat line this year. The dude has 15 rushing touchdowns. Jalen Hurts has about the same. Like you said, the game has changed. The game has certainly changed. Yeah,
it's just different now. And you look at the guys coming out of the – take a look at the top 3 quarterbacks, Chris. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels. All of them run the ball. All of them are mobile. All of them can run.
Well, even Daniel Jones, same thing. Daniel Jones, Justin Fields.
Look at the major quarterbacks coming out in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
They're all mobile. Penix is not he's elusive, but he's not a scrambler. He's not going to be
even McCarthy is mobile. That's just the way
it's just a different, right? It's just a different. And Cam Ward, the same thing. He can run too, so it's it's just a different game now.
But thank you to everybody for being here. Going to give a quick shout out to the sponsor. Then we're going to get back to the super chats. Thank you to all you guys for all the support you guys have shown all off season. Going to give a couple of quick shout outs, as I always like to do. Kind of got caught up in the conversation with Bad Dog. Young Leo, what's going on? Big Mush, what's going on? Papa Guzzo, John Curtis, John. Thank you for being here. If you guys haven't done so, hit that thumbs up, subscribe, ring the bell. John, I know you're a big Knicks fan. I'm going to be doing some Knicks streams. Now that the Giants season's come to an end, I won't do every game, but I'll mix in some games, probably 2 a week. So I'm looking forward to doing that. OG Anunoby, that looks like a good trade. So we'll have some fun throughout the rest of the season for the Knicks. Wesley, what's going on? What's going on? Blizz, thanks for popping in. Ryan D, what's going on? Kashif, Chris Brown in the chat. D Nice in the chat. Roman in the chat. Thank you to everybody for being here. Bad Dog, let's go over the picks of the day.
Hey, real quick, Papa Guzzo. I wanted to look presentable for Papa Guzzo on this last. I shaved my head. I shaved my face. I wanted to look really good. I didn't get my makeup done today. You know, when they're on TV, they do the makeup and all. But I shaved. I shoveled. I shaved. I showered today.
You got bad snow by you, huh?
Nah, 3-4 inches.
Okay, we
sweep that out of our driveways up here.
Okay, yeah. So do
4 inches is 4 inches isn't shit.
Yeah. We got snow, but it didn't stick. Nothing stuck here.
Yeah, no, they had 1 to 3, then they had 3 to 6, which I kind of, and then they said 8 to 12. I'm like, we didn't get the freaking 8 inches of snow. Probably 4 inches. It's nothing. It's like I said, that's something you sweep up here. that's a typical day of whatever.
But guys, going to get to the official sponsor of the channel, Underdog Fantasy. The link is in the description below. You can put in the promo code ETS. It says it on the rolling. Actually, I got to put the rolling thing right there. It's right there along with the scoreboard. You can put in the promo code ETS, Entertain and Talk at Sports. They match your first $100 for $100 that you put down. I took a shot today, Bad Dog. We know that Boston Scott always kills us, and they actually have a promo today where you get 3 times the value on a Boston Scott touchdown. I figure he's going to play today because what's his name is not playing, the starting running back that they got from Detroit.
Swift.
Yeah, he's not playing. So Boston Scott always kills us. So I threw him in the 5-pick parlay. I put $20 down for a shot to win 1,000. Why not? Tyrod Taylor over 25.5 rushing yards. Saquon Barkley over 16.5 rushing attempts. Boston Scott scores a touchdown, whether it be rushing or receiving. Mason Crosby. We always know kickers are a factor in Giants games. True. Crosby goes over 6 points, and Jake Elliott goes over 1.5 field goals made. If that all hits, Bad Dog, we win $1,000 and we celebrate.
Beautiful. Listen, do you think Washington will actually try to beat Dallas? Obviously they don't want Dallas to. You'd want to knock your opponent out of winning a division, wouldn't you?
So, yeah.
Washington should try.
They should try, but I don't think it's going to matter. They've lost 7 straight.
They freaking suck.
They suck. But once again, check out the official sponsor, Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to everybody for being here. Promo code ETS. Bob says, Bad Dog, can I get one more holla, 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 boom to close out my season?
Absolutely. Bob, thank you for the $5. Boom.
There you go.
Bob's the man. Let's go.
Chris Hoffman says, hate to say to lose, but this game, we're better off losing. I like Bad Dog said,
doesn't really matter.
Unless Washington were to win, then yeah, we would jump Washington, which is actually very important and from a quarterback standpoint, if you're thinking that way. So, but if Washington loses, which we all think they're going to, it's not going to make much of a difference. We're probably going to be picking 5 either way with a win or a loss. So, maybe 6 at the least if Washington were to lose today. Christian says, Chris, it's been a long ride since 2017. Love you and Bad Dog. Thanks for always making the pain more bearable. I love the post-game session. Thank you. We'll be live. I'll be live today on the channel for about an hour after. We'll talk about the wrap up of the season. We'll know what draft pick we have and at least the early speculation before we hear what Joe Shane has to say tomorrow, where I think this offseason's headed. GMed26 says, thanks, guys, for all the hard work, especially hopefully Barkley sticks around. Yeah, I was kind of, after the trade deadline, I was kind of 85 to 90% sure we were going to keep Barkley. But like Bad Dog said, the vibes I got after that press conference from Barkley, I'm much less sure than I was. I think it's much closer to 50-50. And if you're Barkley, you got to try and get paid. I mean, he's 27 years old. He plays the running back position. He's been hurt. If a team's willing to give him a sizable contract, which clearly the Giants probably are not going to, based off of last offseason, the fact that he's a year older, he's got to do it. So I'm kind of 50-50. I'm not sure what's going to happen with Barkley. I hope he's back. I hope it makes sense for both sides.
The way I looked at that was he probably talked with the Giants, and I'm guessing the Giants have said, we're not going to tag you. So we'll make you an offer, but if you can do better, get it.
Get it. Yeah, go.
I think that's where both sides are. And listen, we won't get the reward this year, but in 2025, they'd get a 3rd-round compensatory pick for Barkley. So
depending on what he gets offered, yeah.
He'll get offered.
He'll get a decent contract, I'm sure.
Yeah, so they would get that. It'd be in 2025, but I have a feeling that's doesn't mean he won't be back, but I have a feeling they're not going to tag him and that they're going to let him explore free agency because I feel like, not that they'd be doing him a disservice, but I feel like they're going to say, hey, listen, we're not going to tag you. We're not going to make you another year older and have a possibility you get hurt again, and you're going to get even less the next year. So go ahead, like the Giants might say, listen, we'll give you 2 years, $22 million. If a team's willing
to give you 3 years, 36, go and get it.
Go get it. Yeah, that's the way I look at it too.
Yeah. Andrew, thank you very much, man. What a ride the last decade has been. Thank you for making the last few years that much better. Love you both. We appreciate it. As far as the play on the field, Andrew, the ride has been, it has, I can't even call it a roller coaster because with a roller coaster, there's ebbs and flows, there's ups and downs. This has been like the Twilight Zone ride in Disney World. It's just a straight drop down. The elevator just keeps going down. We have not had many ups, but regardless, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for all the support that you show both of our channels. MetLife says Saquon won't be on the team next season. He's, I won't say he won't be, but I'm definitely I think it's far from a sure thing that he will be. I got to see how the offseason plays out, but I'd say 50-50. I could see it going either way. And Bill, man, thank you so much, man. Bill's always on both of our channels. Always, he just said no comment, just support. Man, thank you so much, Bill, man. Always supporting both of us. Great Giants fan. And Bill, man, I'm looking forward to talking off-season football with you, man. I just hasn't been much to talk about the last 2 months, so I've kind of just let the season play out because we all knew where it was going, especially after Jones got hurt. Like, you saw the writing on the wall. So I'm looking forward to talking Giants football with you this offseason, everybody else in the chat, man. But it's going to be a fun offseason. There's a lot to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't like fun offseasons because that means your team usually bad.
I liked last offseason. Boring.
Yeah, that was a fun. That was a more, yeah.
Right.
Even though there wasn't much to talk about, it meant the team was coming off a good year.
Right.
We're getting set to go here. I'm probably ahead of Bad Dog because I'm in a different area, and CBS is always
New York City is, or the borough down south of me. CBS is always about 15 seconds ahead. I don't know why. Fox were always synced up, but I see old Zewski.
Yeah, they're getting set to kick for me. They're showing the Eagles. You're not there, right?
No, I'm telling you when I get the Eagles. They're showing the Eagles now. That's actually not bad. It's like maybe 5 seconds.
All right, I paused it. Hopefully we're synced up. And the kick is away by Elliott. Giants will field this They'll let it go over their heads. They'll start with it at the 25.
Yeah, he just kicked it away from me. So
okay, I'll pause it for another couple seconds then.
I don't know why CBS is like that. It's strange.
Hopefully we're synced up. If not, I'll pause it again. Ernie says, by the way, Ernie Bit, I know you're a big Nintendo guy. Bad Dog, and you always talk about that every time. I was bored at work the other day, and I was on a break for about 45 minutes. I found Tecmo Bowl online, and I played it. Not as hard as I remember.
The hell with Madden. Tecmo Bowl is the greatest ever.
Yeah.
Right.
Here's Tyrod Taylor coming out in the gun. Man in motion is Sterling Shepard. He's got Barkley to his left. Taylor takes the snap, drops back, little pump fake. He's going to roll out to the right, looks, throws across his body. He's got a man over the middle. It's Slayton, and he's tackled down to the 43. So a good start to this drive. 18 yards on the first play.
Yeah, Slayton just got tackled for me. So still, I hate CBS. I've never told you that before. I hate CBS. I just do. I can't.
And Ernie says, not feeling great. Missed my $300 pick on underdog by 1. Oh. And in my fantasy championship with CMC, Kieran Williams, Debo, and Puka on my bench. Oh, God. Well, hopefully you win that.
Wow, I can't believe you have a fantasy championship week 17 when so many guys sit. Like, we always have ours end week, whatever, the week before.
There's a handoff to Barkley out of the gun up the middle. He'll get about 3 on first down. It'll be 2nd and 7. Yeah. Well, best of luck to you in your championship, man. Hot Nichols. Absolutely. Thank you for being a member. He says, I hope 26 goes to a team that is a contender. He deserves. Yeah, if he leaves, man, I'm going to be a huge Saquon Barkley fan wherever he goes, man. He's a Giant through and through, man. So wherever unless it's the Cowboys or the Eagles.
I could see him going to Buffalo, honestly.
Makes sense. Taylor takes the snap out of the gun. Eagles get pressure, and Barkley loses 4. If you're Barkley, you're like, the hell with this offensive line. Let me get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen Barkley take a handoff and get tackled just as he's getting the ball? Because they never block on that side of the football, ever.
Yeah.
There's always confusion over there. Always. This seems to come from this side all the time. Nobody picks up Hassan Reddick, and it's an easy 4-yard loss.
3rd and 12. Hassan Reddick always kills the Giants.
Matt Pearson. I love when people are like, oh, Daniel Jones and Justin Pugh. Justin Pugh has been terrible.
Justin Pugh's their worst lineman.
Oh, my God.
Throws it deep down the right side to Hyatt. That's got to be pass interference. Where's the flag?
Yeah, he tackled him.
Are you kidding me?
Well, we all know the Eagles get all the calls. We've seen that for years. And that was obviously pass interference, but not called. So the Giants will punt. Armbar. Actually, that's not that bad from that angle.
But he's pulling his jersey.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think he pulled it a little. I can't get mad at that. I've seen much more egregious not call. He did pull a jersey, but they're not going to call that. The Giants are freaking 5-11. They're not getting that call.
Punts away by the Cowboys. Eagles will call for the fair catch at the 16. That's where they'll set up shop. And Allison says, what teams out of the 32 are the quarterback needy teams?
The ones in front of us.
I mean, there's at least. The obvious teams in front of us, like you said, Washington, New England, potentially Chicago. We'll see what they decide with Justin Fields. We'll exclude ourselves. The Jets long-term need a quarterback. Rodgers will obviously be the quarterback next year. You've got Atlanta. Certainly needs a quarterback. Tennessee certainly needs a quarterback.
Levis is their guy.
The Raiders, right? They need a quarterback.
Raiders definitely need one.
The Broncos probably long-term need a quarterback. Definitely long-term need a quarterback. There's so many teams.
Not that Cleveland's going to get it.
They got Watson under
contract. They
contract.
have to stick with Watson, I guess.
Yeah, they got Watson under that ridiculous contract.
New Orleans, probably. Derek Carr's not the long-term answer. Atlanta needs a quarterback.
Yeah. Half the league needs a quarterback. It's why quarterbacks get paid as much as they do.
One thing I can tell you, if that was CeeDee Lamb there, that would have been a flag.
Another one, by the way, Minnesota. I mean, Cousins probably not going to be there long-term. They could use a quarterback long-term. Nate, thank you very much. Stand up for Sterling. Great to end this season with you guys. On to 2024 now. What are your off-season plans? Vid streams? You take a time? No, I'm going to be active this off-season. Obviously, I'm going to wait a little. I mean, I'll definitely have a video up tomorrow, actually, after the press conference of Shane. I'll give my initial opinions on that. I'll probably do a mock draft in maybe 2 weeks. My way too early mock draft. But, yeah, I'm definitely going to have some off-season content for sure this year because there's a lot more to talk about than last off-season. I
always have off-season content because I do basketball games all the time. I'm doing the national championship game tomorrow. And, of course, there'll be, content about what the hell the Giants do and a video on show Shane's press conference and all that stuff. I don't really have time. If I take time off, it's usually during the summer. It's usually like July is usually when I before anything really gets going. That's usually my time off. But no, it'll be a lot of stuff. I already said 2024. I wanted to make sure I put more stuff on this channel because I kind of laxed with the videos. But
yeah,
no, it'll be an interesting off season for sure.
Jason says, "How about our Knicks? Go G." Yeah, listen, so far undefeated with OG Anunoby, 4-0, so that's good. And Brian says, "Hey guys, thank you for making this team watchable season again. I don't know if they're watchable, but we appreciate you for saying that we made it fun. No closed captioning tribute to both of you. Appreciate
closed
it, Brian.
captioning or no closed captioning, the pictures say it all, and we still suck. So.
Yeah, but thank you very much. And Court, going to get to that in a second. Is Hurts coming out for his first play for the Eagles here against the Giants? 13:08 to go here in the first. Man in motion, right to left. Giants with a 4-man front. They show blitz with Simmons off the edge. Hurts will take the snap. They come with Simmons. Now they come with Okereke as well. He's able to throw over the middle, though. He gets 8. It'll bring up 2nd and 2 at the 25.
Yeah. Good old Chris Watt.
Court says, entertaining bad luck. I love you guys. Although New York Giants in hell, you produce content that's in heaven. Thank you for making this season tolerable. Sincerely, your boy, just another Giants fan, man. Thank you for being here, man.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate all you guys. But yeah, and also talking about the basketball, like I said, I'll be doing a little bit of Knicks content as well. I know I haven't done any of this offseason. I'll be doing some Knicks games after the football season, obviously today. Hurts takes the snap out of the gun. He hands off to Gainwell. He gets 3.5. It'll be a first down for the Birds. And there you go. I just answered your question, Jaden. Yes, this week, probably I plan on starting that, doing 2 games a week probably for the Knicks for the rest of the year. And Toasty says, are you guys doing that bit? Yes, I still plan on doing that. Probably mid-March, maybe 2 weeks before the start of the baseball season. Bad Dog and me will link up. Yes, I want to do that.
Yes. Yeah, that we have to do. We have to make a concerted effort to get that done this year because that'll be fun.
Shotgun formation for Hurts. He's going to turn. He's going to give Gainwell off the left guard. He gets 2. It'll be 2nd and 8. But yeah, probably like maybe 2 weeks before the start of the regular season for baseball.
Look around the league. Arizona's got it 2nd down and 10 at the Seattle 47. Washington has it 4th and 1 on Dallas's 31, and imagine they'll go for that there. Chargers have it 1st and 10 at their own 49. So those are the games they're kind of looking at now. Patriots have already lost, and that game was painful to watch.
Hurts out of the pistol from the 30, takes the snap, play action, pressure off the edge from Simmons. Hurts buys time. He's got to throw it away. Good job there by Simmons on the blitz. 3rd and 8.
Yeah, it looked like Kayvon got hell too. Of course, no call on that. You know they're not going to get a call on it. The Eagles' offense has not been good this year at all. It has really struggled. I feel like Sirianni's gone. It seems like there's a fracture in that locker room. You've heard A.J. Brown, and this is a team that's 11-5. That very well could win the division. Now they're going to need some help, but they're 11-5, and you're hearing the rumblings.
They don't look like an 11-5 team.
They don't, and they really are just a couple plays away from being, 9-7, and maybe being on the outskirts of making the postseason.
They're much closer to that team that got eliminated in the wild card round 2 years ago than the team that went to the Super Bowl last year. Hurts buys time with his legs, looking down the field, throws, and incomplete. Was looking for Goddard. Good coverage there by McKinney.
Good pressure by Ojulari as well. But see, McKinney, it'll be interesting to see what they do with him. If they don't tag Barkley, there is a possibility that they tag him. I don't really know what like I said, this offseason will be very interesting, without question. And I think this is our most important offseason since, 2018.
If we're taking a quarterback, yeah.
Well, not just that, but all these Gettleman guys are gone.
Yeah. Punts away. Giants will field this at the 16. They break a tackle there to the 25. He dives forward like that guy who attacked the judge as he goes up to the 27, and the Giants will start there. Did you see that video? How crazy was that?
Yeah. I do that to Joe Shane if he takes Brock Bowers in the first round.
Giants will start with the 27. And Brian, he says, back in the USA, and I am so glad I can listen to you guys because I hate the Charles Days and Iron Eagles. Thanks to you both. We appreciate it, Brian, man. Thank you so much for being here, man.
I don't like Iron Eagle either at all. I don't like him. No.
What's up, Matt, man? Thanks for popping in.
The Judge Jumper. Yeah, he could probably play special teams. Might be able to block some kicks.
My God, dude. That was crazy. I was like, what a lunatic that guy is. But that guy might be able to play in the NFL. You saw the leaping ability there? That might have broken the combine record.
Look, Sam Howell decided to pass on freaking 4th down, and they lost 2 yards. Sam Howell is shit. I don't know why Washington fans are arguing with me about that at the beginning of the year. I mean, he's not good. He's never been good. And it's proven the fact they're probably going to take a quarterback.
Yeah. You like that? Yeah, it seems like a lot of you guys in the chat like that. It was lit. I wasn't planning it. It was just, as I saw the guy leap, I'm like, that reminds me of the guy that jumped at the judge.
Yeah. Judge jumper.
What's up, Matt, man? Thanks for popping in the stream. Let's see. Best tackle ever. Yeah, what's going on, 822, man? Thanks for popping in. The 3 quarterbacks are going ahead of the Giants, and the Giants are drafting a wide receiver. We'll see, Bliss fan. I know you love Daniel Jones. We'll see.
Yeah, loves him a little too much, I think. A little bit too much. Weird. I'm sorry. It is weird. We'll see what Joe Shane does. There's no guarantee with anything.
David says, thought I would never see the day when the best New York teams at the moment are owned by James. That's a fact, which is crazy.
Yeah, the Knicks and Rangers. It is.
The Rangers for sure killing it, and the Knicks, the Knicks look like Knicks are the 4 seed. I mean, I know it's kind of bunched together, but they're half game up on the 8 seed. But right now they're the 4 seed. So yeah, it's crazy, but it's true. We'll see what happens with the Yankees. Mets. We'll see what happens with the Yankees this year.
Everyone say Marvin Harrison Jr. It's very possible the Arizona Cardinals take Marvin Harrison Jr. They're picking ahead of us.
They will be taking.
Why wouldn't they take him?
Yeah.
So he's probably not going to fall to us unless we're 4th.
Well, yeah, Arizona would have to win today,
which they very well could. I mean, they've been winning. So
yeah. Let's see. You got to give credit to the Knicks front. I agree, John. The Knicks are still one more move away, though, I think, from being like a real threat. But like I said last week when somebody asked me, I thought they got closer to be a championship contender team with that trade. There's the throw to Wan'Dale over the middle. Wan'Dale makes a few. Look at Wan'Dale Robinson all the way up to the 40.
Dude, making guys move. And then the damn turf. Another great tackle by the 44-yard line.
Every week, he's been one of the silver linings this year for me.
Without question.
Every time Wan'Dale catches the ball, I feel like he's going to gain at least 8 or 9 more yards.
It is amazing how good he is after the play. And it's just amazing how we see guys wide open. Like, why didn't we scheme this earlier in the year? There's a tackle. But can we get grass here, please?
Tyrod coming out of the gun from the 40.
He got some grass on this field.
He motions Wan'Dale out wide left, throws, caught. That's Slayton. He gets 7.
I wonder what they're going to do with Darius Slayton at the end of the year. He's had a great year, but he's owed almost $8 million, and they would save $6 million. I wonder if they would redo his contract, try to alleviate some of that cap. I mean, he's been really good. I
mean, I love if that happens, but if I'm Slayton, I tell the Giants to kick rocks. He's done that before. And there's a throw over the middle of the Hodgins. If I'm Slayton, if you're cutting me, I'm getting paid, man.
No. I'm not saying cutting him. I'm saying like working out.
You mean extending him?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I could definitely see that being a possibility.
Yeah.
Israel says, what do you want to do with the free agent money?
Line. Offensive line.
A guard and potentially an edge rusher. Without knowing like the full market. I do definitely think we could use another edge rusher as well. But those would be the 2 areas that I'd be interested in. Tyrod takes the snap out of the gun, throws. That went right. It looked like, at least with that camera angle, it went right through the hands of Slayton, but incomplete.
That's what we get for giving him credit. Never say anything good about a Giants player, because the next play,
Yep, there it is. So
the next play, he was looking.
Get him off the team. Cut him.
Yeah, dump him. Sucks.
2nd and 10 here for the Giants.
Give him any credit. Oh, what a play! What a great block there by somebody, and then the next play they get beat like a government mule.
Hand off to Barkley. Look at Barkley dancing and prancing all the way up to the 8 and a first down for the Giants.
That was a good run there by Barkley. Just again, the Giants always run off the right side. For the life of me, I don't understand that. That was a good run, but do they ever run left? They never run behind Andrew Thomas. Why wouldn't you run behind your best lineman? I don't understand it. They always go right. Dable wants to beat the damn Eagles. I don't think he's beaten them yet.
We might today. Man in motion's Wan'Dale. Tyrod takes the snap. Hands to Barkley. Barkley nowhere to go. He gets stood up at the line. It'll be 2nd and goal at the 8.
He was waiting for something to open up there, and it just never did, as is the case. More often than not, Dallas just scored.
Yeah, Dallas scored. There's Matt Patricia, the failed head coach for the Detroit Lions, and apparently the failed defensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles in recent weeks.
Yes.
Second and goal here for the Giants at the 8.5. Taylor out of the gun. He's got Parker to his left, takes the snap, 3-step drop, looks, cooks, under pressure, he gets sacked. So they lose about 5 on that. So the Giants, you know what? They increased their total for the year. They're second all-time in the history of the NFL for sacks given up. Now I think they're at 80. So, at least we're making history in some way.
Setting records. Setting records for futility.
There you go.
That's what we do here.
Giants have it at the 13. It'll be third and goal. Taylor out of the gun, empty backfield, 5 wide. He's got Waller in the slot. Empty backfield. Eagles show blitz. Taylor takes the snap. Eagles come with 4. Taylor steps up, buys time. He's going to try and run for the 13 yards. Stiff arms him out of bounds at the 6. So the Giants will have to settle for 3.
Yeah. I think if you would have got maybe down to the 2, you could definitely make a case to go for it. But from the 6, you're going to – Kansas City just scored, so it's 7-0 there.
Touchdown for Prescott as he hits Tolbert, I think it was. Whoever it was. Touchdown for the Cowboys.
Yep, the Chiefs on a defensive touchdown.
So Giants will line up.
As the Chargers are at the Chiefs 3, and Easton Stick fumbles, and it's a 97-yard fumble return for a touchdown.
Snap, hold, kick is good. Giants go up 3-0. By the way, you want to talk what a disappointment, the Jacksonville Jaguars today.
Yeah.
How do you lose? How do you lose to the Tennessee Titans in a must-win game to make the playoffs? How does that happen?
I don't know. I do not know how that happens.
Let's see. Let's save this. Get the scoreboard good to go. And I think we're good now. Nope, we're not. This scoreboard sucks. It never updates.
I know. It does that to me too. All the time.
There we go. 3-0 Giants. Let's see. DeVito coming in. Oh, did Tyrod get hurt? Yeah, Tyrod shaking up arm. We'll see.
Somebody said his arm got hurt.
We'll see.
We'll see.
But yeah, like coming into the year, obviously you thought coming off of the playoff win last year, Trevor Lawrence is going to start to ascend into that potential elite category. You probably think the same thing for what's his name, Justin Herbert, and both of those guys missed the playoffs this year. Did not see that, especially for the Jaguars in what I thought was going to be a cupcake of a division. Like obviously, C.J. Stroud changed the narrative, but I'm surprised that the Jaguars missed out on the playoffs this year.
The Jags definitely. The Chargers, not their coach sucked. He had a really bad coach, and that was the Jaguars' first year with Urban Meyer. Terrible coaching will definitely ruin a young quarterback. But yeah, I think the Jags had a very disappointing season,
and he got hurt too. He missed some time, Trevor Lawrence. But
yeah, but I still think the Jags should have been able to win that division. Yeah, nobody saw Houston. Coming out of there, C.J. Stroud, rookie of the year without question. I don't think you can. It's got to be the quarterback. I know Nakua had a great year, but you got to give it.
No. I think Stroud, he won't win it, but I think he should be in contention for MVP.
Like the MVP, yeah.
It was that impressive.
Lamar Jackson's going to win the MVP.
Yeah, I agree.
But Stroud, again, it just goes to show you the difference that a quarterback makes. It just is,
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Jacksonville. I don't know how the hell you lose today. It helped the Giants because they can't fall behind the Titans now. But just you never know in the NFL. You just don't know. Do you think
this is the best rookie year for a quarterback since you've been watching football? I mean, the one that pops out to me is Robert Griffin and Andrew Luck that same year. Both of them had great rookie years. But it's very rare that you see a rookie quarterback, especially well, you could say Dak Prescott, but Dak Prescott inherited such an amazing team. Like, have you ever seen a situation like this where a rookie quarterback took a team that people thought were going to be a bottom 5 team in the NFL to the playoffs the way that he did? It's pretty astounding year.
Probably not.
Other than Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck did, but.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. Tough to say. I mean, Stroud led the league in, touchdown interception ratio as a rookie. I don't know if that's ever been done before. It's pretty. Yeah, there's Tyrod. I don't know what they're saying. Evan Washburn was talking about it, but yeah, I mean, Stroud's been amazing without question. So, I don't know what
Flacco, Matt Ryan. Did they make the playoffs their rookie years? Flacco, Matt Ryan. I don't remember. And Bob says every time I hear,
so yeah, I guess I could see that they did.
Shotgun formation here for Hurts at his own 25, 6:54 to go here in the first. Eagles will take the snap. Hurts drops back, 3-step drop, throws, caught. That's a gain of about 4. It'll be 2nd and 6 as he hits Goddard.
Good job.
Bob says every time I hear Dak say that stupid "here we go," it makes me, oh God, yeah. The pre-snap "here we go," or I think it's actually when he's in the huddle, or yeah, I've heard him say it several times.
Here we go.
Yeah. Shotgun formation here for Hurts. Under 6.5 to play in the first. Eagles continue to struggle like they have the last 6 weeks or so as he hands off to Gainwell. Gainwell's got a big hole up the middle of the 45 to the 50, still on his feet, and the Giants run defense showing their true colors up to the 39 of the Giants.
Man, that was terrible. Looked like they had him contained there, and he just found a hole off the right guard there and was off to the races for a good chunky yardage. I mean, that's all it is.
And Allison, I will let you know once the offseason really gets underway and I could look, but it's very hard for me to give you. I haven't even really looked at the players that are going to be available and everything else. I could tell you the position that I want, as asked earlier. There's a throw that's broken up. A lot of people are going to say wide receiver. I personally do not want a wide receiver in free agency. It just doesn't ever seem to work out for this team, and the market for the wide receivers are going to be crazy. Not to mention there's a lot of good wide receivers early on in this draft. I want an edge rusher in free agency. And like Bad Dog said, maybe some quality guard play. But if we're going to spend a decent amount of change, I think I'd want to go edge to really try to complement Kayvon Thibodeau on the other side. That's where my head's at.
That definitely could be. Yeah, you can always draft a wide receiver. I mean, I love T. Higgins, but like you said, it doesn't usually work out with us. So tried that a couple of times, and it just hasn't worked for whatever reason.
Hurts takes the snap, drops back, throws. That's caught at the 35, out of bounds at the 31. I mean, last year I thought because of the scarcity of the linebacker position, and it was a pretty strong linebacker free agency class, we'd go linebacker, and we did. I don't know how strong the edge class is. I know that like Chase Young's a free agent. I don't know all the guys that are free agents, but I could certainly see us going that route. Like, you can't depend on Azeez Ojulari. You lost Leonard Williams. So I could certainly see us going that route.
It'd be fun to get Chase Young.
Yeah, it would be great.
We had the Chase Young Bowl 5 years ago. It would be funny if he ended up on the team. Listen, I wanted him to draft Isaiah Simmons, and he ended up on the team.
And the tush push. The reason why Jalen Hurts is going to make the Pro Bowl as the Eagles pick up a first down.
Yeah. Giants did a good job that time, but it's hard to stop. I mean, it's just they do it better than anybody else. Look how low they are. I mean, that's what it is. And Hurts just gets behind the line, and it doesn't. The Pro Bowl don't matter. Who gives a Pro Bowl?
Can they get rid of this stupid play?
Can they get rid of this stupid team? Get rid of the freaking Eagles.
Send them directly to hell, man.
Right.
I can't stand the tush push.
Hurts loves it. It's his favorite play.
That's why he got $50 million a year. There's a handoff off the left side, pickup of 2.
And McFadden's been a bright spot too. He made that play there, and he's been awesome. I mean, we've had a couple bright spots this year. I think McFadden, Wan'Dale Robinson, Deonte Banks. I think they've been pretty good. Stefanski's going to win Coach of the Year.
And there's DeVito warming up. Caleb says, who will win Coach of the Year? Oh, you think Stefanski? The one guy that stood out, and Stefanski certainly could. I mean, the Browns overcame so many injuries, and he definitely deserves strong consideration. D'Amico Ryans, I think, deserves strong consideration, too, of the Texans. Hurts throws on the RPO, and that's batted out. A.J. Brown fumbles the ball. McLeod punched out. McFadden picks it up, and he's gonna get up and run with it up to the 25.
A.J. Brown, well, that's 2 weeks in a row and punch the ball out. And Brown seems to be injured and grabbing at the left calf.
That's not good. I don't like seeing that, but obviously that would be
that is, dude. If that's serious, and it looks serious, in that
they're done.
That's the end of the Eagles.
Yeah, they're done.
I mean, that is the end of the Eagles without question. If he's seriously hurt, it's done.
That's
That turf claims
again.
somebody else, man.
That's the turf.
That's the turf.
Actually, it looked like his body rolled up on his ankle. I don't know. I don't know what the injury is, but like,
yeah.
But yeah, good chance it'll be Stefanski. But the one guy that, and I haven't been keeping up with like what the odds are, who's going to win. But the one guy that comes to D'Amico Ryans, I think deserves strong consideration.
Yeah, I like Stefanski a lot, man.
Joe Flacco, he probably won't win it, but he should win comeback player of the year. No, I mean, my God.
I don't know. He's been unbelievable.
Usually they give that to a guy that came back from an injury, but
imagine that guy winning a Super Bowl. Because the Ravens are the former Browns. He won one with the Ravens. He goes back to the Browns, wins one with the Browns. Even if the Browns and Ravens matched up in the playoffs, where he's playing against his old team, which are the old Browns, now the new Browns, because we all know the old Browns went to Baltimore, won a championship there with Flacco, and now they brought the Browns back, and back with the Browns, and sound like John Madden. What's the over-under? Did we have a bet on the over-under of the times I pee today?
How many have you gone so far?
I haven't gone yet.
All right, I'm still setting
the first one.
I'm still setting it at 3.5. I don't trust your bladder.
3.5.
Yeah, but obviously you never root for injuries. But if he's hurt, like the Eagles are in big trouble. Like he's probably their most important player on that offense, at least from a skill position standpoint. And
I don't want to listen. I hate the Eagles with a passion. I don't want him to be hurt. Though. I don't root for that. I hope the guy's okay. I hope it's nothing serious.
Coded says, if y'all were to buy the Eagles, what would you do to run them into the ground beyond all repair? I would just copy everything that the Giants do.
That's a great answer. Well, I mean, Coded Trout, all you got to do is watch Chris and I's mock draft for the Eagles. We do it every year, right? And we like to take a lot of long snappers and punters for them.
Yeah.
Let's see what happened here. I don't know if this was a knee or an ankle. Like, it looked like he was grabbing at his knee. Oh, yeah, kind of.
3:37 to go. The Giants will break the huddle. Tommy DeVito into the game for the Giants.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Here we go.
Italian back in for the Giants. Fakes the handoff. DeVito rolls out, looking downfield. Looks twice. Nobody open. He's going to try and run with it. And the Giants give up another sack.
Yeah. No, that's a covered sack, though, there. I mean,
of course. Yeah, it's not on the line. But add it to the total.
Everybody's like, Tyrod this, Tyrod that. Tyrod can't stay healthy ever. I mean, Tyrod's get in there and he's hurt.
Washington. They're inside the red zone. They just picked up a fumble against Dallas. 2nd and 10. Giants have a kick. 27.
Blocked the kick is what that was.
Oh, it was a block kick?
Yeah.
There's a handoff to Barkley. He gets 4. It'll be 3rd and 6 at the 31. Why is Hamlin in the? I mean, he doesn't really play. I mean, obviously, I'm very happy that the guy's alive, but he doesn't play a whole lot. So yeah, I would certainly give that to Flacco above him.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't even know like who would be in the right. Well, Baker Mayfield, right? He deserves consideration.
Comeback player of the year, absolutely.
Has to, right? 2:27 to go. Man in motion is Hyatt, and DeVito goes to Hyatt. That's caught, but he's going to, in typical Giants fashion, he's going to be a yard short.
Yeah, that's what we do. 3rd and 5, run a route short. The Giant, you're a crappy team because you do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good teams don't run. Good teams don't do that shit. Now Hyatt's shaking up. Good teams don't do that. Good teams run. It's 3rd and 5. You run a 7-yard pattern, not a 4-yard pattern. And now DeVito's gimpy. Chris, I don't know how my throwing arm is, but
punts away by Gillen, and not bad. The Eagles are going to let this go. Actually, bad job by them. It'll take a Giants bounce. There's a flag on the play. It'll go down to the 9.
Who the hell is our backup? Like our emergency quarterback?
I don't think we have one. I would think if we went to an emergency quarterback, I think it would be like the Wildcat.
But he's walking, so that's good. But you can walk on a torn ACL. It's not good that he's going back to the locker room. Oh, Jacob, but is Eason like on the roster this week? Like, did they? Because I mean, DeVito was.
They got rid of Matt Barkley, Pirate. They let him go.
Yeah.
Oh, he did get elevated today, so they have 3 quarterbacks.
Okay. Maybe they must have known something. They must have known something. Yeah. Let me go potty. First one of the day. Be right back.
I don't know if you guys bet the over. The line was set at 3.5. Get your bets in now. Bad Dog going for his first trip to the bathroom. We'll see how the bladder holds up throughout the course of the game. Probably more entertaining than the game itself. But he's at his first bathroom trip. Let's see. Shep quarterback. I love that. That'd be cool. Shep throws a touchdown to Saquon. Eason is inactive, so we don't have a quarterback. ECK, what's going on, man? I think the Eagles walk away from the A.J. Brown. I don't think so. I think he'll be. You're saying you don't think he'll be back with the Eagles? I definitely think you will. Davey's got the over. Let's see. Diarrhea dog. I think he's going number 1. Let's see. Xavier says Hyatt not big enough, but not an excuse. Play bigger. I mean, he's a rookie, but yeah, you got to get down the field. You got to get to the sticks on 3rd down. Let's see. Ray says, let's start talking about movies. Oh, maybe during the post game. Well, I mean, if it gets to that point like it did last week, we may sprinkle in some movies. Actually, I'm going to be watching it. As a matter of fact, let me tape it because I'll probably be on with you guys about an hour after the fact. This is how you know I'm a big movie guy. I watch the award shows. I'm going to be watching the Golden Globes tonight. That's how you know. That's how you know I'm a movie guy. Obviously, I'll be flipping between that and the Bills game, but.
Mr. Sister says the 3rd stringer is Joe Pisarcik. Does that mean another miracle in the Meadowlands? The miracle in the Meadowlands this time around we us winning. That'd be the miracle.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to sync up with you again.
I forgot Easton's stick is starting for Los Angeles, so that's not. Seattle's up 3-0. Washington has a 4th and goal in a Dallas 1. You think they can get a freaking yard?
What is it?
They have a 4th and goal in the Dallas 1. Washington.
No, they'll get stuffed. They'll get stuffed.
The end of the quarter.
1st and 10 here for the Birds. Snow's starting to come down in the stadium. We'll see if it sticks.
Really?
Oh, I'm ahead of you again because I flipped channels. I'm gonna have to pause. I'm gonna have to pause it. Yeah, I'll have to pause it after this play. Here's Hurts out of the gun. Hurts takes the snap, drops back, looks right, throws right, caught, and he'll be tackled down for a gain of about 5. It'll bring up 2nd and 5 at the 19.
Yeah, this is just happening now. I don't know why CBS is so far ahead. That's weird.
All right, hopefully we're synced up now. I paused it for about 8 seconds. Maybe not that long, but let's see. And the Ace, I think you're remember, says, Happy New Year to the 2 goats. Happy New Year to you, man. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah.
And
happy 2024. Let's go.
And Allison says, can we just call Davis Webb to come back? He'd be better than whoever we got as our 3rd string quarterback. And they're looking over DeVito now.
The Commander scored a touchdown.
There you go.
All right.
We may legitimately be going with the Wildcat for the rest of this game.
We could be.
Hurts takes a high snap. He turns, he hands up the middle, and it's going to depend on the spot, but I think Gainwell may have gotten it.
Yeah, either way, they'll push it, and they'll have a 1st down.
And Mark says the turf is such a problem. Mara, wake up. And we've been saying this for years. They are going to – they did not get it. Yes! Yes! Okereke pulled the Carl Banks.
Yeah, yes! He wears the same number. He wears the same number.
You know what?
Yes!
They do it. Do it. I don't care if it's a penalty. Do it again. I'm sick of it.
Yep.
I'm sick of it. Yes!
Yep.
Let's see. And there's Dave Gettleman calling. Coded says, would you all be interested in having a superior Super Bowl 42 or 46 watch party? Maybe one of these days. Maybe one of these days we'll do it. Maybe one of these days we'll do it. During the offseason, obviously. And here come the Eagles coming out in the gun from the 29. Shotgun formation for Hurts. 1st and 10. 3 wide. Scott Gainwell to his right. I love that they did that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
he hands off to Gainwell. Gainwell off the left side picks up 13. And Carl probably told them to do that.
Yeah, right.
We're going to go to the second quarter. 3-0 Giants.
Yep. They were the same number, too. That's what's hilarious about it.
By no means are we celebrating a potential injury. No, just show them it's football. Show a little physicality
right.
if they're going to keep doing that stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see. Coded says my autocorrect took over my last super chat. Oof. Let me go back to what
I wonder what Carl said on the radio about the play.
Cody,
I wonder what he said on the radio about that.
Cody, you didn't have to correct that. I got the point. I knew what you meant. Yeah, no, maybe I will do that this offseason. Maybe we will party watching like Super Bowl 46. Oh, I'm sure Carl loved it. He loved it.
I just wonder what he said about that. Funny as hell.
I love it. That's ironic
that they both wear 58. I just think that's funny.
They're going to get 4 or 5 yards anyway, so you might as well make them pay for it.
Correct. They're going to get the first down. So what the hell's the difference? They get an extra 3 yards. What would he do?
Yeah. I like it. You keep doing that. Just a little bit of a you keep doing this. You're gonna risk getting your quarterback hit a little bit. Thomas, thank you for being a member. He says Eason is warming up and can play due to the emergency quarterback rule. Okay, there you go. We may see Jacob Eason.
All right.
Let's see. Why can't they stop the run? Because our run defense is awful. 3-0 Giants, but the Eagles have the ball.
It is horrible.
Scores on the bottom line right there if you look. Second quarter, Eagles 0, Giants 3.
I think it's hilarious that Bobby Okereke did that.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yep.
You're going to have people that are like, oh, you're cheering injuries. No, you're not cheering injuries. Stop.
He didn't get hurt.
No, you're not trying to hurt the guy.
Let him know, though.
Yeah,
we're going to do it again. It's kind of like when you go into the paint, right? You're going to give up free throws, hammer the freaking guy, make him think twice about it.
Yeah. Let's see. Is Jacob Eason? No. Is Washington, Arizona wins? Do we get the third pick?
Yes.
It depends on strength of schedule. I think
we have the weakest strength of schedule of all of them. We would get the third pick.
Okay.
We have the tiebreaker there. Yes. I checked the Tankathon earlier today. We could have moved all the way up to second, is what we could have done. If New England if New England won, Washington won, and Arizona won, and we lost, we'd be second. So yes, we have the weakest strength of schedule.
Hurts throws incomplete down the left sideline. Second and 10. Yeah. Be nice. Oh, sorry, Beto. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and I just saw however you say that. I think Brown has an ACL. I was gonna say, did anybody hear anything about AJ Brown?
We just saw him walking off the field, but maybe somebody on Twitter said something. And Be Nice says, do y'all think you bring back Simmons? I'm leaning we will. But a lot of that's going to depend on Wink, if Wink's coming back, right? Because I think he's a good fit for Wink's scheme. But if Wink comes back, I think Simmons will be back.
Yep.
Second and 10 from the 41. Hurts drops back, looks, throws deep down the right sideline, and just missed it by about a yard. Incomplete, 3rd and 10.
That was a good throw. That was right there. I think that went right through Quez Watkins' hands. Here's Washington.
Brian Robinson? No, Brian Robinson, right? Yeah.
Yep.
7 apiece in that game. And the Chiefs way says, I'm 59 and 9 months. Drink coffee like water and don't be nearly as much as Bad Dog. Time for the prostate check, bud.
What happened?
The guy said you need to check your prostate because how often you pee.
Oh, I drink way more than you do, and it's not close. And I don't eat carbohydrates either, so my body doesn't hold water.
Okay, thank God they threw the flag. That was like 2 seconds late. Not to mention Johnson had a full start. Oh, they called the full start. So 5-yard penalty. Aren't you supposed to get your prostate checked anyway around your age? That's what they say, right? Age 50, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Something I'm looking forward to in about 10 years. Should be a blast.
Yeah, it should be awesome.
Yeah. Let's see.
We'll move past Arizona. I mean, Arizona's strength of schedule is 561. Ours is 513. I guess Washington and ours is the same. I don't know what the next tiebreaker is unless it's like head to head.
Hurts takes the snap out of the gun, looks left, throws left, caught, pushed out of bounds. They'll gain about 12.
They got a kick, I would think.
We'll see.
If this was just updated, both the Giants and Washington's strength of schedule is identical. 513. Arizona's is 561.
Yeah, a lot could sway depending on the results of today's games, right? Because they played similar opponents.
Right. If Washington, well, no, I guess if Washington, no, it'll be the same because the Eagles
will be the same based on these two games, but other games around the league. It'll be close.
Atlanta losing, I don't know if that freaking their strength of schedule is 432. Atlanta, holy shit.
Shotgun formation for Hurts. The Eagles are going for it. Hurts throws it and don't hit him with the flag. He should, but don't do it. They're not going to. And the Eagles are going to turn the ball over on downs.
I'm curious, was the ball deflected? Because it kind of wobbled out of there.
Yeah, but Hurts threw it, so he sucks. So
now Hurts is hurt. Look at that finger. He hit a helmet. Oh. Ooh.
Okereke got in there.
Dude, his finger was like not good.
Oh, let's see.
Listen, if you can't, we can't just beat the shit out of him. My brother-in-law said this best. He's a Raider fan. And he goes, obviously you want to win, but even if you can't win, just beat the shit out of him. Like, that's what you want to see. Just beat the shit out of your opponent. That's what we're doing to these guys today.
And Ian says, Lane full start Johnson is ridiculous. How many full starts that guy? And I know technically by the rules, people say it's not a full start, but come on.
Dak threw a pick.
Love it.
I guess it don't matter now.
Love it.
I guess it doesn't matter now. I guess it just rides in Arizona. I guess we can't get up to 3. It's just weird how this all works.
What do you mean we can't get up to 3?
Washington and us have the same strength of schedule, both 513. I don't know what that second tiebreaker is.
Well, that could change, though, because the other games around the league, like we played Buffalo. I don't know if they played Miami. Well,
we both played Buffalo. Miami
played them. I think you have to find a team that wasn't a common opponent for us.
New Orleans?
Let me take a look.
New Orleans made our strength of schedule higher, I think.
Yeah, that's what altered it. I don't know. They'll probably go down to the decimal point.
Maybe. I don't know how it works.
New Orleans won. Yeah, that's what changed it. People are saying New Orleans won. Need Chicago and Denver to win for strength of schedule advantage again. Okay, so there you go. You need Chicago and Denver to win.
Because Washington played both of them.
So there you
Correct?
Go. I would assume, yeah.
Well, Chicago's losing. Green Bay just scored. Denver and Las Vegas are tied at 7.
There you go.
All right, so we can get to 3. Arizona has the ball first and goal at Seattle's 3. Washington has a 1st and 10 on their own 45.
But we're beating the Eagles.
Right.
Yeah. And we got the ball at midfield, up 3.
Let's just beat them.
Yeah.
I wonder what the hell happened. Hurts' finger was all jacked up, man.
And Mark says we are winning this game anyway. We might. We very well might.
Is right.
Eagles don't look good. They didn't look good 2 weeks ago.
Shit.
Man in motion is Wandell. Shotgun formation for Taylor. Takes the snap. Play action. Drops back. 5-step drop. Scanning. Planning. Floater out in the flat to Barkley. Barkley makes a man miss. And he picks up 5. Good little scoot there by Saquon.
Yeah. So Tyrod's back in the game, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Hurts' middle finger was all screwed up.
I wonder if that was on the play where we oh wow, his finger is messed up.
That's what I'm saying. It's like dislocated. Look at that thing.
I wonder if that was on the play where they tried
look at that shit.
Oh, it looks like his middle finger is pregnant.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a handoff to Barkley. Barkley lowers the shoulder. He picks up 4.5. It'll be third and a half a yard.
Yeah.
How can you throw it
that question?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
13:20 to go. And Steven,
Hey man, the Giants. I think the Giants are taking years of frustration out of me. He said, "We may not be able to beat you. We're going to make sure you guys can't do anything." He's going into the tent. We're destroying this team right now. There's a first down.
QB sneak for the Giants, and that's the first down for Tyrod Taylor. Didn't even need a push of the tush. And Stephen Lilly. Hi, you guys. Sorry I haven't been around. A lot of family stuff. Don't ever apologize. Hope you both had a great Christmas. Wish you both all the happiness. Have a great new you too, Stephen, man. Thank you for being here, buddy.
Yeah, you're the man, Stephen. No, yeah, don't ever apologize, man. Life happens, brother. Life happens.
There's a handoff to Barkley. Barkley, little spin move. He gets 6. And I'm sorry, Stephen.
Doing a good job today. This Eagle team is going nowhere, dude. This team they're shot. They're shot. We are kicking their ass. We're like dominating these guys. And listen, it's not like they're not looking at the scoreboard and seeing that Washington has the ball, that the game's tied. And the Eagles need this game.
Shotgun formation here for Taylor. Empty backfield. Drops back, throws, caught. Wan'Dale Robinson will get 4 and a first down for the Giants.
Where's this official running, Chris? He looks like he's freaking walking the line with a DWI. He's freaking weaving all over the place. He didn't know where the hell he was going.
Hurts looks like he's going to try to stay in. He's warming up on the sideline with tape on his middle finger. That was crazy.
Yeah, still going to be tough. Floyd, Dallas would win the division if they both lost. Dallas has the tiebreaker.
Yeah. Here's Taylor under center. He fumbles the ball. Barkley able to fall on top of it. The Giants will lose 5.
That's Giants football, guys. Got a drive. Got a good drive going. It's either a false start or a holding or what the hell? Why can we snap the ball? He did that last week too.
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't Taylor do that last week? Yeah.
Did the same thing last week.
2nd and 15 now for the Giants.
Jesus.
11 minutes to go here in the second. Shotgun formation for Taylor. 3 wide. Barker to his left from the 32. They're going to motion Waller out wide. Taylor takes the snap, drops, throws, hits Waller. Waller gets 4. It'll be 3rd and 11.
I think your Mason Crosby thing looks like it's going to hit here, Chris. Have 6 points.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll get 6. But I don't know about the rest of my stuff, but yeah. I know I had Barkley over 16.5 carries. I don't know how many carries he has.
We haven't seen Boston Scott yet.
Haven't seen Boston Scott yet. But
they hold him until they get inside the 5.
Exactly. 3rd and 11 here for Taylor. Takes the snap, drops back, looks, throws. He's got a man. That's caught down to the 2. Wan'Dale, wide receiver.
Wan'Dale's a beast. Dude, he's a beast. Look at him, all 165 pounds like me, flexing it.
This guy can play. Joe Shane, everybody mocked that pick. That looks like a good pick.
I remember you and I didn't mock it. We didn't understand it.
Yeah, because we had Tony.
Right.
But I'm even saying after the fact, coming into the year, people mocked the pick because he got hurt and Pickens and everything. But he's a good player, man.
And he can play.
Shotgun formation here for Taylor.
Shepard. Give the ball. Get it to Shepard. Is Shepard out there? Let's get Shepard.
Hand to Barkley. Barkley lowers the shoulder and he goes in for 6.
Kick the ass.
Stand up, New York Giant fans. 9-0 is the Giants trying to spoil the Eagles NFC East championship.
Because Washington has the ball 2nd and 1 on Dallas' 16.
All right.
Seattle and Arizona are tied at 3. Chicago down 7-3. They have it at midfield. Vegas and Denver are tied. I love it. Screw Philadelphia.
Hold. Kick is good. 10-0 Giants. 10-0
Giants. Only matter of time for the Eagles are like, we're sitting everybody at this point. Seriously. I mean, they're getting their shit kicked in right now.
We should have beat them last time, too. We should beat them the first time we played them.
We should have. Yeah, we should have.
Let's see. And secret agent Randy says, Mighty Mouse Robinson. Happy birthday, my wife Joy. Happy birthday to your wife Joy, and thank you for being here. Wan'Dale's quickly becoming one of my favorite players on the team. I like this kid.
Awesome.
I like him.
Awesome. It's good. It's good. I wish we could have done this earlier in the year.
Would have been nice.
Beat the hell out of this team right now. Boy, you know the Eagles losing to Giants. Boy, you know what ain't there.
And by the way, 6th is the lowest we can go, guys.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure 6th.
And again, Los Angeles Chargers are not taking a quarterback.
Yeah. Like, let me look at the draft board right now. Right now, we are 5th. Tennessee won today. We have a lower strength.
The Jets won. We can't go lower than 6th.
Yeah, the lowest we're going to be is 6. The highest we could be is probably 4. Yeah. So
it doesn't matter.
Just beat the Eagles at this point, man.
It really doesn't matter. If Joe Shea wants to get his guy, he's going to have to go up and get his guy anyway.
Just beat the Eagles, ruin their season.
Right.
Ruin their chance.
Especially if Dallas lost. That would be the best. If Dallas lost and we beat the Eagles. Because it means something for the Eagles.
And Kylie says, dream scenario, both Philly and Dallas lose and we win. Well, that would eliminate, that would take away the division championship from the Eagles. They would have won. And Chris says, we're going to win this game and be stuck with Jones next year. I don't like bad dog and be said. It's not really going to matter. They may be stuck with him either way, but if you're picking 5, 6, you're still going to have to trade up to get a quarterback.
So that's exactly it. It doesn't matter at this point.
And Toasty says, I hate Dallas and Philadelphia equally. Either sucks either way. I agree, but to have the ability to take it away from one of them makes me feel a little warm. Makes me feel a little warm.
Especially Philadelphia. To be able to take it away from them would be great. And just watching Philadelphia freaking suck. Like, that's just watching them collapse after starting 10-1 to finish 11-6. And then, like you said on Twitter, we're the biggest Buccaneers fans next week.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Baker Mayfield next week. Mayfield's my favorite quarterback in the league next week. I love Mayfield next week.
Yeah.
Giants set to kick it away.
Yeah.
And Eagles will call it for the fair catch. They'll start with it at the 25.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. The best Savages, I will say, this has been a bad season, but nowhere near the 2021. I agree with that. We have at least been competitive in a lot of games. I agree with that. The 2021 was much worse.
I mean, we have quarterbacks that are competent. They come off the bench. We're not playing with Jake Fromm and freaking Mike Glennon.
Like, if we win this game, you could literally end the season saying we had a very good chance to sweep the Eagles this year. So it's definitely been a much more competitive team than 2021. There's a handoff up the middle, and the Eagles will get 3.5. It'll bring up 2nd and long.
Hurts is still in there, so.
And JC says, Wan'Dale, 185 pounds, always knew he wasn't undersized. I mean, he may be a bit undersized for a traditional wide receiver, but that dude can play, man.
I don't think Wan'Dale's 185. He's shorter than me, and I think I'm thicker than he is. And I only weigh 165.
He's pretty bulky, though, for a small guy. I will say that.
Maybe. Again, it's relative because these guys are gigantic on the football field, but he looks small. Maybe he is. He don't look any bigger than I do, though, when he's shorter than me.
Yeah. Play action. Hurts drops back with his pregnant middle finger, and he throws it away incomplete. 3rd and 6. I wonder if Hurts hurt the finger, no pun intended, on the play where Okereke had the penalty, or was it when he got hit by Okereke when he threw it?
No, it's when he threw the ball.
You think it was when because obviously we saw the contact then.
Yeah, that's when it was. When he threw the ball, Okereke got him.
And Bill, man, thank you so much, man, for the incredible generosity. Bill's the man. 3rd and 6. Going to get to that after this play. Shotgun formation here for Hurts.
Hit his ass. Somebody sacked the piss out of this guy. Let's go.
Gainwell in motion. Hurts out of the gun. Trips to the right. Giants show blitz. They come with it. Hurts drops back. Dane Belton gets there, and he brings him down.
There you go.
Let's go.
Get their ass.
Let's go. Bill says, almost a decade of crap O-line play. Sick of it. First 4 picks O-line. Listen, I'm the biggest O-line guy in the world. You know that. Even I don't want them to do that. But I agree that we got to continue to address it, whether it be the offensive line coach, continue to address the offensive line in future drafts. There's no doubt about it. We don't have our future guards on this team, not even close. So I agree we need to continue to address it. Punts away. Giants will catch it there at the 30 to the 40 to the 45. Push that bounce there. Giants got it at midfield, up 10. Midway.
Can we keep this guy next year, please?
He's good.
I want this guy back. This guy not only can catch the freaking punt, he actually gets return yards.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say his name. Olszewski. I don't know what it is. Some name. I should learn. I should learn how to pronounce his freaking name. He's been good.
Gunner. Just say Gunner. He's good. He's good.
Gunner. Right. Gunner.
Love Cushman. Good to see Cushman. He says, I'm thrilled that the Eagles are stuck paying Hurts $700 million for the next 5 years. Yeah, I mean, you and me both. You and me both.
Just kick your ass. I listen, I'm enjoying. I don't give a shit. If we pick 6, who cares? Washington's up 10-7. Chicago's down 7-6. Seattle's up 10-3.
Can't control it anyway. Listen, at the end of the day, if this prevents the Eagles from getting the 2 seed in the NFC, I'll be pretty happy about that.
Like I said, you're either going to have to move up from 5-1 or 4-1, right? I'm sorry, 5-1 or 6-1, if that's what you're going to do. And the Chargers are not taking a quarterback. So them moving ahead of us doesn't really matter. The 3 teams you got to worry about are going to be ahead of us anyway. Washington.
But I guess if your team tank, you could say, well, in this scenario, if we were to prevent the Eagles from winning, had you have lost, you would have jumped Washington because Washington would have to win.
But I don't know about the strength of schedule.
Exactly. We don't know the strength of
schedule. Dallas would have a better record.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sorry. Well, I guess Philadelphia would have a better record than Dallas, so our strength of schedule would be higher than Washington's, and we wouldn't get it anyway. Right? Because we'd be tied. But Dallas, if Dallas lost, their strength of schedule would be Washington's would be higher. Right? No, or lower.
We'll find out at the end of the game. We'll find out at the end of the game.
Just beat the damn Eagles. I don't give a shit. Just beat the Eagles. Yeah. I'm sick and tired of losing to this freaking team.
And I'm with you. Thomas says, all week I wanted to lose for the draft pick, but you know what? Forget it. Let's beat the Eagles. We're going bird hunting. Let's go.
Beat the damn Eagles. Man,
and Kevin Sullivan says, I swear the punt returner is LPG. He definitely has the LPG hair going. Yeah, he's definitely got the moss, the LPG moss for sure.
He's got good moss, without question. Good moss. Yeah, I just want to see the Giants just beat the shit out of this team. Somebody mentioned in the chat, it is a frustration game for the Giants, without question.
It would be nice to end the year beating the Eagles. It would be nice for Dable to get off, to get his first win against one of those 2 teams, the Eagles or Cowboys. Shotgun formation for Taylor. Takes the snap, throws, caught over the middle, and that's a gain of 7 as he hits Isaiah Hodgins.
Yeah. Hodgins has caught a couple passes today. Listen, Dallas is going to end up winning anyway. I mean, Washington's not going to win that game. I'll be shocked if they do, but
worry about it at the end of the game. Right now, beat the Eagles. There's a handoff to Barkley. Barkley makes him admit. Good run there by Saquon. He somehow got a first down there. He gets 3.
Yeah. The Giants have dominated. He probably won't be back. We take a look at those ranks this year, and obviously it's pretty awful.
Washington just took the lead.
Yep.
10-7.
But Dallas already has the ball, field goal range.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yep.
Giants break the huddle. Down to 7 minutes to go here in the second. Man in motion is Bellinger. Tyrod takes the snap. He gives to Saquon. Saquon gets eaten alive. He loses a yard. It'll be 2nd and 11.
Yeah, no blocking up front there. Again, the Giants just so how about the Eagles offense? So that offense is nothing.
They've scored 0 points against us.
They have scored nothing. And that's the way it was in the second half when we played the last game.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything.
All right. We got an Eric Gray sighting. I'd like to see him get a carry here. 2nd and 11. Taylor takes the snap, drops back, scanning, planning, throwing. Little floater. Oh, a nice snag there by Darren Waller up to the 22.
And that's what we look to get Darren Waller for. There's plays like that down the field and up the seam and a nice adjustment by Waller. Obviously, a lot of injuries this year, not just to him, I mean to everybody. with a great adjustment in the air by Waller and beats our old friend James Bradbury.
Nice catch by Waller, man.
Who is getting old before our eyes.
Yeah, he's 33. And, of course, he's hurt. He looks like he's limping a little bit on the sideline.
Well, of course. I mean, he can't make a catch without getting injured or banged up. He got a catch. It's better than him not catching it and getting injured.
Shotgun formation, empty backfield. Look at Wan'Dale Robinson. Spins out of a tackle to the 5, out of bounds at the 4.
We got our little squirt, damn it.
This guy.
There's our little squirt.
He is a big part of the future of this football team.
Yeah. He is.
Every time he catches the ball, he's picking up more yards. Every single time.
He is awesome, man.
Giants.
Love him. I mean, that's what we want. That's what we selected Kadarius Toney to do.
There's a pitch to Saquon. Saquon's in for 6, and the Giants go up 16-0 against the Eagles in a game they need to win the division.
That's right. Screw Philadelphia. Let's go. Kicking their ass. Kicking their ass. And bouncing them. Screw Philadelphia.
And New York Giant fans.
Let's go. A game we were waiting for all year.
Wow. Snap, hold, kick, good.
Wan'Dale is freaking awesome, man. Tell you, Joe Schoen he's had some good picks. I mean, people want to get on him for Evan Neal. Evan Neal hasn't been good. I mean, there's no question about that. But there's no way you can sit there and go, I got in a thing with a guy the other day. I said something about, because I saw, I was watching a game last night. We were talking about Laramie Tunsil and how the Giants passed on Eli Apple. That was terrible. And the guy says, oh, yeah, Joe Schoen, your hero, passes on Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave for Evan Neal. And this is the same asshole that does nothing but suck Daniel Jones off and complain about how bad the offensive line is. Then the Giants would have passed on Evan Neal to select the wide receiver. The fan base would have lost their shit. You got to love that. Okay?
Speaking of the offensive line, they've played well today against a good defensive line for the Eagles. They've played well today thus far.
That Eagle offensive line or defensive line ain't what it used to be. But I love this. Screw this team. Kick the living piss out of these guys.
Giants set the game away.
Sirianni, talk some crap now, dumbass. Yeah.
Eagles will field it at the 5. They take a tackle down at the 26. Sirianni, let's do the Sirianni face. That's Sirianni last year during the Super Bowl, whatever it was. Oh no, when he played the Giants in the divisional game.
Yeah. There he is. Look at that all the way down. That's a typical Eagle fan right there. Yes, that embodies all the Eagle fans out there. That lady they just showed.
5 minutes to go here in the second. British says, Saquon, this Philly, let's go.
I forget her. I laughed so hard I hurt my freaking whatever the hell this is back here. I pulled a muscle. I'm old. The turf got me.
Shotgun formation there for Hurts. He's going to turn. He's going to hand off left guard. They get 2. It'll be 2nd and 8.
The Giants are out there hitting today, boy. They are hitting.
Let's go, baby.
Very love Wan'Dale Robinson, man. Yeah, Dallas is about to score a touchdown. Washington ain't winning that game.
Shotgun formation for Hurts here from the 29. Giant show blitz. Takes the snap, drops back, looks right. Pressure at the middle, and he powers and Bobby Okereke been a monster today.
Get off him! Hurts, even bitch.
Jalen Hurts is going to be having nightmares all offseason about Bobby Okereke.
Good.
He's been all up in his face. He almost stripped.
Snubbed, dude. Yeah, snubbed him, but nothing the Pro Bowl matters. Okereke has been unbelievable.
And Kobe says, will this stupid win hurt our pick? maybe like we said, the highest we could probably go is 4. The lowest we could go is 6.
So it really don't matter.
You're going to have to move up to get a quarterback anyway, more than likely. 3rd and 20 for the Eagles. Hurts drops back, throws, caught at the 20, tackled down at the 24, and the Eagles will have to punt.
Yeah, this time no soft zone and allowing A.J. Brown to, of course, Brown. Did we have an update on A.J. Brown? Is there anything?
I don't know. Maybe somebody in the chat can let us know.
I'm going to look and see. I'm looking like for Twitter, like something on Twitter.
And Yvonne says, take a look at the Eagles Instagram posted 7 hours ago. I'll check it out at halftime. I'll have to check it. Oh, I don't have Instagram. Bad Dog does, though.
I do, yeah. Let me check.
Punts away. And Gunner fielded at the 24. Bounces off a tackle. I like this dude. Even though he doesn't get much there. He had the great punt return last week. He gets back to the 27.
All right, let's see what it says here. I'm going to go to 7 hours ago.
Yeah, 7 hours ago.
Well, the way it looks on my computer is weird. It's not the way it. Is it that one? That's a day ago. Was it the last thing they posted?
Was it? I'm assuming it's Giants related.
That was 2 hours ago.
What does it say?
Oh, it's got an eagle all over a big giant. Partnership with Pepsi. Is that the one?
I'll take a look. Let me look. I haven't logged into Instagram in over a year, so I don't. Let me see if I can get into my Instagram.
I think it's this one. Here, I can share it with you.
Yeah, share it with me.
I think it's this one.
Let me get rid of this.
I think it's that one. I think it's that. This is what he's talking about.
Yeah. It's looking good so far for the
Eagles. It looks great. Come on, Tyrod. Run
from the 27. Tyrod drops back, hits Wandell. Wandell, of course, gets an extra yard. It'll be 2nd and 7.
We have to run one more play for the 2-minute warning. Washington now down 14-10.
And KP
Arizona's down 10-3. This ain't gonna. None of this is gonna matter. We're gonna end up being 6th because Los Angeles is gonna lose. But who cares?
KP says Nick Sirianni, most punchable face in the NFL. I'll do you one better. He's got the most punchable face in the world. There's a handoff to Barkley up the middle. Barkley picks up 6. It'll be 3rd and 1. Oh, that's Gray, actually. Good to see the rookie get some action.
That was a good run by Gray. Good push by the offensive line. I'll take us to the 2-minute warning in a game that the Giants have completely dominated. Wow, the Giants are going to try to run another play. You think they're just trying to draw them off sides? Is probably my guess.
We'll see.
They're just going to try to draw them off here.
That's what it looks like. Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. They'll take it to the 2-minute warning. And Mike D says, Morgan's the future to go to 1. Why? We don't even, first off, we don't know if 1's going to be available. I mean, there's speculation, but we don't know for a fact. He says, there's no way to put nothing around them. First take all to want the tackle from Notre Dame. Second, Penix. Or Nix. I don't think Penix is going to go in the 2nd round. Bo Nix, maybe.
Nix is terrible. You don't wait on a quarterback. If you want a quarterback to take him, you don't wait for a guy to fall to you. Michael Penix is not getting to the 2nd round. And people that say Penix is going 2nd round don't watch college football. He is not going. He may not go top 5.
He'll be a top 20 pick for sure.
There's no way he gets to the 2nd round. And nobody wants Alt, the tackle. What are you going to do with Evan Neal? He is your tackle. They've already said that he's going to be the tackle going forward. The Giants have spent more draft capital since 2019, the offensive line, than anybody in the league, and it ain't worked. Stop with that. Go get a legitimate guy with your money that can play at this level, and if you're not going to take a quarterback, take a freaking wide receiver that is an absolute.
I'm with you. If they're not going quarterback, I want them to go wide receiver.
Yeah, you cannot keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. You got to do something completely off the wall, different.
And listen, I'm a big line guy. I just think this is a rich wide receiver class. Shane is clearly, I basically told you at his most recent press conference that Neal's going to play right tackle next year.
Yeah.
So that tells me we're not drafting a tackle in the 1st round. I definitely want them to go line in this draft multiple times, but not in the 1st round.
That pick.
Yeah. Dennis says, only listen to you guys, Giants fans, since the 60s. Well, we appreciate that, Dennis, man. That's a huge compliment. That's a huge compliment.
Dennis has lived through this already.
He's been through all
the 70s. He's lived through bad teams.
I appreciate it, Dennis, man. Thank you for being here, buddy. And Nico says, can't go higher than 5. Win drops it to 6. Well, we could theoretically if we lost because we would jump Washington probably. Well, we don't know because of the strength of schedule. We keep saying that. So,
Right.
Well, no, if Washington were to win and we were to lose, we would have the lower records. Right? No, right now they have the lower record.
We'd be tied. Yeah.
We'd be tied, and then it would come down to strength of schedule. So,
right.
Yeah, we don't know for certain.
Well, their strength of schedule would be lower because Dallas would have a worse record. Well, no, they'd end up with the same record. I don't know how the hell it works. Yeah, it ain't gonna matter. We're gonna beat these guys, so screw it.
I feel like we're teaching a math class.
And I love math. It still confuses the hell out of me.
It really watch a football game.
Confusing. Just when we end up where we end up. Just pick the shit out of Philly. I don't even care. We're picking 5th or 6th. That's the way I look at it. And
Giants got it at their own
quarterback. So
Giants got it at their own 35, 3rd and 2, high snap. Tyrod drops back, throws it deep. He's got him. Barkley, 30, 20, out of bounds at the 18-yard line.
Just kick their ass and embarrass the shit out of this team. Let's go. Just punch them in the face. Just embarrass the shit out of this team. Seriously, just kick their ass. Make them quit. Make them bench their freaking starters. Make them submit. Make them tap. Make them tap.
Giants got at the 19, shotgun formation. Taylor drops back, pump fake. Taylor checks it out. He's got Slayton. Slayton's got to go in for 6.
We're kicking their ass. Rub it in.
I hate the Eagles so much. Stand up, New York Giant fans. And B-Dog says, I say quarterback if not available, Neighbors at 6. I'm kind of wide receiver. I'm with you.
I love it. I love it. Screw this team.
Kick's good. 24-9.
Beat the piss out of these guys.
And Bob says, in the famous words of Herm Edwards, you play to win the game. One of the greatest quotes of all time. Ronald says, Philadelphia in a downward spiral. Love to see it.
Embarrassing these guys. And this game actually does mean something because Washington, Dallas, that is a close game. It's a close game.
Yeah. Allison says, do you think any coaches who make the postseason will be fired if their team does not perform?
Sirianni's getting fired. I'm calling it right now. He's going to be doing that somewhere else.
Sirianni during his closing press conference. Sirianni, how does it feel to be fired after 3 years? What a jackass. If I had to pick one coach that I could see getting fired, it would be
Sirianni.
Maybe McCarthy if the Cowboys were to lose in the first round.
Sirianni's gone.
Yeah. I'm losing
Rivera's gone.
Yeah.
Daboll might be the only guy in the NFC next year that keeps his job.
Kicks away by Crosby. Eagles will start with it at the 25. And Jake says, you hate to see this. Just kidding. No, I don't hate to see this.
Listen, how about we pick these sons of bitches off, cause a turnover here? I cannot. I absolutely hate the Eagles. Like, I can't stand this team. I'm sick and tired of losing. We are putting it on their ass today, and I love it. I don't care if this game means – it means something to us, to me anyway.
Of course.
To kick the shit out of this team.
We're preventing the Eagles from winning the division, potentially. Of course.
Damn right.
Eagles got the ball at the 25.
Pick them off. Sack them again.
Man in motion is Goddard. Jalen Hurts showing why he was an MVP candidate this year. The Eagles have 0 yards in the second quarter. Hurts drops back, throws, and that's dropped. What a catch by the Eagles. 2nd and 10.
Dallas go. Yeah, eat shit, boy. Well, we know the Eagle fans do that. You know, somebody put it on Twitter that the dog took a dump on the field earlier before the game started today. I said the Eagles fans will eat it.
That was the Eagles playbook. That wasn't a dog shit. That was the Eagles playbook.
Look at this.
1:42 to go. Hurts 7 for 15 for 55 yards.
Sack him again.
Hurts takes the snap. Giants come with 4. Hurts drops back.
That was a false start.
Pump fake. Looking downfield. And he's going to run out of bounds. He's going to gain 2 yards. It'll be 3rd and 8.
Good. That stops the clock. Get him off the field. Let's get another touchdown.
British says, how many of us had us scoring 24 points in the entire game? Not just I love it. Love it. Love it. I didn't. I didn't. And Thomas says, I want to run up the score. I hope we win 70-0.
So do I.
70-0.
Then you got these idiots. This is great. Well, Washington Eagles, Cowboys have a quarterback. We still have Daniel Jones. This team sucks. Shut the fuck up. I can't stand some Giants fans. I really can't.
38. Hurts out of the gun. Giants come with a blitz from Cordell Flott. Hurts throws it deep down the field, throwing the arm strength as it's picked off.
He didn't beat him bounds. I think he was out of bounds.
Oh, he was out of bounds.
He was out of bounds.
Eagles will have to punt. Good throw there by Hurts. Was he in? Oh, that's close, Bad Dog.
Well, he got the foot down. I think it's a pick.
If the right foot's in, that's a pick.
I think it's a pick.
That's a pick. That's a pick.
McKinney.
What?
Oh, that's a pick. What a pick by McKinney.
Xavier McKinney.
That is definitely an interception. Toe tap right there. What a grab.
What a play by McKinney. Philly's hot going to the play. Yeah, they're about as hot as you could be.
Yeah.
And Layback says, is this real? It doesn't feel like it. That his foot's in. And you can't, and there's no evidence.
That's a pick.
And there's no evidence, at least from that camera angle, that if the foot scooted out before the left foot came down, that's a pick.
Yep.
Well, let's see from this angle.
It's an interception. I mean, they review.
That's a pick. That's an interception. And Robert says, do we franchise Barkley? It's possible. Too bad, such a bad start. I could see them going that route. I feel like it'll get messy if the Giants tag him again. I
don't think they're going to tag him. I think that like we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I think that the Giants probably talked to them and just said, listen, we're not tagging you. And we will make you an offer, but if you can do better, go get it.
Yeah. I think he's going to test the market.
Guys complaining about winning this game when we're going to drop one spot to 6th behind a team that has no interest in taking a quarterback. None.
My
take a wide receiver.
My 2 cents is, damn, it's fun beating the crap out of the Eagles. Great appetizer ahead of the Cowgirls. Typical playoff choke. Thanks for making the season fun, guys. Salute from France. Thank you for being here, my 2 cents.
Yes.
And Isaac says, best Sunday ever, guys. Embarrassing Philly. This is the most fun I've had watching a Giants football, Giants regular season game all year.
A long time.
For sure. And Kenneth says, who gives a blank about the draft? Let's whip the It's not like we're dropping like 10 spots if we win the game. You're talking 1 spot, maybe 2. Like, you're still going to have to trade up to get the quarterback of your dreams, regardless. Toasty says Sirianni could get fired and work at Pizza Hut.
That's right. Go drive Uber Eats with Pizza Hut.
Does Dable run up the score in the Eagles? I hope so. I hope it's triple digits.
Yep.
Weirwood says, put this lot in the Hudson. Let's go.
Yep.
I'm smiles ear to ear.
I love it. Look at Dable. He loves it.
Let's go.
31-0 by the half. Let's do it. We got 88 seconds.
1st and 10. Taylor takes the snap, drops back, buys time with the legs, rolls out of the pocket, throws it deep. And I hope he was getting rid of that because if not, he missed it by 6 yards. 2nd and 10.
I thought Wandale was open there, but would have been a tough throw.
And the Cowboys take the lead in the other game.
Yeah. Washington has the ball. Washington's going to lose. Sam Howell just threw an interception.
Man, we're emptying the clip on the Eagles on the way out. Rolls the reverse this time. Not used to it.
Yep.
And Ian says the Giants better keep Link. I hope they do.
We'll see.
Taylor takes the snap, drops back, 3-step drop, throws. That's caught. Slayton runs out of bounds. He gains a yard. It'll be 3rd and 9.
Yeah, he had to come back a long ways for that one.
Yeah, it should have been at least a 3 or 4 yard gain. But
yeah.
Lily says, just dropped a stand-up New York Giants fan super chat on Philly. Poor guy looks like sad. Let's go, Giants. Let's go, Lily. I wish I could be there. Let's see. Toasty says Sirianni can get. Oh, I already read that one. Yeah. Shotgun formation. Taylor drops back, throws a lollipop, and incomplete. Was looking for Slayton. Eagles will get the ball.
Yeah. Surprised the Giants were on 3 straight passes there instead of running the ball once.
Yeah, Barkley's been running the ball effectively. Josh says if this is Wink's last game, he's going out with a bang. I don't think it will be. I think he's going to come back.
I hear too.
I hope at least.
I don't think Kafka comes back. I definitely don't think Bobby Johnson is back here.
Johnson's gone. I agree with you. I'm leaning Kafka will be gone.
McGaughy's got to be gone.
Yeah, I hope they change special teams coordinators as well. And the punts away by Gillen. Fair catch at the 20. 105 to go.
Shit, get another turnover. Let them throw another.
They pulled Hurts.
Yep, we made him tap.
We might actually.
We made him tap.
The Eagles have a better chance now. Mariota's in, so we'll see. But,
yep.
No, I'm kidding. But yeah, they pulled Hurts. Coded says there's a party in my pants right now with this score. Let's see.
Yep. They made him tap out. The Giants made them quit. Literally, they just made them quit. Because that Washington-Dallas game is still close. That game ain't decided by any stretch of the imagination.
They quit.
They tapped out.
Mariota, that's picked off. Giants jump the screen. Run it up. Run it up. Run it up. McKinney with his second interception. Minute to go. Run the score up at this point. Beat them by 100.
Yep, they did. They quit. The Eagles quit. We made them tap the. We made them tap out. Tap, tap, tap. They quit. They quit. We made them quit.
McKinney with 2 picks.
We made them quit. The Giants just made the Eagles quit in a game they need to win the division. We made them quit. They had nothing. They said, we can't beat this team. Can't beat them. We can't. Oh, my post game is going to kick ass, boy. I can't wait to do this.
And now the Giants give it right back. They were trying to get Shepard an interception, and now Blankenship comes up with a pick.
I don't like that. You can't force it. Hopefully I hit the ground.
That was a hell of a play by Bradbury.
That was a great play by Bradbury.
So Eagles will have it at the 20.
Nope, that didn't hit the ground. That was an interception. How the hell did the Blankenship hurt himself there?
Gowie says, let's go. Why couldn't the Giants play this good all year?
Giants got to run the ball a little bit, too. I mean, they really just sat there and just – the Giants, you can't force it. That's what they were trying to do. They were forcing it there.
I'm stunned.
We still made them quit,
which is hilarious. I'm stunned that they pulled Hurts. The Cowboys game is still close.
That's what I'm saying. We made them quit.
It's a 3-possession game. It's not like the game's over. There's a handoff up the middle. It'll be 2nd and 12.
Dude, we are just beating them. We're embarrassing them. All these years of this, the Eagles have done this crap to us.
I love it.
Dude, I hope Washington wins in the worst way. I hope they win. I know people being, oh my God, we won a meaningless game and we could have been. Number one, we wouldn't have been picking ahead of Washington regardless. So
they pulled Kelce too. They just pulled Kelce.
Yep. We made them quit. We made them quit.
The Eagles just had 0 yards in the third quarter. In the second quarter.
Pick it off again.
Mariota drops back. Why are they even throwing? There's 8 seconds left. Just take the knee at this.
Kill him.
Mariota, did he get a yard? I don't want him to get a yard for the quarter. Did he get a yard? Did he get a yard?
He might have. But they should, Chris, they should just down the football. They'll give the yard back.
Yes.
Right? They should just take a knee at this point. You don't want to turn the ball over.
Take a knee.
Just take a knee. They did give him a yard. Just take a knee. They quit. They quit. This game means something to them. They're not taking the knee.
What are they doing? What are they doing? They're going to hand off.
It's stupid. Just take a knee and get out of here.
They got yards in the quarter.
Now they end up with like 9 yards for the quarter.
Whatever. Giants up 24-0 at the half. Jacob says, I'm a Giants fan who lives in Philly, thinking about wearing my Saquon jersey to school tomorrow, but I don't want to get attacked. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do that. They have a jail in the stadium for a reason. I probably wouldn't do that.
They freaking quit. They quit.
I can't. And yes, we are definitely dominating them. But like you said, the division's still on the line for them. It's 3 possessions. I'm stunned that they pulled them.
Well, Dallas just scored. It's 21-10 now.
Okay. But still, there's a chance.
It's 10-6 now at halftime. Their Chargers kicked a field goal.
And Nico says DeVito might get in the game. He already did. He did get in the game briefly.
Yeah, he got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt.
Yeah.
And V-Man says, looks like both New York teams will best their rivals. That's right. Jets, yep. Congratulations to you, V-Man. I think the first time they beat the Patriots in like something ridiculous. I think it's like 10 years or something ridiculous. So congratulations on that.
Yeah. People are saying we ruined our draft pick. What people are really don't pay attention to what's going on. If Washington's going to lose, we can't pass them. Can't pass them. Arizona's losing 13-6. They lose, we can't pass them.
Yeah, exactly.
The worst we go is 6th.
Yeah,
Los Angeles Chargers are not taking a quarterback. If that's what you want, it doesn't matter. The 3 teams that you're worried about are ahead of you anyway.
Yeah, if Washington loses, which it clearly looks like they're going to, we like you said, we're not passing them anyway. We're not passing, and we can only drop 1 spot. So it's either 5 or 6. Who's the team that could jump us?
The Los Angeles Chargers. That's it.
And they're not taking a quarterback. So
right.
It really no difference. So,
no, because Tennessee won, so they can't pass us. The Jets won.
Yeah,
those are the 2 teams that could have won out of us. The worst we were picking after today was 8th. Now the worst we're picking is 6th, and that game's not over. It could be it's 10-6, Kansas City. The game's not over.
5 or 6.
Right. So we're picking 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
So I don't understand we're ruining our draft pick.
No.
So dumb.
Thomas says, what software are you all using? StreamYard. Thomas. It's just easy. It's probably not the best software to use, but it's easy. It's simple. So that's what we use.
I love it. I don't care. The draft pick's going to be what it's going to be. If Shane wants to get a quarterback, he'll get one. If he don't, he don't.
Yeah. As far as the mic, if you're asking that, it's actually a pretty expensive mic. It's like what a lot of the professional channels, if you watch on YouTube, use this. It's called Shure. I don't know what Mike Bad Dog has, but
I have a Blue Yeti. I've had a Blue Yeti.
Blue Yeti, yeah. So yeah, that's what we use. But in terms of the video portion, it's StreamYard. Pencilman says, to the best in the business, finally 3-3 in the division. Yeah. Wow.
I had to see.
Wow. That's wild.
What?
We're gonna go 500 in the division.
We are.
Wow. And this is a legitimate win. The Eagles played their starters. They were trying to win. They quit. But this is a legitimate win. British says, coming up at 11 p.m. in UK, victory shot time. Let's go, man. My 2 cents says, Giants beat Eagles 56-0 in 1933, the worst loss in Eagles history until today. That'd be nice.
Well, we could have been up 31-0 if they weren't trying to force one of Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, exactly. At least 27. And Bill says the most baffling Giant squad I can remember. They show up game 17. It is. I get it. A lot of people have probably watched this game saying, "Well, where was this week 7, week 8, week 9?" I get it. I'm still thrilled we're beating the Philadelphia Eagles. And the one major positive I'll take out of this season, this team did not quit on Brian Daboll.
No,
where in years past they've quit on their coaches late in the season when the team is completely falling apart. This team has fought third string quarterback. This team has fought all the way down to the finish line. I think that's a good sign for the head coach. The team did not quit on Brian Daboll all year. So I think that's a major positive.
Yeah, without question.
And Ronald says, when the Eagles struggle with the Pats Vikes because of Sirianni's horrific game management, I told my buddies the Eagles look bad. He rolled his eyes. Eagles have looked
horrible. They look bad
all
year. That team has not been good all year. They've been good all year.
Yeah, they lost to the Jets. I mean, they should have lost. They're
going
to lose. Yeah, so do we. That's true.
Well, we're not good.
We're not good. Right. They're about to lose to us potentially. Mr. Griffiths says, it crossed my mind to put money on Shep getting one last touchdown plus 850. Didn't do it, but wow, that was close. You knew that. Well, they still may try to get him another touchdown here at the end of the game, but yeah, you knew they were going to try to give him a shot. Go Giants. Great way to end the season and start a new year. Thank you for being here, Christopher. Appreciate it. And Kobe says Dexter Lawrence and 2 first and trade up. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
I don't know where people are getting that from. That's not what they would do. This is that was some ass Bears fan that said the Giants are going to give up 3 first rounders and Dexter Lawrence. Get the hell out of here. Joe Shane ain't going to do that.
Not doing that. Dexter Lawrence is one of the best.
Dexter Lawrence ain't going anywhere.
Dexter Lawrence might be the best interior defensive lineman in the NFL right now.
They just give him 5 years to trade him.
I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. Dire Giants fans,
you ain't gotta worry about it. Joe Shane ain't doing it either.
Yeah. Dire Giants fans says, "Sup, fellas? I know I'm not alone, but I'm loving this shit right now. Stand up after stand up. Hope they keep it up and finish with a dub. Let's go, man. We got 30 minutes." Chris B says, "Let's go Giants" from a Cowboys fan. Well, of course, you're rooting for us today, but it looks like you guys are going to take care of business anyway. But thank you, Chris. Brady says, "Salute, brothers. With this game, my Bacardi tastes like candy fudge." The fudge
sure
the Eagles. Where was this Giants team all year? But beating the Eagles makes me, listen, it's definitely a nice way to finish the season in what was a horrible year, but it's a nice way to finish the season. Kevin says, signing into Underdog Fantasy for some second. Do it right there, man. And if you're going over there, use the promo code ETS. They do live betting as well. It's they match $100 up to the first 100 you deposit if you type that in, Kevin. But thank you. Cole World says, what a worthless win, but love how this team is winning for Saquon Barkley. Look at how they're fighting for him. Pay Saquon. He's earned it. We'll find out what happens this offseason. I love Saquon.
A lot of decisions to be made this offseason.
Yeah. Regardless if he's back with the Giants or not, I'll be rooting my ass off for Saquon. So we'll find out what happens this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris B says, Eagles losing to the Bucs.
Well, no, they're not playing the Bucs because they're going to be. Oh, yes, they will. No,
they'll play the Bucs. They'll play the Bucs, and the Cowboys will play
the Lions, right?
No. They'll play the 7th seed in the first round.
Oh, the Saints.
Yeah, maybe a team like the Saints, something like that.
Let's see what.
And then if they win, then they would play the Lions, provided the Lions won, of course.
Where's the Saints are 9-8. I'm pretty sure the Packers can't. I'm pretty sure the Packers can't win that 9-8. Maybe the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think the Seahawks have a chance. The Rams are the 6, I believe.
The Rams are in a wreck.
Yeah, I don't know if they could drop to the 7 though. If they lose, I don't know.
Let me see.
And MY Giants 26 says, I think the Giants re-signed 29. Listen, I wouldn't be upset. McKinney's had a really good year. And obviously he's finishing it off strong today. Brady says, raise the cup, bros. Anything? Salute. Go Giants. Let's go. And Connor says, Hurts not being good without his receivers is exactly why we need a receiver. Go draft Neighbors. I'm not against drafting a wide receiver. Would not be against drafting a wide receiver.
Let's see what this says. NFC.
Hey, Chris B. just super chatted it.
All right. The Saints are the 7th pick. And Packers own the number 8 seed over the Seahawks. So
Chris B. just wrote, he said, Packers win, they're in. Dallas play the Pack or the Rams. So I guess that's the scenario. If I was a Dallas fan, I think I'd rather play the Packers. The Rams
Packers win because it gives us a better. The Packers are up 14-6. It gives us a better draft pick in the second round because you have Seattle's second round pick. We don't want them making the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oops.
Nobody said we didn't need a quarterback. Somebody said don't get it twisted. We still need a quarterback. Nobody said we didn't.
Yeah, nobody said that.
But you're not going to just take one to take one. You're not going to just be like, oh yeah, we're picking 6th. Here's the 5th best quarterback on our board. Let's just take him. You're not going to force it. But nobody's saying we don't need to take a quarterback at some point.
Right. Second P break of the day. We'll be right back.
All right. So Bad Dog is 2 P breaks away from potentially hitting the over. And John, what's going on, man? He says, hey, boys, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, John, man. Thanks for being here, buddy. Just got back from covering the Titans game. That's right. John's from Tennessee. What the hell is going on? Dude, it's been great. Wan'Dale Robinson, man. Wan'Dale Robinson has been a beast as he's been all year. But over the second half of the year, he had a great first half. Bobby Okereke looked like a monster. McKinney had 2 interceptions. Jalen Hurts. The Eagles quit in a game where they legitimately have a chance to win the division if they win. And granted, the Cowboys, I think, are now up 2 possessions, but still, they benched Jalen Hurts. Like, I think with like 5 minutes to go in the second quarter, they benched Kelsey. Like, they've given up. They've given up.
Because we hurt them. A.J. Brown got hurt. We drilled Hurts' finger. And they got to play next week, so they don't get a break. They don't get a week off.
And Michael says, for the Saints to make it, Arizona and the Bears need to win. Oh, there you go. So the Saints still have a chance too, I guess.
Yeah, the Packers are the one. The Packers are the one. So the
Arizona's losing right now, right? We said
the Saints are making it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NY Giants 26 says, if we were going to roll with Jones, get him a wide receiver 1 in the draft. Waller was not the answer at a number. Well, I think that's what we're going to do. If we're not taking a quarterback, I think that's exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah.
There's 3 really good wide receivers at the top of this draft. That's clearly a need of ours, a very important position. So if we're not going quarterback in the first round, I think that's what we will do.
I've never seen anybody. It just tells me people don't watch Washington, which I'm surprised that they don't, because they're in the national championship. Rome Odunze is the guy. Rome Odunze, there's nothing to sneeze at. It was like, we got to get Malik Neighbors. You don't need Malik Neighbors. I'm telling you right now, the best case scenario for the Giants, you want a quarterback, you want a wide receiver, you get Rome Odunze, and you trade back up into the first round and get Penix at the end of the first round. Penix ain't going to the second round. I can tell you that right now. So you might have to trade back up to 19th, and you may have to give up to both seconds this year and a second next year. I don't know what it would cost. I could move from wherever you'd be picking, 37
or 8 or something like that. Yeah.
30. We'd have the 38th pick and probably the 50th pick or whatever from Seattle, and you probably have to give up some extra. But there's your scenario. Get Rome Odunze with your 6th pick. If Harrison and Neighbors are gone, even if Neighbors ain't gone, get Odunze and get your ass back up there and get Michael Penix. And that way you have – I'm still scared of Evan Neal protecting Michael Penix's blind side. That scares the shit out of me. I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
I don't like it. But that's your best case scenario, in my opinion. You get your quarterback. You pair him up with a wide receiver that he's very familiar with. We'll worry about
in the offseason. MYG31 says, let's go Giants all day. And Gungo says, great way to end the season. Been a rough season. Thanks for sticking through it. Eagles are frauds.
They are.
They are frauds. They are definitely
there's a big one right there. Oh, he's got 15 rushing touchdowns. 12 of them when 3 guys push him in the ass from half a yard away.
Giants
the
set
linemen ought to get credit for that touchdown too. The guys that push him into the end zone, they ought to get credit.
I agree. Eagles are going to field this from the 5. It's Boston Scott, the little squirt, as he gets tackled down at the 22.
I like another interception here.
You think they keep Hurts out of the game?
Yeah, he ain't coming back in there.
No, especially with Dallas.
Jacked him up, man.
I'm stunned that they took him out.
I'm not. Jacked up his middle finger.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown went back to the locker room. They're like, no.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We got no chance of beating the Giants today. That's what they said. We can't beat this team. We quit.
Shotgun formation for Mariota. Man in motion right to left. He's going to turn. He's going to hand. Oh, they faked it. That was a good fake. I thought they ran it as he hits His wide receiver, they're out in the flat for about 11 and a first down for Philadelphia.
I never thought in a million years I'd be saying the Giants made the Eagles quit. Look at that. Look at that.
34. No, I'm sorry. Oh, that's Pat. 102 total yards for the Eagles in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
Shotgun formation for Mariota. Takes the snap, fakes the handoff, throws, and good catch there on the slant. Eagles pick up 7. That was Watkins. And Cole says Penix is an awful fit. A left-handed injury-prone pocket passer behind this offensive line. I'll pass. Jaden Daniels is a better.
You're not getting Jaden Daniels. You're not getting him.
Yes,
so get that out of your head.
It's got to be there. Mariota takes the snap. He fakes it to Scott, and he picks up 5. First down for the Eagles. But if the Giants feel that way, Cole, they just won't go quarterback early in this draft if they feel that way.
Also, what is injury prone? What does that mean? He's injury prone. Was Barkley injury prone coming out of Penn State? Anybody talk about his injuries? How many times has he been injured here? A lot, right? Daniel Jones, the injury prone? No, you don't know. Guy got hurt years ago at Indiana. He ain't been hurt in years.
Looks like there's a problem with the clock.
There's a problem with the scoreboard. They don't know what the hell to do.
Not yeah, you're right. The Giants don't
know what the hell to do with that.
Giants called a timeout. Interesting. Argenna says we draft the wide receiver 1 in the first round and draft J.J. McCarthy in the second. We'll see if J.J. McCarthy comes out. I know rumors are that he will, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't think he's announced it yet. Penix, he's coming out because he has to. He's a senior.
Yeah, he's coming out. He's going to first round. Kick Mariota's ass. Don't let up. No let up. No let up here.
I am really excited to watch that national championship game tomorrow, though. Should be a good game. Shotgun for Mariota from the 47. Giants come with a blitz. Mariota drops back, buys time with his legs, being chased. He's going to take off. He's going to run. And he'll stumble forward. I think he got a first down.
Yeah, because he dove.
The Giants tried to pull what happened to Saquon Barkley. Remember when Barkley wasn't touched and it was a fumble? I think that's what Dane Belton was doing there.
Right, I think Dane Belton jumped on him and knocked it away, which you can't do.
13 to go. And Murdoch says, fly, Eagles, fly back home where you belong. Yeah, to the pits of hell. Fight, Eagles, fight. Let the other team score 1, 2, 3. Hit Howie low. There's a handoff up the middle.
That was closer than I thought.
They get 4. I know it was.
Challenging. That was closer than I thought.
Yeah, I know. Hit Howie low. Hit him high. He must have been high. Well, we watched the Eagles get shot out of the sky. I like that. That should be their new anthem. I agree with you, Murdoch. I don't have much of a voice.
Pick. Sirianni's a dick.
Shotgun formation. 2nd and 6, 12:28 to go. Hurts out of the gun. Giants come with 5. Handoff. Nowhere to go. They lose a yard.
Who was that? Swallowed him up there. Big Ashawn.
That was Ashawn, yeah.
Big boy. Swallowed him up.
And Nate says, Bad Dog, I see the talent in Penix, but how can we draft a lefty with Neal being nowhere near a starter right now? Rather develop McCarthy or hope on Ewers.
Why? Why would you want to develop a guy behind a bad offensive line? Ewers is no good. And he's even coming. Did he even declare? Listen, I've already said it worries me that Evan Neal will be protecting his blind side. But if Joe Schoen likes Michael Penix, he'll do whatever he can to protect him. Gotta trust your GM.
Nice play. McKinney again gets his hand on that ball.
McKinney is getting his contract today, ain't
he? He's coming up big today, that's for sure.
Yeah. Listen, guys, as far as Michael Penix goes, tons of talent. Best arm in the draft, in my opinion. He got the best arm in the draft. But yeah, his mobility, he's not a scrambler by any stretch of the imagination. He's torn his right ACL twice. And his blind side would be Evan Neal. Those are massive questions. But if that's the guy that Joe Schoen wants, he's going to take him. Now, is that the guy Joe Schoen wants? Who knows? We're not going to know until the end of April. But he's a damn good quarterback. And if that's what Joe Schoen wants to do, well, the Eagles are going for this.
It looks like they got a flag. Yeah, they're going to punt now.
They're going to punt it.
Allison says, if Mario gets hurt, does Hurts have to go back in? No, they could elect to do they can bring
a Hurts, whatever,
a wildcat or something.
Yeah, he definitely have to. He's not coming back in.
No
matter what.
No, at this point, you leave him out. You make sure he's healthy for the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So Eagles will have to punt. Punts away. And Gunner will let it go over his head. Nice play there by the Eagles. Don't touch it. Oh, the Eagles touched it first, so you can't fumble.
Yeah.
So Giants will start with it at the 3. That's actually a heads-up play by Gunner. Everything this guy does, I like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's actually smart. Knows all he's doing.
11:33 to go, and Nate says, develop the quarterback behind Jones, build the line in year. I mean, that might be the route that they go. We'll see. I don't think they're going to completely ignore that position. I think it's one of 3 options. I think it's draft one in the first round, probably via the trade up. And that's what I think they would do. I don't think they would stay at 6 or 5 and hope that their guy falls to them. Option 2 is to do something similar to what Bad Dog said. Either wait till day 2 or use your 2, day 2 picks and try to trade back up into the back end of the first round. Or maybe potentially get a late day 2 prospect like you said, a guy that could develop for a year or 2. Or option 3 is you bring in a vet. You go out there and you sign a legitimate, like Ryan Tannehill. Somebody mentioned it to us when we were with on Patty's channel.
The way I look at it this way, if you're going quarterback, why would you take one in the second round? Like, why would you settle for a quarter? It doesn't.
I agree with you.
It doesn't make sense.
My mindset is at that position is if you don't feel one is worth taking at 5th or 6th, which I respect. If you don't feel that way, I don't want you forcing a quarterback.
Don't take one in the second round.
Don't take one, or you wait till like late day 2, early day 3 for a project. I agree with you.
I'm not taking a quarterback anywhere after my first pick. I'm not settling for a guy that may be good and may not be good. If you really want to make that change, you do it there. You don't do it at all. You get other players, because if you don't take one initially, then Daniel Jones is your guy. So build around Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Don't sit there and wait, because what if the quarterbacks don't even make it there? What if you're like, I'll just take a guy in round 2, second day? What if they're all gone?
Yeah.
What if they're all gone? I don't know who else is out there, but what if Penix is not going in day 2 at all?
It'd be it would be one thing if we were picking later and we didn't have the option to take a quarterback early. I respect that, but if you love a quarterback, you take him with your first pick.
That's what I'm saying. You don't just take one to take one. You don't go,
yeah.
Quinn Ewers is here. Let's just take him in the 3rd round and we'll build around him. It's not what's going to happen. It's different. It was different when they took freaking who the hell they take Davis Webb and crap. It was different.
Well, that was to be a backup. Right. They weren't going to supplant Eli Manning.
You're not drafting a guy to be a backup at this point.
There's a handoff to Barkley up the middle for 7. If they really like the quarterback, I could see them taking one, maybe with their second round pick or 3rd round pick. But I agree with you. I would rather, if I either don't want them to draft a quarterback or take one with your first pick.
That's exactly it. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
If you're not taking one with your first pick, then build your damn team around Daniel Jones. That's at that point
or the potential guy that you're going to take in the first round in a future draft.
Yeah, but then you don't know that. You don't know that.
You don't know that.
That's the problem.
Taylor takes the snap, buying time with his legs, makes a man miss, slides down. He gets 4. It'll be 3rd and 1.
We only slide down short.
Michael Penix was born to be a Giant. We'll find out.
I don't know about that. I love Michael Penix. I mean, I'm a big Michael Penix fan. I
definitely think at the very least, like I said, I don't know who it'll be, but at the very least, I think we'll sign a respectable veteran if we're not taking an early quarterback.
I love Penix, but listen, I'm not going to deny it. I mean, everybody's concerns about Penix. I have the same concerns, especially Evan Neal. I'm not going to, and I'm not moving Thomas to that right side. So, no, I agree. There's a
handoff to Barkley. Barkley gets 3 in a first.
We actually converted 3rd and 1. Hey, how about that?
So 10 minutes to go here in the third. Giants lead 24-0. TC says, boys, you're the only reason I still follow this franchise. Enjoy your Sundays after the latest train wreck season. Poser Shane should step aside for dog.
I don't want that. I don't want that responsibility. I want to be the guy that just complains about it.
Go Big Blue, I guess. Thank you for being here, TC. There's a shotgun for Taylor. Taylor drops back, buys time with his legs, and Taylor's going to take over and run because he wants me to hit my pick. And he gets about 8. It'll be 2nd and 2.
Very nice slide by Tyrod. Of course, you don't get the extra yards. You're down where you start the slide, but he had a good 4 yards on that slide. Obviously, the field's a little slick with the wet snow that fell earlier.
I think I need 26 yards from him running.
But I don't know if Jake Elliott's going to get those.
Yeah, I don't think Jake Elliott's going to get me those 6 points.
And Boston Scott probably ain't going to get the. Well, he might.
You never know with him. He always gets it at the end. Taylor hands to Barkley. Barkley nowhere to go. He gets devoured in the backfield, loses a yard. It'll be 3rd and 3.
Yeah, that's the Giants' offensive line. I know behind Matt Parrott over there.
But yeah, TC, I really appreciate the kind word. And yeah, the Cowboys are definitely going to win. They're up 28-10. I definitely appreciate the kind words. But yeah, like Bad Dog said, I mean, I shouldn't say I wouldn't want it. They probably get paid a ridiculous amount of money. But I wouldn't love the pressures of being a general manager for the New York Giants. You're going to be public enemy number 1.
Let me be like the GM of like the Titans or something. Nobody paying attention.
Taylor throws over the middle. That's caught by Slayton. Slayton bounces off 2 tacklers. Still on his feet. Good play there by Slayton as he gets about 20 yards. He was frustrated, though, because if he could have stayed in bounds, it could have been a lot more.
Yeah, he could have. He might have went to the house.
Yeah. Let's see. No, I know you're messing, TC. I know you're not serious. Sports fans and
Seattle are now tied at 13 apiece.
Chargers threatening against the Chiefs. The Chiefs are in trouble too, man.
Well, they're not playing their starters.
They're not playing the starters, but they haven't been themselves this year.
No, they have. Well, it's hard when you.
I think it's going to be the Ravens' year, man. I didn't think that a few weeks ago, but it feels like the Ravens' year.
Barkley's going to get fined for that one. Again, finishing the run hard, lower the shoulder. That's a fine. You know he's getting fined for that. Finished the run, played football.
Giants get 3 yards on first down, 2nd and 7. Looks like there's an injury. I don't know who it is.
I don't know what the hell's going on there. Tyrod and the official are both pointing at something.
Pugh. I don't know if he's badly hurt, but they're checking him over on the sideline. Sportsman says, Jesus, I got to work and see this. Hey, yeah. Stunner.
Yeah.
Defense came to play today. Taylor takes the snap. Play action. Looking downfield. Throws. That's caught by Shepard. That may be his last catch in the NFL.
Offensive line did a good job that time.
And there's a flag, so this may be negated.
Oh, that might be why they did a good job.
Yeah. And it is going to be on the Giants.
Yeah. That's why they did a good job.
And Gowie says, draft O-line help, wide receiver to replace Shep. Pass rush. I think we need 2 wide receivers personally. I'm not saying it needs to both come in this draft, but I think we need 2. Pass rush help and secondary help. Need more depth, more than a quarterback. Injury kills us every year. We need both, but I would not scream if they go the route that you just said, if they don't love a quarterback where we're picking.
Right.
Taylor out of the gun. He's going to motion Barkley. 2nd and 17 from the 31. Taylor drops back. In trouble. There's going to be negated. There'll be a hold if they do pick up anything. He just gets rid of it. And the Eagles will probably decline it.
Now the Eagles might decline this anyway.
Yeah, they will. But now Taylor's
hurt. Now Tyrod's hurt, so bring DeVito back in.
If he can come back in, because he got hurt, didn't he?
He did. But I don't know how bad DeVito was hurt. Obviously, Tyrod is healthy, so they brought him back in, and now Tyrod is down.
My God, man. Oh, he got smacked in the face.
Oh, he did. He might have just got the breath knocked out of him on that one.
That could be a concussion.
I don't know. Hit him in the back. I think he might have just got the wind knocked out of him, honestly. That was a hell of a hit. They did decline it, which doesn't surprise me.
And we'll go to commercial break. David says, hi, guys. Thanks again for sticking with us all through this forgettable Giants season. I know a win could hurt our draft. Not much, though, David.
We lose one spot.
Yeah, we're gonna go from 5 to 6. But I want to win so badly and embarrass those Eagles. Go Giants! Thank you, Dave. Man, I appreciate it. We might not even lose this spot, by the way. It's possible we don't even. But
Right. Yeah, Arizona and Seattle. I mean, Washington's going to lose. So the best we could have been was 4th. The worst are going to be a 6th. So who cares? Like, everyone's like, we're losing our draft position. We're not losing any draft position. We're not losing anything here.
Yeah.
What we did was keep Philadelphia. Well, they couldn't have won the division anyway, but we made them tap out before they even realized that they couldn't win the division.
And Flight says, did Sirianni? I think he did. I don't know if he was waving at the Giants, but yeah, I saw him doing this on the sideline. Soon, we'll be doing that to them in the playoffs. They ain't going far this year.
No.
A little bit of that from Sirianni. Let's see.
Sirianni, the Eagles may be doing that to Sirianni at the end of the year. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be this year, but
shut up. Their fan base can't stand him. They hate their head coach.
Get him out of there. Can't stand them. Hey, if they fired Andy Reid, they could certainly fire Sirianni.
Keep Siri around. Keep him around. Obviously, he's doing a fantastic job with all that talent there. So keep him for another year. I think the Commanders should keep Ron Rivera for another year.
I can't believe that guy's kept his job as long as he has. Every year, I think he's going to get fired, and he keeps his job.
Keep him again.
I don't think he's going to survive this time.
No, I don't either.
Attractive destination now. You get your choice of your quarterback. I think they move on from Rivera.
Yeah, the Chargers have the ball 1st and 10 on the Kansas City 18. Chargers win. We'd be in
the exact same spot, win or lose, if the Chargers end up winning.
Yeah.
And if you're thinking from the standpoint of a quarterback, like you said, it doesn't really matter if the Chargers are in front of us. They're not drafting a quarterback.
Right. That's exactly it.
Yeah. We have to give up a little bit more in a trade, I suppose, if we were looking to move up. But
yep.
And I suppose a team could trade up with the Chargers if we were trying to
the Eagles finishing the season losing to the Cardinals and the Giants.
And they almost got swept by us.
Yeah. If the officials didn't help them, would have.
DeVito back in the game here for the Giants. 3rd and 17.
They're just going to hand off here, I would imagine. They're not going to take a shot at this.
Yeah, especially up 24. They don't. DeVito's going to look to throw, and he'll check it down out in the flat to Eric Gray. And Gray makes a nice little nifty play there. He gets about 10. Giants will have to punt.
Yeah. Tyrod seems to be okay. I think he just got the wind knocked out of him, honestly.
Yeah. Yep, he's looking to go back in.
Yeah, I think he just took a shot in the back, and he probably just, like I said, got the wind knocked out of him, and he'll be okay.
I wouldn't mind bringing Tyrod back. If we elect to go with a veteran backup, I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference if you sign him or a guy like Tannehill? I mean, it's
I would. Yeah, might as well bring back Tyrod at that point.
But if you draft a quarterback, you're not going to bring back.
No. If you're drafting a 1st-round quarterback, you're not. You're letting.
You can just keep Tommy DeVito there because he's got a 3-year deal worth less than $1 million a year. So you would keep him as your 3rd-string guy.
We'll have a good idea. I think we'll have a much better idea. Well, not think we will, which is just common sense. We will have a much better idea of what the Giants are going to do with their first pick or what their plans are after free agency. If you see the Giants go out there and sign a legitimate backup, they're probably not drafting a quarterback in the 1st round.
Correct.
Yeah, if they, so we'll have a better idea.
Don't.
Yeah, if they don't, then
Chargers kicked a field goal 10-9 over there.
There you go.
Chicago scored a touchdown, 14-9, Green Bay. Arizona has the ball at midfield against Seattle.
How many minutes left? At least it's about. I think it's 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes left in the 3rd quarter.
6:03 to go in the 3rd here.
Yeah,
with this game.
And Frank says, start the year losing 40-0, end the year winning 40-0. That'd be great.
That'd be pretty funny, actually.
That'd be great. You know what, Caden? I kind of agree with this. I've been very on the fence with the possibility of bringing McKinney back, not because I don't like him as a player. I do.
It's a lot of money.
It's the money. But I want them to get something done with McKinney. I do. I'm definitely starting to lean that way. I want them to find a way to get something done with McKinney. I do think
he's my favorite Giant, so I definitely want them to keep
I want them
him
to get something done with McKinney. I hope, anyway.
I told you, I don't buy a lot of jerseys, man. I bought that one. I bought that throwback McKinney jersey because that's my guy. But I would understand if they did. He's a lot of money. He's going to cost a lot of money. And do you want to put a lot of money into a safety, or do you want to put a lot of money?
I like McKinney though. I think more than I liked Landon Collins at the point when we let.
I definitely like McKinney more than I like Landon Collins.
Yeah,
McKinney's biggest problem was he was talking a lot of crap because he was frustrated and he was saying some things that he probably shouldn't have said. But say the same thing for Evan Neal. But ever since the beginning of the year, McKinney kind of was saying some things. He's played great. Like, he's let us play do the talking. I've always, like I said, he's my favorite Giant. So, I mean.
I would like you said, though, I would understand it because he's clearly going to get paid a lot.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't scream if the Giants let him go, but I hope they get something done because I do think he could be a really nice piece for this football team.
And that just goes to show you, me, I'm a team guy. So as much as I like McKinney, I'm not going to be mad at them if they don't. I would understand. Of course, I want him back here, but I understand players come and go. I've been a fan for 40 years. I've seen many players come and go through here. The uniform remains the same. The guys that wear them always change. Yeah. So I'd love him to be back, but can't give him 4 years, $75 million.
No, I hope they get something done, though. I really do. I think he's a really good football player.
I do too.
2nd and 6 from the 20. Boston Scott nowhere to go. He gets a yard. It'll be 3rd and 5.
I would like somebody just to light him the hell up. Just blast him. A little shit. One time.
And Cowboys are running away
probably again.
35-10. So the Cowboys are winning the division. Now, that streak remains then, right? A team is not back.
Nobody's got a repeat since 2003, 2004, I think.
So next year, the Cowboys aren't winning the division. Based on history.
Correct.
3rd and 5 for the Birds at the 21 as they fake the handoff. I will say one thing about Mariota. He is very good at those fakes. He's faked me out like 3 times with those fakes. As he takes off and runs with it down the right sideline to the Giants 38.
Yeah.
Not much of a thrower, but very good with those fakes.
CeeDee Lamb is so 12 catches, 92 or 2 touchdowns. That guy is, I knew he was going to be a B. I freaking knew it. I knew that kid was going to be a star. He is so good, man.
And that's why Mariota's backup. An awful throw there. 2nd and 10.
CeeDee Lamb is so good that I actually don't even hate him, even though he plays for Dallas. Like, I have the hardest. I can't dislike CeeDee Lamb. I hate that he plays for Dallas, but he was so good at Oklahoma, man. I mean, he got Kyler Murray picked number 1 overall. That's how good CeeDee Lamb is. That's the reason Kyler Murray went number 1 overall.
I hate that he's a Cowboy, but he's awesome.
CeeDee's he's so good. He's so good. Everything you want. And they were like, he doesn't run a 4.3. You don't have to. That was a big knock on him. He only runs a 4.5.
Play action. Mariota looking to throw. Nobody open. Jihad Ward getting some pressure. Mariota buys time, throws it. And, what a play. Back to the – was that Mike McFadden?
It was. Covering the little shit, Boston Scott.
What a play. Holy crap.
McFadden's good. McFadden can play.
That's a great play.
He got away with a little bit there, but that's a good job because we saw Barkley beat the linebacker earlier on the wheel route. And McFadden, great awareness there. Probably was looking at Boston Scott's eyes. Those two guys have been awesome. Okereke and freaking McFadden together. Love it.
3rd and 10, 4:11 to go here in the 3rd. Shotgun formation here for Mariota. Takes the snap, drops back to lead blitz from Adoree, and the Eagles are going to pick this up as Aziz gets dragged for 3 yards, and the Eagles get a 1st down.
That's the best drive the Eagles have had all day.
Let's see. And No Mets, No Jets says Wink's best performance as a Giant. Yeah. I'd probably say, he's had some very good games, but
where has Kayvon been the last month?
Yeah, we haven't said his name today.
We have not said his name at all.
I would say this is up there. Oh, there's a good play there by the Eagles. They hit the man out in the flat. I think the Ravens game last year was really good by Wink, but obviously you had the familiarity with Lamar Jackson. That one's up there too. Giovanni says, bring Slayton back.
Well, he's under contract.
I hope they do. I like Slayton. I just hope
$8 million against the cap. Yeah. Almost $8 million.
Like Mad Dog said, if there's a reasonable extension to be had, I'd like them to go that route.
Yeah, just to alleviate some of that cap next year. But
there's a handoff up the middle. Eagles will get 7. But if they owe him, I think they owe him like 7.5, $8 million next year.
7.75 million.
So yeah, if you could get something done for like that amounts to like 3 for 24, because the market goes up every year, and then you could space out the money. I think that makes sense. Whether or not
that's what they should do.
Yeah, I'd be a fan of that. 2nd and 3 here for the Birds at the 24. Mariota takes the snap, throws, caught out in the flat, and the Eagles will pick up a first down to the 20.
There's Belton. I mean, think about it. The 2 safeties for the Giants last week, Belton had 3 turnovers, right? 2 picks and a fumble recovery. Today, McKinney's got 2 interceptions. So the Giants safeties have been ball hawks here the last couple of weeks.
That's a fact. 1st and 10. Eagles probably in 4-down territory at this point.
They might kick a field goal so they don't get shut out.
They might.
That's the type of shit that Sirianni would do. It's a fact.
And that's batted at the line. Oh, Carrick almost got an interception.
Hey, there's Thibodeau. Right on cue.
There you go, Kayvon.
Too bad Bobby O didn't pick that off. That would have been even better.
That would have been a hell of a play if he did.
There would have been.
That was a really good play by Kayvon.
It was.
To not overcommit.
Yeah, Bobby wasn't going to get that one.
2nd and 10 for the Eagles here at the 19. Mariota out of the gun. Boston Scott in the game. And you know what that means. Inside the red zone.
Wink's got the sunglasses on and the snowy, well, it's not snowy, but in the nighttime here.
Mariota takes the snap and they go to Scott. Giants say, not today, you little squirt. He gets a yard. It'll be 39.
Thibodeau again. God in there. So is that all I had to do? Was ask where Thibodeau was? And
next year, if Daniel Jones is the quarterback, I want you to slam him before every drive, and maybe he'll win the MVP.
I do that anyway, and it hasn't worked.
You're right, it hasn't worked.
Don't work with him. I wish it did.
Maybe we're on to something, though. Maybe we're on to something.
I didn't even bash K. I just said we haven't said anything about him in like a month. He hasn't been around, you know?
Yeah.
Now he's going to get a sack. No, he's not. He's, where the hell has he been?
He's going to motion Scott. Mariota drops back, looks, throws towards the corner. I hope there's no flag, and they're not going to call it as Cordell flat on coverage. So Eagles will have to settle for a field goal or go for it.
They'll kick a field goal. They don't want to be shut out. And shut up, you old punk.
Packers go up by 8 on the Bears. Let's see. And Zach says, F the Eagles. Glad to be here with you guys. Thank you, Zach, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, they'll kick a field goal. Well, here's your.
Yeah, I need 2 of these. The thing is, I don't think there's no reason for them to kick another one.
Oh, true.
Snap, hold, kick. Oh, I thought he was going to miss it. 24.
Wow, he did not get that by much.
I thought he was going to miss it.
Yeah.
I guess it would have to go to overtime for me to have a shot at that, which I don't want. I just want the Giants to win. 24-3. Let's see.
Dallas up big. Seattle and Arizona tied at 13 apiece. Arizona has the ball on their own 39. Chargers have the ball again, but they're deep in their own territory there. They have it at their own 8. 1st and 10.
What is the chat? Well, I'm curious to see, Bad Dog, because the playoffs are coming up. I've been saying I feel like the Ravens are going to win, but I'm going to stick with my preseason prediction because I have a chance. So whenever you have a chance, I'm going to stick with it. Preseason, I predicted Niners, Bills. Niners win the Super Bowl. What's your pick, Bad Dog, right now?
I I've been saying for probably a month or so now that I think Buffalo is very dangerous. I can't wait to watch a game tonight. I mean, I get the Lakers tonight, but I'll definitely be paying attention to the Bills and Dolphins. But I feel like the Bills are very dangerous. I really do. I feel like that. I feel like they could go to the Super Bowl. I think the Niners are the class of the NFC, and barring any catastrophe there, I don't see a team that can beat them. Philadelphia's not beating them. Philadelphia might not beat Tampa Bay next week. Okay, Dallas got destroyed, and these games would be in San Fran. So I don't think the Lions can beat San Francisco. Barring some catastrophe, San Francisco is going to the Super Bowl. They're the class of the NFC, and I don't think it's close. I think it's them and everybody else.
Yeah.
Baltimore, I think, can be had because I just feel like Josh Allen could play hero. And
when he's on, he's on.
So Miami, they have a great offense. I'm not sold on Miami though. I did think Miami was going to be very good, though. I did predict that in the when we did the Super Friends at the beginning of the year, Miami was going to have a great year. And I don't know.
Give me all right, I got another question for you. Because I think most people are going to agree with what we said. Most people are going to say either the Ravens or the Bills out of the AFC, maybe the Chiefs sprinkled in. Give me your potential shocker. Like 2 years ago, it was the Bengals. Nobody thought that was going to happen, that they'd go all the way to the Super Bowl in Joe Burrow's second year. I'm going to give you my potential shocker. The Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, defense travels. Without question. I think you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
I switched to the crappy mic. I was just saying I could see the Browns doing some damage in the playoffs because of the defense.
Yep. Defense travels. And Flacco's been there before.
Yeah.
Flacco has done this before. I still don't see any updates on A.J. Brown. Just says downgraded out, but I don't know what. I mean, obviously he wasn't coming back.
They almost feel like that Jets team with Rex Ryan when he was the coach. Like they have that great defense and, shotgun formation here for Taylor. Takes the snap, drops back, throws, caught, and they pick up 7. Is that Sterling Shepard? That's technically his first catch because there was a penalty last time.
Right.
Toasty says, I know Dallas always chokes, but they scare me. They're good. They should. Yeah, they're the second best team in the NFC. So they got a chance.
The only thing that helps is they're gonna have to travel somewhere. They're not gonna be home. They're not a good road team, Dallas. Yeah. So they're gonna have one home game, but they're not gonna be in the, or will they be the 2 seed? But they have a better.
They're gonna be the. Right? I think they're gonna be the 2. But I, like you said, I think the Niners are the class. I think they'd beat the Cowboys. Taylor takes the stop out of the gun, turns, hands to Barkley. Barkley picks up 6. But anything can happen in one game, especially when you got a guy like Parsons, right? He could wreck a game by himself.
Yep. So could Dak Prescott could wreck a game by himself.
That's true.
He's done it before, right?
That's true.
You can work at him.
We're back to this, Mike. Nate says, so do you guys draft the wide receiver in the first round and then trade back up into the first round? I mean, it's possible.
Depends on what Shane wants to do. Again, I love Penix, but I understand the concerns people have. He's a lefty. That means Evan Neal is his blindside protector. That would scare the hell out of me, especially for a guy that's not mobile. He's elusive, but he's not a scrambler.
This is just my thoughts. And listen, I'm not. There's clearly instances where doing something like that has worked. Okay, I don't remember if the Ravens had a first round pick the year that they traded up for Lamar Jackson. I honestly don't remember. I would imagine they didn't because they weren't picking at the top of the draft. But here's my thought on the situation. If I'm Joe Shane and I'm going to be drafted in a position that important, I'm not looking for value. Like that, my job is going to live and die with that pick. So if I don't feel good enough to take one at 5 or 6, I probably don't want to trade up into the back end of the first round. Like if I had my opportunity to take one with the 5th pick and I didn't love one enough there, I'm probably not taking one, at least early in the draft.
I guess the way I look at it, I mean, I agree with you for the most part, I guess, but if you can't get one of those guys, and you do again, if you really like a guy, you have to take him when you can take him. But if you feel like you can maneuver your way back up there and get your guy, and you can get him a real legitimate wide receiver, and you feel like you could trade back up into the middle of the first round to get a Michael Penix, if that's the guy you like, you have to find a way to do it. But I agree, if you you can't wait for the guys to fall to you.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen. If he really wanted Drake May, he's gonna explore options and say, Chicago, what do you want for that pick? And if Chicago says we want this, this, and this, and he says that's too much, they go a different route. If they say, if he says okay, deal, and goes up and gets it.
And the Chef's Way says Taylor's putting better this look. I think
putting better this week. Remember we were talking about how he's a driver, but he can't putt.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
He is putting better this week, the Chef's Way. Good call.
Let's see.
Arizona's got second and 6 at Seattle's 32. That game's tied at 13. The Chargers are going to have to punt. They're at their own 45. It's 4th and 7, so they'll try to pin the Chiefs deep. And they will. The Kansas City has the ball on their own 18. That's really the game we're paying attention to.
The Kansas City, yeah, because that's at this point, that's the only one.
That's the one where we would fall back a peg, one spot.
Clock says, dog, AJ cries from drop, not coming back. All excuses. There's no excuses in this game. The Eagles were thoroughly outplayed.
They got their ass kicked.
Yeah, we get injuries all the time. And incomplete to Darren Waller. It'll be 2nd and 10 as they miss on the crossing pattern.
Waller's got to catch that ball. We're
literally on our 3rd string quarterback or 2nd string quarterback. Like, no, there's no excuses because he got hurt.
Right.
David, thank you for being a member. Says, my shocking Super Bowl prediction, Browns versus Lions. Ooh, or possibly Steelers going Super. I like the Lions. I just feel like they're not. I feel like they're a year away. I don't think they're ready.
I don't think the Steelers have enough offense to get to the Super Bowl.
No, the Steelers. I don't even think the Steelers are going to make the playoffs. I think the Bills will win tonight. Actually, no. Did the Steelers make the playoffs? They might have made the playoffs, the Steelers. Well, because the Jaguars lost. I think they did.
Yeah, I think that does help them.
So it'll be 3rd and 3 here for the Giants as Darren Waller's hit on the left sideline.
Steelers spot after Jags lose. The Steelers are in.
So they're gonna play the Bills or Miami probably. I don't think they'll win that game.
I don't think they'll win that game either.
3rd and 4. Taylor takes the snap out of the gun, bounces off a tackler, still on his feet, and no, that should be a flag. He hit him while he was on the ground. Even Taylor said it should be a flag. And now he's hurt.
The officials are like, well, you know what? You're the Giants. We're not giving you that call. And Ricks is down.
How is that not a flag?
Abel's pissed. FJ stands for F and Jerry. That's what that official is, not calling the flag. And you like Ricks.
So Giants will have to punt. 14:07 to go. Eagles down 3 touchdowns. Joseph Santiago says our last 14 minutes of football till spring. Unfortunately, that is correct.
There is.
I mean, we got some Knicks basketball, but yeah, that will not hold you over as well as football will. Eagles will catch it there at the 11. They'll take it to the 20, and they'll be tackled down there for 13:44 to go.
Yep.
Giovanni says May is the best quarterback in the draft. I love May. I still think Caleb's the best, but I do like May a lot. But O-line needs to be addressed. No more excuses this offseason. I think both need to be addressed if they love a quarterback, but I agree. If we don't fix the offensive line, the next quarterback's going to fail. So I agree with you. You got to do both.
Yeah. I think Caleb's the best too, myself.
Yeah, I think Caleb's the best, but I do like Drake May a lot. Let's see. Yeah, I would not. I know this has been like a popular. I've seen this all over Twitter. People.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. That makes no sense because he's going to be a free agent. You're going to have to pay him all that damn money.
This is my biggest talking point.
Trading to get him.
Yeah. This is my thing with Justin Fields. And I understand a lot of people like him, and I understand the guy has some upside. I get it. I get it. Here's my thing with Justin Fields. If you trade for Justin Fields, and I've seen some people throw out the possibility, oh, you could get him for a day 3 pick. No, you're not. You know how many teams need quarterbacks? You're not getting him for a day 3 pick, a guy that's shown some potential. You'd be giving up probably at least one of those 2 seconds. And if Justin Fields has even a pretty good year, like Daniel Jones did last year, you're committed to the guy. You're going to have to give him like $50 million a year.
You have to pay him.
That's what's going to happen. So for me, if you're in a position to take a quarterback, I don't want to go down that Justin Fields.
Take the quarterback on the rookie contract instead of taking a guy like Fields.
I would much rather just stick with Jones for another year than trade for Justin Fields.
Yeah, I agree.
You're already financially committed to Jones. I don't want to tack on more of that. I'd rather stick with Jones for another year than trade for Justin Fields.
Yeah, just like again, because Justin Fields is going to be a free agent, you have to pay the guy a lot. You've already done that once.
Yeah.
So just get the rookie quarterback and the rookie contract. And then we ain't got to worry about it for 5 years.
St. Lee says Daniel Jones, get ready to learn Chinese.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jones
will be back here, but I don't see how Joe Schoen can put all of his eggs in that basket and just hope that he stays healthy. He's been injured 4 out of his 5 years in the league. He's never shown elite talent, and by any stretch of the imagination. I don't know how you can put your
that's the quarterback that they'd be putting their careers on the line for if they did that.
2 neck injuries and a torn ACL, and you're gonna roll with that guy that you didn't draft.
They're gonna draft if they have an opportunity. If they have an opportunity, they're gonna draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
Question is, are they gonna have the opportunity? That's what we'll find out.
Yep.
Mariota out of the gun, empty backfield. Giants up 21. And blindside pressure from Aziz, but he gets it off in a first down. They got 10 on it.
Yep. Arizona's up 20-13.
Arizona's up?
Yep.
Wow.
Arizona.
So we would have jumped them had we lost. So you'll get people on Twitter complaining about that.
Oh, of course. Of course. You beat the shit out of your most hated rival, and that's
Mariota throws out in the flat. That's a first down for the Eagles.
Of course, it just means our second round pick's better. Arizona's not. It does not. Again, I'm not worried about that because Arizona's not the team we had to worry about. The 3 teams you could not pass, regardless of what happened in this game, are the ones that are looking at the quarterback, except for the Bears. Maybe.
12:48 to go. Here's Mariota. Throws, caught, and out of bounds at the 50. First down for the Eagles. We're not going to blow. I mean, I shouldn't say we're not. We have blown big leads to the Eagles before.
Yeah, against this team. Oh, my God. Anything is possible against
if there's a second on the clock, we could certainly lose to this team, no matter what the score is.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for the Eagles at the Giants 49. Giants crowd the line. Looks like they're off sides. And now he backs up. Mariota takes the snap. There's pressure. He's able to avoid it. Throws and sailed that one. Incomplete. 2nd and 10.
Good pressure by the Giants. Got to come under control and get that sack, though. They ran right by him.
Who was that? Belton?
Oh, I didn't see who that was.
I think it was Belton. Might have been Belton. I'm not sure. Playboy says, I could see the Giants targeting and trading X as a bargain chip along with 2 first-rounders to jump to 1 or 2 for a quarterback. I don't see him putting him and Dable's job on the line to get a fair deal done with Saquon for DJ and get a fair deal done with JJ. I think they're going to explore possibilities to trade up. I do. Because I think that's what they're going to have to do if they get one. But you can't force a team to trade down either. So
right.
So, there's a gain of 8. So it'll be 3rd and 2 for the Eagles. And then the other question you got to ask yourself is the team, say it's the Bears. Are the Bears going to want to trade all the way back to 6 or 5? Maybe they only want to trade back to 2 or 3 so they could get Marvin Harrison And maybe the Washington wants to assure they get their quarterback, so they're willing to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a run by Mariota as he gets to the 38. Oof. That's a first down for the Eagles.
Went down awkwardly there. You got the first.
The team's got to be willing to make the trade.
That's exactly it. You can explore all you want, but if they don't want to make the deal, they're not going to make the deal. So
from the 38, it'll be first and 10.
I can't believe how much we're beating the shit out of us. Took our foot off the gas, too, which sucks.
Mariota throws, that's caught over the middle, bounces off a tackler to the 20. This game's not over. It's never over.
No,
as they get down to the 16.
It never is.
It's never over.
Nope.
No, Jevin, in his hypothetical, they wouldn't be trading a free agent. He said that he would, I think he said he would tag.
Yeah, tag and trade. He said
and include him in the trade. 10:35 to go. Giants down by up by 21. I'm so used to them losing.
I know, right? You're used to saying down by 21.
But
your mic went out again.
Mariota drops back, throws to the corner. That was a nice catch in double coverage. Touchdown Eagles.
Yep, never over.
Game's not over.
Plenty of time.
Quez Watkins. Not over, guys.
No, plenty of time.
Is this going to be a miracle at the Meadowlands again?
Might be.
I don't even want to put that into existence.
You never know with this team. You never know with the Giants.
This wouldn't hurt nearly as much as that one, but it would still sting.
Yeah. Kicking their ass. Made them quit. It's their backups for crying out loud.
Yeah. That hold kick. Good. 24-10.
A lot of empty seats there today.
As you would expect.
Of course.
Let's see. I'm in typical Giants fashion. We let them back in the game. It's never easy. You know that.
No. We took our foot off the gas.
Ray says, we might lose this game. Shaking my blanket head.
That'll make a lot of fans happy if we blow this one.
And Kilo says, bro, the extra steps I had to take to find this. I searched Giants versus Eagles, and YouTube is only showing the filthy fans. Anyways, nice to see you guys. Just subscribe, man. Kello, I don't know if you know, just subscribe and hit the, I don't know if notifications go. I know YouTube half the time.
They don't.
Yeah. But if you subscribe and hit the bell anytime I'm live or Bad Dogs Live, you'll get a notification.
I say just search us in the search engine. That's all you got to do. Because then it'll show up that you're live. Just search the video maker. Because YouTube does a lousy job of doing that. Very lousy.
And professionally certified hater says, which is worse? The Jags going from 8-3 to a 1 seed. Wow, they were a 1 seed at one point. Wow.
Yeah.
To 9-8 and out of the playoffs, or Miami having a 4-game division lead and losing the AFCs to the Bills tonight. I would go with the Jaguars because Miami played a gauntlet of a schedule down the stretch.
You're also in the playoffs.
Yeah, and the Bills got hot. I would go with the Jaguars. Stone Sour, just don't watch. I always see this guy come in and he's like trolling. Just don't watch the channel, Stone Sour. Just don't watch the channel. Let's see. Jeven says, after you tag a player, you can't trade them unless they sign the tender. Well, that's not going to happen. We're not going to. I don't see us trading a player.
I don't either.
It's going to be draft picks. We're not going to trade players.
Yeah, I agree.
No. Robert says Giants are out, but my number 2 team is finally in the playoffs. Maybe the Lions. The Lions are your second favorite team, Robert, huh?
Well, maybe one of my buddies is the Lions fan.
My second favorite team who's ever playing the Eagles or the Cowboys.
That's correct. So we're big Bucks fans this week.
Yeah.
Because they're playing, they're going to be playing in Dallas. Philadelphia. Chargers have the ball in the Kansas City 41, 1st and 10. Let's play on a review in that Seattle-Arizona game. Seattle has it at the 28.
Kicks away for the Eagles. And Gunner will take the knee inside the end zone. Giants will start with a 25.
Maybe we could have a maybe reverse that. So 3rd and 7 for Seattle now.
I forgot they do the wild card. They started that last year, I think, where they do the wild card on Monday, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Scott says, all I care about is my Jets finally beat the Pats. Yeah, you guys got off the schneid. It's been a long time.
It's the way we feel about beating the freaking Eagles. You know?
We didn't do it yet.
Taylor, that's true. Good point.
Play action throws. There's Shepard for his second catch of the day. And he'll be pushed out of bounds. He gains 9. It'll be 2nd and 1.
Yeah. Good job. They're nice play design. Extra steps, extra yardage there. But yeah, man. I mean, listen, remember that we're drafting? It ain't a major swing. I love how people get all bent out of shape over losing one spot in the draft when you're kicking the shit out of a team that I hate the most.
9:42 to go. Giants up 14. Trying to milk the clock.
I got those eyebrows like Kafka, those big thick eyebrows. Big shout out to him for those.
Barkley gains a yard. It'll be
they
second.
Gave Shepard the first down, I guess.
Yeah, they did. Good spot.
Wish they didn't. I wish it was 2nd and 1 on that one.
Dan says, what grade do you give Jameis's rookie season, and should he be concerned? I'm not going to use the term concern, but I definitely wouldn't give it like an A or a B. I would C. I'd
give it an incomplete just because he was injured.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's going to have a different coach.
Play action, Taylor throws, that's caught. Hodgins pushed out of bounds at the 50. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to jump the gun on JMS either side. I'm not going to be panic because he's a rookie. And I'm also not going to be like, I know he's going to be good because we've been down this path before. We all said we know Will Hernandez is going to be good. And that didn't work out. Right. So, like you said, incomplete.
Incomplete. I gave him an incomplete.
Yeah.
Because he's shown good. He's shown bad. He's been injured. So
8:30 to go. Giants up 14, driving here midway through the 4th quarter.
Tyrod might have back-to-back 300-yard passing games.
Tyrod throws, he hits Waller. Waller picks up 6, maybe 7. He took a shot to the ribs.
He did take a. I look painful from here.
Yeah.
And whenever Waller goes down, you're like, is he okay? We haven't got Wandale involved in a while.
No, we haven't. I don't think he has a catch in the second half.
I think we got to get Wandale on an end around here.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Seattle's going to lose to Arizona.
7:48 to go. 2nd and 4. Tyrod takes the snap. He gives to Barkley. Barkley got back to the line. It'll be 3rd and 4.
It's an interesting formation there. Like a wishbone almost. I don't like that formation. I think a formation sucks.
And Mark says, now we know why Belichick has won 8 Super Bowls and we have won 4. I think I was the only one who knew the Giants would win today. 2 more years of Danny Dimes. Mark, here's what I'll say. In the end, it's not going to matter today what happened because Washington ended up losing. We weren't going to pass Washington if we lost. Shotgun formation.
The Patriots lost, so that didn't matter.
Lost, we weren't going to pass them. Throws it into Waller. There's a gain of 5 and a first down for the Giants.
And he gets them slowly, but he's okay.
The only thing that may happen is we may drop to
6th.
6. And maybe we could have gotten to 4, I guess, because Arizona, you said, is winning, right?
Yeah, they're winning, and it looks like they're going to win.
So if they win, we would have gotten to 4. But at the end of the day, you're not even like for what he's talking about, you're not even jumping a team that's going to be taking a quarterback.
Right.
You're still behind the same teams that potentially are going quarterback.
Yep.
Which means probably have to trade up whether you're at 4, 5, or 6.
Right, exactly.
Taylor takes the snap, play action. He's going to take off. He's going to run. He's got a hold to the 30, to the 23, and a first down for the Giants.
Tyrod lowering the shoulder. Slide. Come on.
Because Arizona came out today and said they're not taking a quarterback.
Yeah, well, you never know. But Kyler Murray's dead cap the next 2 years is huge. Like dead cap on Jones next year, we can't get out of it. But
I think
Kyler's like 81 million and like 38 million or something. I mean, they really can't.
Kyler, they're sticking with Kyler, especially the way the season ended.
Yeah, they were playing well with Kyler Murray at the end.
Gray in the game here for the Giants. Taylor takes the snap, gives to Gray. There's a run by Gray. Picked up 12 in a first down.
He's a bowling ball. He's a bowling ball. I told you, man. It's one thing. Like third and goal, like third and short, he should be your guy.
Yeah,
but we didn't get to see a lot of Eric Gray this year. Maybe Matt Breed hasn't been in there.
You'll see a lot more.
But he runs hard, man. He's not the fastest guy, but he's going to lower his shoulder and he's going to get you those tough yards. And he can catch the ball out of the backfield a little bit. He's got to work on his pass blocking, though.
Shotgun formation here for Taylor. He's got Gray to his right. Takes the snap. Gives to Gray. Gray off the left side. Picks up 3. It'll be 2nd and 7. And Mark says, but we will not be able to draft MHJ. I don't think we're going to get MHJ if we were at 5.
The Chargers have it 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 16 down by 1. So if the Chargers win that game, no harm, no foul. We're 5th.
Well, I guess, Mark, if we were 4, we would have had a shot at MHJ because we would have passed the Cardinals, but it is what it is.
I'm not going to throw the ball.
Taylor takes the snap, throws. He hits Shepard. Shepard to the 3, and he's tackled down there. It'll be 30.
Don't force it to him. They want to get him to touchdown.
Yeah, they do. At this point, force it to him. Try to get him the touchdown. You're going to win this game probably.
How about you do like one of those little shovel passes? Do we have that?
Yeah, Chiefs do like a forward pitch.
What are they doing here?
I think they're going to try to get him a touchdown.
But why are they like celebrating here? What the hell are they doing?
Shepard's in the slot. Let's see if they throw it to him. Tyrod takes the snap. They're going to try to throw to Shepard. At least it looked that way, but the Eagles were ready for it. And Tyrod's just got to get rid of it. Go for it at this. Go for it. I know a field goal makes it a 3-possession game, but go for it. If they, they're not going to. I mean, I shouldn't say it's the Eagles, but
it is the Eagles. The Eagles knew what was coming there. I mean, they're not dumb. Yeah, I mean, they are dumb, but they knew it was coming. That was obvious.
Field goal put the game away. I'm glad that I mean, I can't hear it, but I'm assuming he's getting a big standing ovation.
I'm sure he is too.
I'm glad. He's a good guy.
Like I said, I'm sure he'll have something to do with the coaching staff in some way.
Kick's good, 27-10.
All right, I clinched it. The Chargers have it 2nd and goal in the Kansas City 1 with 5:22 to go there, so they could go up by a touchdown.
Which would be good.
Again, if that's the case, no harm, no foul. You could have moved up to 4, but at the end of the day, it don't matter. People saying MHJ, I mean, if Shane wants quarterback, he wasn't going to take MHJ regardless.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not even his number 1. We have no idea. I'm going to go for the 3rd time. I don't think we're getting the over today. This is just my 3rd P, and I think we're in the clear at 3:39 to go. I'll be right back.
And Joe says a real good friend of mine is a Packers fan. I'm glad they're in, and the Giants beating them didn't keep them out. Well, there you go. Do you guys think Huntley for quarterback? No. I mean, maybe I would just bring back Taylor at that point personally, but because he's familiar with the offense. But I suppose it's possible. Ravens will probably keep him, I would think, because I don't think he's going to get a starting job. He seems like he'd be a really natural fit to back up Lamar Jackson. $3:39 to go. Kicks away. Eagles will field this at the 4. Fair catch. They'll start with the 25.
I don't know what's more shocking, the fact that the Giants are going to win this game or that I didn't hit the over on the P breaks today.
What'd you get, 3?
Yeah, we're not going over.
First time Bad Dog went under all year. This has been a game of first. We beat the Eagles.
Yes, that's right.
First time since 1908, and Bando goes under on the P number.
For the first time since 1908.
Tyrod Taylor, 296 yards today.
Yeah.
That was a sneaky.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts was terrible half, 55 yards and benched.
That is my favorite part about that stat line that they just showed. Benched in the first half.
Yep.
Mariota takes the snap out of the gun, throws, that's caught, and they pick up 8. It'll be 2nd and 2.
We kicked the shit out of this team today. Well, Los Angeles has it now 4th and goal in the 2. They had it 2nd and goal in the 1. I got to imagine they'd kick a field goal there.
So in the end, in terms of the playoff seeding, this didn't accomplish much, but it still feels really good to beat the Eagles in a game that they really wanted coming in.
Yeah.
And there's a fumble. Azeez Ojulari comes up on top of it. Who stripped the ball?
No, hey, listen, they got a chance to get Shepard a touchdown.
Let's go.
There he comes. Come on, throw it to him. Oh, hey, fuck you. How about that? Yeah, I hate Philadelphia.
Jihad Ward with the strip sack. And Azeez Ojulari falls on top of it.
Get Shepard a touchdown. Los Angeles did kick a field goal, so it's 12-10 Chargers.
This feels like a Rudy moment, Bad Dog, when the defense is able to get the offense back on the. Or the
That's right.
Shepard
touchdown.
Yeah.
Arizona's going to beat Seattle, so we would have moved up to 4th, but who cares? We came in 5th. So hell's the difference?
And Arizona's not taking a quarterback.
No, Arizona's not taking a quarterback.
Taylor takes the snap, pitch to Shepard, so that'll help him on his career receptions. I think I saw somebody in the chat said he needed 3 or something to pass Shockey. He gets a yard on that.
That's the play one of them that wanted the goal line.
Yeah. They taking Shep out? No, leave him in.
That's what he said. That's what they said about Rudy. Stay in. Stay in.
3 minutes to go. Still my favorite football movie is Rudy.
Probably mine too.
A lot of good ones. Remember the Titans. 2nd and 9. Wandell in motion. Tyrod will take the snap. Play action. Looking downfield. Probably looking for Shep. Little pump fake. He slides down. He got a yard. 3rd and 8.
You know they're looking for Shepard. I mean, they're up by 17. There really is nothing here. Normally, you would just run the ball.
Giants have to run one play before the 2-minute warning.
How he said, do Rudy.
3rd and 8. Shotgun here from the 27. Taylor takes the snap, drops back, throws. He was looking for Shep. He sailed it. So the Giants have to settle for another 3. Just go for it. You're up 3 possessions.
Yeah.
Go for it. Screw the Eagles, Dable. Let's see if he does. Nope. Maybe. No. They're going to settle for 3.
Should have at least ran the ball a little bit. Just just kind of throw him off there.
Mason Crosby about to tie Prater.
Well,
he donks it off the post. So
I was gonna say, don't say that.
And Mark says Ravens took Hayden Hurst before Lamar, I believe. Did they? Yeah, I don't remember where they were picking in the draft. In that draft, but that makes sense because Hayden Hurst was probably a late first round pick.
He just freaking went for it. Love seeing Sirianni, mopey ass. Arizona's missed a field goal that would have made it 23-13. Now Seattle has it at the 25. Well, now they have it at the 38. I'm sorry.
Lamar was 20. Yeah, I know Lamar was back into the first round. I just didn't remember if they had a first round pick because they traded up into the back end of the first to get him.
Kansas City just got a big scramble by Blaine Gabbert. They have it at the Charger 46. It was 3rd down and 7, and he got 26 yards in the run.
And Scott says the guy who started the Rudy chant at the end of the movie was our high school football coach. That's pretty cool. what's his name was the quarterback in that movie. I think it's the first movie, at least I've seen him in. Vince Vaughn was the quarterback in Rudy.
Was he?
Yeah, he had like a limited part. He only had a few lines, but yeah, he was the quarterback. Movies in Swingers. I don't know if that came out before Rudy, but let's see. Howie says, anyone notice Eagles haven't been that good since Eagles coach talk since he did this?
Probably since he did the crap in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Where he got into the tunnel and talked crap.
Joshua says, you guys, yeah, I'll have a video out tomorrow, Joshua. I don't think any coaches, well, the head coach is not getting fired, but right. Shane's going to have his presser. I'll be working in the morning, but I'll do it after work. But yeah, Shane's going to have his presser at 8:30 a.m. So I'll probably do a reaction to that. Or maybe go live if I feel like it's worthy of it, depending on what he says. Probably just do a video.
Yeah, I'll have a video on it. Well, Kansas City's going to be able to win that game now. Gabbert again with 14 more yards. So Gabbert scrambled over 40 yards in the last two plays. They have it at the Charger 33. So it looks like we're going to pick sixth.
And Ryan
going to piss some Giants fans.
Ryan says she'll let Shepard kick the field goal.
There you go.
I'm just glad he got his stand.
Now you're not getting Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors. There you go.
Oh, because we're picking 6 now?
Yeah.
We still might get Neighbors.
Because definitely the Chargers taking a wide receiver.
Let's
take a lineman. You never know, but
they could take a Dunze. Well, they just took a wide receiver, didn't they? They took Quentin Johnston.
He did. Or they go line.
Shotgun formation here for Mariota. Takes the snap. He's going to turn. He's going to give Boston Scott. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know their lines. Well, I know they have Rashawn Slater on that line, but I don't think their line's very good. I could definitely see them taking Joe Alt potentially.
Come on, Packers. Come on, Bucks.
Yeah, let's go.
Both the Bays, Green and Tampa. Let's go.
They could go Bowers. Yeah, good call by you. That's I could actually see that.
That is a good call.
Yeah, I can see that.
Could definitely go Brock Bowers.
Mariota throws. That's caught. Little stiff arm and tackled down at the 45. Should be a first down. I could see Bowers going to probably not because I think they'll go Marvin Harrison, but I could see him going to Arizona. Bowers is really good.
He is. I don't think we'll go to Arizona, but I think that Los Angeles is a definite possibility for a destination for him.
Yeah. Mariota out of the gun. He'll keep it on the fake, and he'll slide down at the 50. Clock still ticking.
Out of bounds, so the clock's going to run. We just kicked the holy piss out of Philadelphia.
Hey, that feels good. First time they beat the Eagles once since we've been doing these games, but it didn't feel like a win because it was against their backup. I went to the game where they beat Hurt, so I didn't get to do that on here.
Yeah, it felt like a win to me because I didn't have to wear the Eagles jersey, and I bet Philly 500. So it felt like a win there. Hey, Azeez!
That is first, second, probably second or third.
That'll end it.
Talk about
the Giants dominate today.
So Azeez Ojulari gets a sack to close out the season. Raiderverse says, always a good day when we punt the Eagles. I'm with you, man. And this game meant something for them, so it felt good. Or at least it meant something.
Seattle just scored a touchdown.
So they're looking like they can make the playoffs then.
Seattle just scored a touchdown. No, they can't make the playoffs. Green Bay won.
Oh, so that knocks Seattle out? Okay.
Yes. Green Bay won, so Seattle's out.
Who are they playing? Arizona?
Yes. Yeah, that's why it was important, for draft position there.
Gowie says there's a couple really good.
And the 2-point conversion succeeded, so now they're up 21-20. So this may not matter anyway. We might drop back to 6th, but
5 or 6 is irrelevant.
It really
in terms of the quarterback thought process, it's irrelevant.
Yeah,
because the Chargers aren't taking a quarterback.
Correct.
So if Arizona ends up losing, then there's nothing to bitch about. Nothing.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Gowie says there's a couple of really good wide receivers we can still get. I would be happy getting Roman Wilson from Michigan to replace Shepard in the later rounds. He caught the touchdown in the playoff game this past week. I'm not enamored with Michigan's receivers. I don't think they have some very good wide receivers, but maybe as a mid-round pick. Shep is now 5th all-time receptions for the Giants.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what they were celebrating.
Maybe that's why they got in that cheap catch at the end.
But listen, man, I got to get out of here. I got to do my post-game video. I got to eat dinner, and then I got to get ready for the freaking stupid Lakers. So I'm going to.
Are you doing the Lakers?
That. But listen, Chris, always a blast doing this with you, brother, even though it's been another shit season. But the off-season should be fun. Obviously, we'll have a couple of shows, I'm sure, to discuss the season in the future. And I'm sure we'll do one with Patty as well. But definitely looking forward to the draft, right? We got 3 months.
The draft talk will start to heat up probably
after the Super Bowl, probably.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of talk
around free agency, but
the combine. When is the combine? I think the combine's in like late February.
Yeah, early March, somewhere in there.
Combine and free agency is where it really starts to heat up, because then you start to see what teams are starting to set themselves up for the draft. But it'll be interesting because I think it's either a quarterback or wide receiver or trade down, maybe. But we'll find out. Or
trade up. Who knows?
Or trade up.
I'm going to get out of here. Guys and girls, thank you for all the support you guys and girls show for the season, even though it's been a really rough year. But as bad as it's been, Chris and I ain't going anywhere. We know this song and dance better than anybody. I mean, we've done this for 6 years. We had one good year. So at least we finished on a high note. We kicked the shit out of a team that I just can't stand. So it was a good day today. And hopefully Kansas City misses this field goal, and we're still picking fifth. I don't know.
I'll flip on the red zone. I'm curious to see the outcome of that. But Bad Dog, be good.
Yep, you too, man.
We'll talk soon. Be good.
All right, see you guys later.
As Ralph says, let me try to put this back on. We'll see. But Ralph says, my dude's entertainer, Bad Dog, could we not find a better kicker in high school? Well, to be fair, Mason Crosby was like our 5th kicker this year, right? So at that point, you're kind of, you're searching the bottom of the barrel at that point. So it is what it is. But he'll be the kicker next year. Was a great kicker in his day, but he's not anymore. Let's see. Avery says, remember Blackburn? He's a special teams coach for. Yeah, I actually did know that. I didn't know he was with the Rams, but I knew he was coaching in the NFL. Yeah, Blackburn made one of the greatest plays in Giants history. I mean, the interception in the Super Bowl. V-Rock says, thanks for all the live streams this season. Both of you made it much easier to digest. We appreciate it, man. We'll continue to do it next year. Hopefully it's a better result. But at least we beat the Eagles. Andrew says, this win is for that draft pick Tank a few years back. What do you mean, Andrew? This one is for that draft pick Tank a few years back. Draft pick in the end, and we'll see what happens in the Arizona game. But if Arizona ends up losing that game, we moved back from 5 to 6. Actually, no, it looks like Kansas City's. Oh yeah, if the Chargers lose, they jump us, which it looks like they're going to, but they may not. It's 13-12 with 49 seconds to go. Chargers could still win. But if the Chargers end up losing, they jump us. But at the end of the day, in terms of the quarterback, which is what everybody's concerned with, Chargers ain't drafting a quarterback. They got Justin Herbert. So dropping from 5 to 6 behind the Chargers is not going to affect that. So let's see what happens in the Cardinals game. 3rd and 8 at their own 47. Murray, and of course, the Cardinals are going to win, so people complain a little bit. That's what'll happen. Let's see. And Joshua says, my favorite YouTubers, thank you guys, man. Thank you for being here, buddy. Appreciate it. And Chris L says, as long as we don't reach for Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy, I'll be happy. Hopefully wide receiver O-line if we don't get one of these big 4 quarter. That's the last thing I want. I mean, I actually like McCarthy, but I don't like McCarthy enough to say that we should take him that early. So I agree with you. I don't want them to reach on a quarterback, because if you do that, you get the same thing happens. We end up with Daniel Jones all over again, right? You end up with a quarterback that you probably shouldn't have taken, and you've seen the result. So I don't, with Jones, if you stick with him for another year, it's whatever. You could move off of him next year. I don't want to overdraft a quarterback just for the sake of taking one. So I agree with you. But we'll see. We'll see how Shane feels about the prospects in this year's drafts. Oh, this Arizona game. Let's see what happens. 38 seconds to go. Not that it matters at this point, but it's all hypotheticals. They're going to end up winning. So we would have passed them. Let's see. Anthony says we aren't drafting a quarterback in the first round. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I could see it going either way. If we were top 3 or 4, I would have said for sure we're taking a quarterback. But at 6, it's 50-50 in terms of the first round. Nick says, so happy to beat the Eagles. Already talk shit to the employee, but thanks for everything you guys do. Appreciate it, man. And Aog says, remember, Tane, I told you the Giants, Washington. I did not. Well, kudos to you. I did not think we would be beating the Eagles today. DRL says, favorite moment of the season. Thanks for this year. You got it, man. I mean, I'm leaning we're going to take a quarterback. Big Fat Jack. But I don't know that. How could you say you know that? If Chicago ends up taking a quarterback, I know everybody's saying that they're not going to, but if they end up taking a quarterback, New England's going to take one. Washington's going to take one. You're going to take the 4th best quarterback in the draft with the 5th pick or 6th pick? I don't know. So I don't think it's a lock that we're taking a quarterback. Let's see. I'm just glad we beat the Eagles and lowered their confidence. They will lose the first round. Maybe, maybe not, but they're not going to advance much further. I can't see them getting out of the divisional round because they're going to have to play the 49ers. They're not beating them. We'll be playing against the AFC North and NFC South next year. Yeah, so speaking of next year, well, now we're going to finish. We finished in 3rd place, so we're going to have a 3rd place schedule. So if we're playing the NFC South, that means we're going to play the 3rd place finisher in the NFC West and the 3rd place finisher in the NFC North, right? Yeah, because we're playing the NFC. Yeah, so we're going to play the 3rd place finisher in the North. 3rd place finisher in the North ended up being, I think the Lions got 1st, Packers 2nd, probably the Vikings, I believe, or the Bears. I'm not sure. Might have been the Bears. But we're going to play the Vikings or the Bears from the NFC North, and we're going to play the third place finisher in the NFC West, which is the Seahawks. So we're going to play the Seahawks again. So we'll play Seattle. We'll play the Bears or I'm not sure, the 3rd place finisher in the North, the Vikings. Okay. So we'll play the Vikings. We'll play the Seahawks. And then I don't know what AFC division we play for that extra 17th game. This year we played, I think the Raiders were our extra game this year. So we played the West this year. I think we played, I'm not sure, but we'll play whatever division we're paired up with for that extra 17th game in the AFC. We'll play the 3rd place finisher there. That's how it'll work. But in terms of the 2 divisions we play, the AFC North is good. Next year, Burrow's back. Cincinnati's obviously dangerous. Steelers are always tough. Never an easy out. The Browns have a great defense, as we've seen. So that's a good division, but not so much with the other division. The NFC South's pretty weak. AFC North is going to be a damn good. Yeah, AFC North next year. I mean, you can't predict it before the year starts, but AFC North may be one of the top 1 or 2 divisions in football next year when you get Burrow back in the lineup. AOG says draft was wide receiver first, trade back for McCarthy. That's not what I want. Like I said, I want a quarterback with our first pick if they love a quarterback and they have the ability to get said quarterback. I'm not going to feel excited if the Giants end up using their 2nd pick on a quarterback. For me, it's like, if you love a guy, you take him. It's the most important position. Entertainer, G-Man HQ just put out that Joe Shane is still in for DJ to start next year. Yeah, but to me, that quote means nothing. The Cardinals lost, by the way, so we wouldn't have passed them. So nothing to really complain about. We ended up getting the 6th pick instead of the 5th. Had we lost, we would have still gotten the 5th pick. And the team that jumped us has Justin Herbert as their quarterback. So there's literally not much to complain about. 5 or 6 doesn't really matter in terms of potentially getting a quarterback. As far as G-Men HQ goes, I saw that quote today, Christopher. I don't read anything into that. The Giants are not going to, and I'm not saying they will or won't take a quarterback. I don't know. But Joe Schoen coming out and saying that he expects Daniel Jones to be the week 1 starter next year does not prove anything to me in terms of them not wanting to take a quarterback in the first round. Like, you're paying Daniel Jones $50 million next year. Like, I would expect him to at least be the projected opening day starter next year, whether you drafted a quarterback or whether you didn't. Very similar to the Eli Manning situation in 2019. At the time, Eli was making a lot of money. I think it was like 24, but that was 5 years ago when quarterbacks didn't make what they make now. So you knew that Eli was going to be the projected starter to start the year. If the Giants drafted a quarterback, if Jones was healthy, I would expect him to start the year as the starter. So I saw that quote. It doesn't mean much to me. And so I'm not one way or the other. I'm not sure, but him saying that does not alter my opinion on the possibility of the Giants taking a quarterback. Let's see. Mark says picking Young over Stroud proves most of us could be NFL GMs. Yeah. I would have picked, I mean, obviously it's hearsay, and obviously I didn't talk about quarterbacks last year. I would have taken Stroud over Young, but I knew we weren't taking a quarterback, so I didn't care much about it. But I've been wrong before. But yeah, I was not a huge fan of. The thing that stood out to me with Young was his IQ, but his size. I'm never a huge fan of taking quarterbacks that are. It's why you don't see me hyping up Jaden Daniels. His frame worries me a little bit. I'm not saying he can't be successful. He might end up being great, but his frame worries me. He looks like really small to play the quarterback position. I know he's 6'4", but he's really. I'm not in love with his frame. That doesn't mean he can't bulk up. And I know that he's got a big arm, and I know he had a great year this year. Size worries me. It's why I like I know Caleb Williams is only 6'1", but the guy's stocky. Same can be said for Drake May. Let's see. Playboy Phil says, "Do you think we trade up in the draft? What do we that we do it before draft night? Do you think we trade up in the draft? That we do it before draft night? Yes. I think if we trade up in the draft, I think it would happen before draft night. Yes. Similar to last year when Carolina went up and got the first pick, because that's where we're probably going to have to trade to, right? If we're going to trade up, because Washington's not going to trade with us. New England's not going to trade with us because they want a quarterback. So those are the teams you're looking to jump. So if we're trading up, I think it would be to 1. And if you're trading up to 1, yeah, I think more than likely you're going to do it before the draft. Whether or not the team picking at 1, Chicago is going to want to drop back to 6, that remains to be seen, because then you're passing up the ability to take a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., potentially a guy like Joe Alt, right? So they may not want to drop back that far. But if we are going to move all the way up to 1, I would think it would happen before the draft. I'm not saying it's impossible it would happen the night of, but I think it would happen before the draft, because there's going to be a lot of teams that are looking to make that move. The Giants would want to get that done with. But it could certainly happen on draft day. It happened on draft day when the Giants made the move for Eli Manning, but that was kind of a different situation, right? Eli kind of forced his way off of the Chargers. Raphael says, I did not see us destroying them in the first half. I did not see us winning this football game. I wouldn't have, if you would ask me going into the game, would I be shocked if it was competitive? I would have said no, because the Eagles have not been playing well, and the Giants have been competitive, even against the Eagles as recently as 2 weeks ago. But I definitely didn't see it happening in this fashion. Cliff says, will you share your playoff thoughts in the future? What do you mean? In terms of like the teams in the playoffs this year or the Giants? How does Stroud perform with a bad O-line? It's time to draft a quarterback. If you feel like there's a quarterback that's as good as C.J. Stroud or could be as good as C.J. Stroud, I agree with you. I'm not going to fight with you on that. So it's a matter of, is there a guy where they're picking that they feel could be that good? Cliffside says, will you share your playoff thoughts in the future? I mean, if you're talking about this year's, the Giants' future, I mean, I got to see what they do this offseason before I can really speculate on terms of how I feel of their likelihood to make the playoffs next year. I could see the Giants bouncing back and making the playoffs next year. I wouldn't be stunned at all if that's what you're asking. They play a softer schedule. The Eagles look like they're coming back to the pack a little bit. I wouldn't be stunned. I mean, the Giants probably should have won at least 7 games this year with all the injuries that they had, playing a much harder schedule than they're going to play next year. Let's just say Jones is the quarterback next year. If he were to stay healthy, if Andrew Thomas were to stay healthy with a softer schedule, I wouldn't be stunned if the Giants win 9 or 10 games next year against the softer schedule at all. If they draft a rookie, which I think is very, very possible, I'm not going to have playoff expectations year one. I know a lot of people are going to say, well, CJ Stroud did it. Yeah, but that's the exception. That's not, that's not the rule. Very rarely do you see a quarterback drafted as highly as CJ Stroud was that goes into a situation as poorly as he did, makes the playoffs rookie year. I could count on one hand the amount of guys that have done that. Andrew Luck being one of them, Robert Griffin III being another. Ironically, they were both in the same draft, but I don't count Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott went into a ready-made situation. Same can be said for Brock Purdy. So I would not expect that if we start a rookie quarterback. Third and Song says, is there any shot we draft Penix? Of course there's a shot. Of course there's a shot. I don't know how we feel about him. I could tell, maybe somebody in the chat could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the Giants went to many Washington games. And I think that's like a pattern that I at least tried to follow. Like, where was Shane going on his visits? I know he went to North Carolina like 3 times. I know he went to at least 1 or 2 USC games. He went to a Michigan game. I don't think he went to a Washington game. I could be wrong. And there's probably a good chance he'll be at the national championship tomorrow. But it's possible, sure. Oh, he went to USC versus Washington. Okay, so there you go. He went to one game. I wasn't aware of that. I guess I was thinking more along the lines of Caleb Williams at the time. Chris says, I'm going to trust Shane, but I do hope we go quarterback. Just sucks there's a lot of good number 1 wide receivers we could also use. Yeah. Elijah says, I would trade up for Williams even next year. Give it up. We're just going to switch to this. I'm going to tell you what I think what it would cost to get Caleb Williams to get the first pick in this year's draft. And you tell me in the chat if you'd want to give this up. And again, there's no way I can know this for sure. There's no perfect formula or estimate on how much it's going to cost to get that pick because it's about supply and demand. And when you have the first pick in a rich quarterback draft class, there's going to be a lot of potential buyers. So it's probably going to be more than what people are projecting in terms of the cost that would be to move up to 1. But if the Giants wanted to move up to 1 to get Caleb Williams, I'm leaning it would cost you the 6th pick, obviously, next year's first, one of the seconds this year, probably the earlier one, and I would say another day 2 pick in the following draft. You would probably have to give up something like that, maybe your 3rd round pick in next year's draft. I would say you're the 6th overall pick, your 2nd round pick this year, next year's first, and like a 3rd round pick in next year's draft as well. If you wanted to go up and get Caleb Williams. And if you think that Caleb Williams is the next incredible quarterback, well, it's worth it. If you think he's going to turn out to be Pat Mahomes, but you better be right. But that's would be my guess of what the price would be in that range. In that range. What does me? What, he says, haha, you just want a white quarterback? I'm just telling you what the price would be. The price would be, first off, Caleb Williams is black. But that would be the price whether it was Caleb Williams or Drake May. That would be the price to move up to 1. I don't care. I don't give a 2 shits what color the quarterback is. I want a guy that can help win football games. That would be the price to move up from 6 to 1 for a highly thought of quarterback prospect, whether it was Drake May or whether it was Caleb Williams. Oh my God. No Caleb Williams, not for New York. I disagree with that. I like Caleb Williams. Let's see. Enjoy the win. Sure, we're out of the playoffs and the Eagles are in, so let's worry about the future. Of course I enjoyed the win. We beat the Eagles for the first time in like a million years. This is a popular thing. Like people just like to, I don't know. It happened. I don't know. It is what it is. But no, it has nothing to do with race. with what the price would be to jump up from 6 to 1. There's great quarterbacks that are white. There's great quarterbacks that are black. Joe Burrow's a great quarterback. Josh Allen's a great quarterback. They're white. Pat Mahomes, great quarterback. He's black. Lamar Jackson, great quarterback. He's black. I don't really care. I just want one of them, whether they're white, black, Spanish. I don't care. I don't care. It's just stupid. It's silly. Let's see. Chris, any shot? No, but Bad Dog's going live. Bad Dog's going live for the national championship game. Well, that's just a stupid comment. I'm sorry. That's just a stupid comment. If you draft a white quarterback in 2024, your organization's racist. So Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, Matt Stafford. Like, there's plenty of Brock Purdy's doing very well this year for the 49ers. There's plenty of very good white quarterbacks. It's just a stupid comment. It's just dumb. What's up, ECK, man? What's going on, man? Carlos says, can we please just enjoy the freaking W? Let's go, man. Aiden says, doesn't matter what color, it matters how good they. That's it. That's all I care about. Elgin says, I think we were all hoping Shep got his eye. It would have been great. It would have been great. I hope we don't need to trade up, get a quarterback in the second round. Tana, give me your top 4 quarterbacks. What do you mean, in the NFL currently, or you mean in the NFL currently, or you mean in the draft? If you're talking in the NFL currently, Mahomes is 1. I don't care that he took a little bit of a step back this year. His wide receivers got worse, and he's still the best quarterback. Mahomes is 1. I still think Allen's 2. I think Josh Allen's talent is ridiculous. I would say Mahomes 1, Allen 2. I think you have to put Lamar 3 off the year he had. And then, I don't know. He got hurt. I'm leaning Burrow, but he got hurt this year. As crazy as it may sound, CJ Stroud. I mean, he had such a good year. Like, he's definitely in the top 6 or 7 for me. Greg says, DJ, come back, anyone. I'd like to see it. I mean, he's a giant, of course. If he comes back, I hope he has a great year next year if he's the starter. TC says, no surefire quarterbacks in this draft or next year. I mean, there's never a surefire quarterback in any draft. You never know for sure. But this draft is obviously much higher thought of than in 2022, which is what makes this offseason interesting. Because this is the first year, in my opinion, where it was a legitimate, realistic possibility that the Giants could take a first-round quarterback since they've drafted Daniel Jones. Because when they drafted Daniel Jones in 2019, you were not drafting a quarterback the next year. Like, I know people like to play revisionist history, and they say, oh, you could have taken Justin Herbert. You could have done it. The same GM was in place. Daniel Jones had a good rookie year. You weren't doing that. Then in 2021, I don't even remember what happened. We ended up taking Andrew Thomas. And it was a very strong tackle class. We obviously needed a tackle. 2022, that was really the first year where I thought it was, or no, we took Thomas in 2020, rather. We were picking 11 in 2021. So we weren't really picking in a spot to take a quarterback. I suppose you could have said we could have taken Justin Fields, but I didn't view that as a realistic possibility. 2022 was the first year where it would have been a possibility had there been a quarterback worth taking, which there wasn't. Kenny Pickett ended up being the first quarterback off the board. We've seen how all the other quarterbacks have turned out. That's why none of the quarterbacks went early in the draft. So that wasn't realistic. 2023, we were picking 25th. So obviously it wasn't realistic. We were taking a quarterback last year. This is the first year where it's a strong quarterback class and the Giants are picking early enough to replace Daniel Jones. So this is really the first year, realistically speaking, since Jones has been the quarterback, where I could see them taking a first-round quarterback to replace him. So that's what makes this offseason interesting from that standpoint. Michael says, I want the wide receiver at Dunze from Washington. He's really good. If we're going wide receiver, he's certainly going to be a possibility. He's in the top 3 at that position. I'm leaning towards Neighbors right now due to our lack of ability to develop the O-line. Thunder, if we don't go quarterback, I want a wide receiver because I'm always a fan. If you haven't noticed, if you've been watching my channel, I'm always a huge fan of drafting one of the 4 or 5 most important positions, but even more important, which is obviously tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, or edge. Those are what I view as the 5 most valuable positions. So if I'm picking that early, that's what I'm going to want. But even more importantly, I believe strongly in particular in the first round, drafting towards the strengths of that draft class. It's why I hammered home that I wanted a tackle in 2021 or 2020 when we took Andrew Thomas. And it's why I did not like the Daniel Jones pick, because that was not a strong quarterback draft class. I thought we went against what the strength of the draft class was. This year, the strength of this draft class is quarterback and wide receiver early on in the first round. So if we're not going quarterback, I'm going to want a wide receiver. It's a huge need. We need a number 1 wide receiver. That's what I'm going to want. That's what I'm going to want. Let's see. Rather us take a quarterback with our 6th pick or draft BPA and take a quarterback in the 2nd round. I do not want them to reach on a quarterback. I think it would be the worst. I think it would be the stupidest decision you can make. I don't want them to reach. Elijah says, I would just get Daniels at this point. He will fit if he's there. You don't know if he's going to be there. Daniel says, either trade up for Caleb Ramey or stay at 6 and take Neighbors. I think we're in lockstep, Daniel. I think that's my exact thoughts. Whether it's Neighbors or Dunze. For me, it's if we're going to take a quarterback, I want to move up and get him. I don't want to because if you're Shane, you can't bank that the guy's going to fall to you if there's a quarterback that you love. So if I'm Shane, I'm either trading up to get my quarterback or I'm staying put and I'm taking a wide receiver. That's where I think my head's at right now. Now, of course, maybe somebody unforeseen drops and maybe you do get a quarterback that you don't expect to get at 6. But I don't think Shane's going to just sit around and wait and hope that he falls to him. Kelvin says, is there a quarterback that we could target in the later rounds that could be great? Well, one interesting name, Milton. When you're saying later rounds, we're not talking round 2. You're talking about day 3. You're talking about round 4, round 5, round 6. Like clear projects, clear guys that you'd be like, okay, if they turn out to be a backup, but they have the upside to potentially turn into something. One of my subscribers brought it up in a stream a couple months ago, maybe a month ago. And I think he is an interesting prospect. I watched a Tennessee game a couple of years ago. He's got a big arm. So a prospect like that, if you're talking day 3 upside, a prospect like that, I would want a guy that has high ceiling traits. So that's one guy that somebody brought to my attention that is projected to be a day 3 guy. He's an interesting name. Let's see. But I wouldn't get excited about that. I wouldn't expect him to end up being a starter. How often does that happen? JD says, doesn't matter the color quarterback because behind the offensive line, they always end up black and blue. That's a fact. Chris says, screw the tank. I love the W against the worst fan base. Well, Chris, to put people's minds at ease, it didn't even matter. In the grand, I mean, we dropped from 5 to 6, but the team that jumped us is not taking a quarterback, right? It's the Chargers. So in the grand scheme of things, win or loss today, it wouldn't have mattered. We still would have been picking behind all the teams that potentially are going to take a quarterback. Washington, New England, and Arizona, I guess. Well, no, Arizona's not going quarterback. I don't think. But yeah, Chris, it really didn't matter. Let's see. Would you take a wide receiver over Daniels or Penix? I mean, it depends on how they feel about the quarterbacks. If Joe Shane feels that one of those guys could be elite, he's going to take the quarterback. And I don't think he's going to wait at 6 to take him, whether that be Daniels or Penix. I told you what I worry about with Daniels. I'm not saying maybe he'll end up being great. There's been several quarterbacks I would have worried about similar things, and maybe he'll end up being great. I worry about he's small. And I'm not in love with that. I would rather a bigger body quarterback personally. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna get behind the guy and think he may work out, but it all comes down to Shane. It all comes down to how he feels about the quarterback prospect. If he feels these guys could be elite, he's going to take them. He's not. At the end of the day, last year to me it was obvious that they were going to stick with Daniel Jones because there was very little risk involved if you kept Daniel Jones. The risk now becomes if you stick with Daniel Jones if something like this were to happen, because now you're you're starting to tie yourself to Jones. If he fails, you end up being fired. Last year, you were picking 25th. You didn't have much of a choice. This year, I think Shane, if he likes a quarterback, he's going to go out and get him because he knows it gives him more stability as the general manager for the New York Giants, which at the end of the day is his mission. Early on, he knows that this team has so many holes. It's going to take him multiple years to fix the team. He's going to do what he feels gives him the best chance to build this team over the course of 3 or 4 years. If he really likes a quarterback in this year's draft, it buys him more time. If you stick with Jones and Jones gets hurt again next year, you're either going to be fired or you're going to be put on the hot seat. And the other thing is you don't know when's the next time you're going to be picking this early in a draft where it is a strong quarterback class. You don't know. So if he really likes a quarterback, I think he's going to take one. Let's see. Chris says, Burrow was 24 when he came into the league and had multiple season-ending injuries. You think the Bengals regret taking him? Penix is a must at 6. Chris, I get it. You want a quarterback badly. I get it. I get it. I get it. You want a quarterback badly. If they take Penix, I'll get behind it. I hope he turns out to be the next great quarterback. Let's see. Allison says, MHJ or Neighbors, do you think Arizona trades Murray? No, I don't think Arizona trades Murray, especially after what they said today. I think they're going to stick with Murray. If I had to pick one, MHJ, but we're not getting MHJ. He's not going to fall to us. And I don't think we're trading up for a wide receiver. How many quarterbacks not in the top 10 won Super Bowls in the last 20 years? I'd have to think about it. Born to be hated? Let's see. You've got Nick Foles. You've got Jimmy Garoppolo was very close, but he did not win. Brady won like half of them. But Brady, Peyton, Eli, Big Ben. Even though a lot of people say Eli wasn't top 10, I strongly disagree. I'd have to look. Flacco. I don't think Flacco was top 10. He played really well in those playoffs, but I don't think Flacco was top 10. Borderline. Not many. Not many. You need a good quarterback. Svi says, if they take a quarterback, what are they going to do with Jones? They're going to, actually, in all seriousness, Sam, obviously Russell Wilson is probably a Hall of Fame quarterback, but when Russell Wilson won the Super Bowl, he wasn't a top 10 quarterback. He wasn't. And when Peyton Manning won his second Super Bowl, he wasn't a top 10 quarterback either. He was a top 10 quarterback by name. I think he threw like 13 touchdowns and 18 picks that year. He was one of the worst quarterbacks in football. They won because of their defense. But obviously, more often than not, you need a top 10 quarterback to win. Zvi says, if they take a quarterback, what are they going to do with Jones? Jones will stay on the team this year because you can't cut him. He makes too much money. He'll probably be the starter to start the year, and then you'll slowly integrate the rookie in if they take a first-round quarterback, much like they did with Daniel Jones when they still had Eli Manning on the roster, much like they did with Eli Manning when they had Kurt Warner on the roster. I think Kurt started 6 games, and they put Eli in. With Jones, it was quicker. It was after 2 games. So that's what they would do. I agree with this, Mike. You don't need a top 10 quarterback to win, but it helps. Here's what I always say. In my opinion, you can win a Super Bowl without a top 10 quarterback. You definitely can. Like, from a talent standpoint, I don't think Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback. I think the 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl. He's a top 10 year, but look at the team around him. So I agree with that. But my opinion is, look around the league. If you're talking about a single year, maybe a 2-year stretch, I agree with you. But look around the league and you tell me a team in the last 30, 40 years that has consistently been able to be a threat to compete for a Super Bowl for a 5 or 6, 7-year stretch that did not have a top 10 quarterback. I don't think you could find one. I don't think you could find, maybe the 49ers. They're a very rare example. They had Jimmy Garoppolo for 2 years. Now they have Brock, maybe them. But it's very rare to be a team that you know is going to be able to compete year in, year out for 5, 6, 7 years. You need a top 10 quarterback. Let's see. Let's see. Luke says, I think we're better off at 6 because it takes the pressure off me personally. I think Neighbors or Daniels. And what do you think about Brock Bowers? I don't want Brock Bowers. I mean, Brock Bowers is really good. I don't want a tight end. I don't want a tight end that early. Tell me one tight end that's worked out that was picked that early in a draft. Maybe there's one. What's his name was picked? The guy in the Vikings. He was a really early pick. He's a good player. Hawkinson. Obviously didn't work out for the team that drafted him. He's not there anymore. Kyle Pitts didn't work out for the Falcons. I don't want to take a tight end. The best tight ends in the league. Mark Andrews, I think, was a day 3. Maybe he was a day 3 pick. Travis Kelce, I think, was a day 3 pick, if not a very late day 2 pick. I think the top 3 tight ends were not day 1 picks. I know he's a playmaker. They said the same thing about Kyle Pitts. They said the same thing about TJ Hawkinson. That's a position I could get value at. George Kittle, there's another one. I think he was a 5th round pick. I just don't believe in that position. Me personally, I don't believe in taking a tight end in the top 5 or 6 picks. I just don't. Jacob says, Tanner, is there any quarterback in this draft that you would not sit? Is there any quarterback in this draft that you would not sit to start next year? Yeah. If we're taking a quarterback in the first round, I expect to start. Maybe not start week 1, but I expect him to start next year. What's up, Justin, man? Thanks for popping in. Shockey may have been. Now that you mention it, at least since I've been watching football, Shockey may have been. I mean, he wasn't a top 5 pick like Kyle Pitts was. But what was he, like 12? He was like a mid-first round pick, whatever he was. He may be, if not the best, one of the best first-round tight ends since I've been watching football. Justin says, Tana, what about trading a top 3 pick or trade for? I don't want Justin Fields. Shockey was 16. Somebody said 14. Somebody said, I knew he was in the mid. I knew he was in the mid first round. Vernon, good call. Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis was a freak. Vernon Davis was a good call by you guys. He was a freak. He was and he was a top 10 pick by the 49ers. So that's a great example. He didn't really fully take off until Jim Harbaugh got there. And then he was, for like a 3 or 4 year stretch, he was awesome. So that's a really good one. Vernon Davis is a good one. But it's rare. It's rare. Eli Manning or Tom Brady wouldn't have won without a good team and play caller. I mean, yeah. You look at the greatest quarterbacks who ever lived. They don't do it by themselves, but I mean, Dan Marino is one of the greatest quarterbacks who ever lived. Might be the greatest quarterback who ever lived in terms of talent. He never won. Why? Because the Miami never gave him a great defense. They never gave him great wide receivers. Tom Brady had Bill Belichick. Of course, that helps. Bill Walsh, Joe Montana, of course, that helps. Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, of course, that helps. Yeah, it's important. And maybe he never had a 1K season, but Vernon Davis was great. Vernon Davis was the best weapon on those 49ers teams. The team that should have beat it. Well, I shouldn't say should. We beat them, but the team that was more talented than we were, that we met in the NFC Championship game, Vernon Davis was really good. It was just the type of offense that they ran that, they ran the ball a lot. Obviously, they had Frank Gore. They ran the ball a lot. Greg Olsen, there's a good example. I don't know. I don't remember where he went. There's examples, but I mean, did he have Jerry Rice level receivers? He had good receivers, but did he have Jerry Rice level receivers? Mark says Evan Ingram, just not with us. Well, Evan Ingram was close to being a second-round pick. We're not talking about high, early first-round pick. But Evan Ingram certainly wouldn't have been worth a top 5 pick, top 6 pick, top 7 pick. He didn't have a defense, Dan Marino. Not a Super Bowl defense. I've always been a Danny Dimes supporter, but Penix threw the ball versus Texas better than any college quarterback I've ever seen except Joe Burrow. I know Penix is going to get a lot of traction because of the playoffs. Sam says, I guess fans forget Ingram made the Pro Bowl with the Giants. Do you count that? Evan Ingram, and listen, I'm happy for Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram always seemed like a really good guy, just not a great fit with the Giants. He had a lot of drops here. I always thought it was more mental than he was very talented, and he's done better since he's gone to Jacksonville. The year that Evan Ingram made the Pro Bowl with the Giants, it was a joke. I think he had like 2 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns, and he made it over the dude on the Packers. I can't even remember his name. I think he had like 12 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns, and I think he had more yards. Evan Ingram had 10 drops. Like, he had a ridiculous amount of drops. That was a joke of a Pro Bowl selection. Let's see. Luke says, how much do you think it would cost to trade for a quarterback? A ton. I talked about that earlier. A ton. If we're moving up to 1, which is probably the spot we would move up to, being that Washington and New England are going to take quarterback at 2 and 3. I think the projection that I said was the 6th overall pick, next year's 1st, this year's 2nd, and next year's 3rd. That would be what I would guess. It might be more, but that would be what I would guess. Chris says, just popped in, Barkley. I'd be okay with it. Depending on the contract, I'd be okay with it. I'm not giving him a ridiculous contract. I am starting to lean Barkley's not going to be back. I hope he is, but based off of Barkley's latest press conference, the vibe I got, and I don't blame him. Go out and get your money. I don't think the Giants are going to give him as much as other teams on the market may. So I'm prepared for Barkley not to be back with the Giants. I'm not saying he may be back. I hope he's back. I hope he retires as a Giant. But I'm prepared that he may not be. Realistically, which team wants Saquon? I think there's teams out there that would want Saquon. I think there's teams out there. I don't know every team's cap situation. I look at a team like the Ravens. Could you imagine Saquon? They're a team that is clearly in a window to compete to win a Super Bowl. They don't really have an elite running back. You pair him with like a Lamar Jackson. I look at a team like, Cleveland had their running back get hurt this year. I don't know if he's going to be back next year. Could be a decent fit there. There's a handful of teams that would want Saquon. Again, I don't know their cap situation. I like James Cook a lot. I would say the Bills, but I like James Cook a lot. Maybe the Chiefs, but I don't know, man. Pacheco's really good. I disagree with this statement. I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that it's rainbows and butterflies for our future. It's an unknown, But I don't think we have the worst future in the NFL of any team, simply because I think Brian Daboll is a very good head coach. That's important. And I think Joe Schoen is a pretty smart general manager. And we have a pretty clean cap situation going forward. Have some draft capital. We got an extra second round pick this year. And I do think there's at least some building blocks on this team. I don't think that we're as close as I would have liked to be to being a true contender after this year. But I disagree. I don't think we have the worst future, as bad of a future as people make it out to be. I understand that we're never going to feel as fans that we're true Super Bowl contenders until we see we have either an elite quarterback or a quarterback that we feel is a legitimate top 10 quarterback. It's the most important position. Whether that becomes Daniel Jones or whether that becomes a guy we draft. Obviously, I'm strongly leaning it will not become Daniel Jones after this year because of his play in a limited sample size and, of course, the injuries that he sustained. The guy can't stay on the field. But I understand that standpoint of it. But I believe in the guys we have in top. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll look like a fool. But I don't think it's as bad as some fans may think. They could get out of the DJ contract after next year. The DJ contract's not nearly as bad as some people make it out to be. It's a hit next year, but if you're drafting a rookie quarterback, which everybody wants to do, you don't expect to compete for a Super Bowl next year anyway. The following year is a $20 million hit. Yeah, that's something. But a $20 million hit in 2025 is equivalent to what is going to be about 7% of the cap. It's not franchise debilitating. It's not a contract that you can't get out of. So if we draft well and we build the line and we find the quarterback, we could be really good really fast. But obviously that has to happen. He has to draft well. I think there's some promising draft picks that Shane has taken. I think Wan'Dale is definitely blossoming. Wan'Dale was great today. Wan'Dale was great the entire second half of the season. Like, I like Wan'Dale a lot. I think he's starting to morph into be a good player. I don't know if Kayvon will ever be great. I hope he is. I think he's at least going to be very good. So I think he'll be an impactful player. I think Micah McFadden is a good player. He was drafted. There's I'm thinking of just that draft class. But there's a handful of players he's drafted that I could see being Deonte Banks, that I could see being nice foundational pieces for this team long term. He needs to continue to draft well, hopefully. He needs to hit on the offensive line. Like, we're in a similar spot that we've been in the past, but I trust the guys we have in place now a lot more than I did the previous guys. McKinney, yeah, he's a nice building block. Of course, Dex, of course, Andrew Thomas. I think we're going to let Kafka go. I'm leaning that way. I don't hate Kafka, but I think Daboll, and we'll find out within the next week. But there's first off, there's been reports that have come out. I saw it yesterday. I forgot who it was from, but it at least seemed like a semi-legitimate source that Kafka may not want to come back. Two, and I've said this now for months, if I'm Daboll and I know now I'm going to start to be on the hot seat, especially if I draft a rookie quarterback, my strength is my play calling. That's why I got the job to begin with. I'm not going to want my quarterback, my rookie quarterback, if they go that route, we don't know if they are, to be going back and forth with coordinators. I'm going to put the onus on myself. That's my quarterback. I'm calling the plays. I'm going to be the play caller for the next 10 years of this guy's career if he works out. So if I'm Daboll, I'm putting it on my shoulders. So that's why I'm leaning, especially if we draft a quarterback. I think we will let go of Kafka. I think Daboll will assume play calling duties. And if you're Kafka, you probably aren't going to want to take a demotion where you're not calling plays. So that's what I think will happen. Let's see. Ryan says we pick 6. We could still get a quarterback. We could. Depends who's available. I think Wink's back. If I had to guess. I mean, I wouldn't be stunned if he's not. But I think Wink's back. I think the defense played well enough down the stretch. And especially if Daboll is going to assume more of a responsibility, if he's going to be calling the plays next year, which I at least think is a strong possibility, wouldn't you want to just be like, okay, There's a defensive coordinator that I know has been here for a few years. He's a guy that has a lot of experience from within the league. I'm going to leave the defense up to him. I'm going to have more responsibility, have to focus more on the offense. Let's just keep Wink here. I am leaning Wink will be back. I think Kafka will be fired or let go, or he'll get it, whatever. And then I think we'll have a new special teams coordinator. I think we'll have a new offensive line coach. I think we'll keep Wink. Says Tana says defense is our current strength. Do we add another strong pass rusher to pair with Kayvon, another cornerback to replace Adoree'? I mean, you're not gonna be able to fill every need in the offseason, but I've said now for countless weeks in free agency, if we're gonna spend big on one position without looking at the players, but if we could get an impact pass rusher in free agency, I think that's what I expect the Giants to do, because I think that would improve everything on the defense, right? You add a guy that the defense has to respect, the opposing offense has to respect opposite Kayvon with Dex in there. I think it could really take this defense to another level. So if we spend on a big free agent this year, I think it'll be a pass rusher. I think we'll attack the wide receiver, the quarterback. I think that'll be in the draft. Poles said in his presser the first overall pick was up for grabs. Who are your top candidates to move up to 1? Washington, New England. I think those are the most probable ones. And before people say, oh, well, why would they trade up? They could just take a quarterback. Yeah, but they could make sure nobody jumps them, and they could make sure they get their guy. Not to mention, if I'm Chicago, I would much rather trade back to 2 or 3 and still get a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr., like a guy that is supposed to be a generational transcendent talent. So I would say the favorites to move up to 1 would be Washington or New England. And then I would say us. I would say we're the third most likely. I don't, because Arizona's not going to trade up. It seems like they're sticking with Murray. Chargers aren't going to trade up, obviously, because they have Justin Herbert. So I think it would be the 3 teams that need a quarterback most that are picking at the top of the draft. I don't think Chicago would want to trade back much further than our pick. Let's see. Always a lot of questions heading into next season. If they want MSJ, they have a pick ahead of Arizona. Yeah, I'm leaning that it will not be us that trades up to 1. But I do think a team will trade up to 1 if Chicago's not taking a quarterback. Could Titans trade up? Yes, they could. They're picking a little bit further than us. I think the pick after, or maybe 8, but yes, they could as well. They obviously need a quarterback. Alex says, move off Waller as soon as possible. Too many injury prone, making too much money. I think they'll move off Waller. I think he'll play 1 more year as a Giant. And then the following year, they'll move off Waller. I think that was always the plan. At least the most likely plan. Obviously, if he worked out brilliantly, they would end up keeping him longer. But I think they always viewed him as like a 2-year stopgap. But I think you only save about $6 million if you cut him this year. I would probably keep him. You want to make sure that if you're drafting a quarterback or if Jones is back, that they have some help. And I know Waller got hurt a lot this year, but he's still at least a good weapon when he's on the field. And you're not saving a whole lot. The following year, I would look to cut Waller. I don't think he'll be here for more than another year. What about Will Levis? I don't like Will Levis. Oh, you're talking about for the Titans? Yeah, I don't think Will Levis is very good. I don't think here's what I'll say. There's not a huge financial commitment to Will Levis. He was a late first-round pick. If they love a quarterback, Will Levis should not prevent them from trading up and getting one. Alex says rather see Bellinger play more. I mean, I like Bellinger too, but I think Waller will be here for another year. I wouldn't be stunned, I suppose, if they cut him, but I think he'll be here for another year. Oh, Levis was a second rounder. Yeah, I knew he was like a late first or second rounder. They could easily move off of him. Greg says Jones will start and the quarterback we choose will sit. Yeah. I don't think it'll be if it's a first-round quarterback at the beginning of the year, I agree. It will not last all year, but at the beginning of the year, I agree. Wan'Dale Robinson is better than pretty good. Wan'Dale Robinson, I think Wan'Dale, do you guys think I'm crazy in the chat? Maybe I'm just getting too excited watching Wan'Dale Robinson. Don't think he's a wide receiver 1, so I'm not that crazy. I think Wan'Dale Robinson could be, in a good offense, could be a legitimate wide receiver 2 for the New York Giants. Now, obviously, he's a guy that plays more so in the slot because of his size. But I think he could be a legitimate wide receiver 2 in a good offense. I like him a lot. I mean, obviously, it would be even better if he was wide receiver 3. But I'm a big fan of Wan'Dale Robinson. Let's see. I don't think Jones will be healthy enough to start next year, week 1. I don't know. You started to see report, like I think it came out today. I forgot who said it. I think it was Mike Garafolo. He basically said that the Giants expect him now, based off of his recovery, that it's going very well, and they expect him to be ready by week 1. So I don't know. He might be ready by week 1. We'll see. I think he could be number 2 from the slot. And V-Rock says we have to lock in McKinney and keep building up the defense. What's the market for safeties? I can tell you what the projected franchise tag is for safeties next year, and it's a lot, which is usually how you base the market. If you look at projected franchise tags for 2024 at safety, I think it was like 17. Let me see. Actually went down according to Spot Track. Who knows how accurate this is? But according to Spot Track, the projected safety market, I've seen as high as 17.2, and now I guess I've seen as low as 16.2. But this came out 3 days ago. And according to Spot Track, who I usually go to for salary cap, they have the projected market for the safety franchise tag to be at $16.2 million. And that's kind of how you base, that's like a starting point for me, at least, when I say what the per year average will be at a high end position. Usually you go a little bit higher than that, right? Jones ended up getting $40 million per year, but I think the franchise tag for a quarterback last year was 32. So it was like, what is that? That's about, I don't know. It's about 20% higher or so. So you're probably looking at, if you're signing him to a multi-year contract, you're probably looking at $18 or $19 million a year. Now, of course, as we've seen this offseason, you could structure contracts in a way that you can retain your players, but that's probably the market for McKinney. He's young, he's talented, he had a really good year, he finished the year strong, he stayed healthy this year. I think his PFF grade was in the mid-80s. I think he had five interceptions, 4 interceptions this year. He was active. That's what I think his market will be. It's going to be above what the franchise tag is. So if the franchise tag is 16.2, you're probably looking at $18, $19 million a year for Xavier McKinney. That's what I think his market will be. Somebody will give that to him. Now, I suppose they can tag him. I suppose that's an option, but that's a lot for safety where you can't move any cap around. Joda says Tyler Lockett, I think, is a probably upside for Wan'Dale Robinson, which I can't complain about. I would be happy if he turned. Tyler Lockett was definitely a legitimate wide receiver 2 in the NFL. I would be happy with that. Chris, I am pleasantly surprised with Wan'Dale Robinson. I wasn't one that poo-pooed the pick. I always give rookies a chance. But I wasn't enthralled with the pick. I didn't love the pick. And of course, after he got hurt last year, you get a little bit more, you get a little bit more nervous about the pick, right? And his size is a worry. But yeah, I'm starting to really like that pick. He's starting to look like a good player for the Giants. If we plug the proper O-line, no, Adoree will not be back. If we plug the proper O-line holes during free agency, would you be upset if he picked Marvin Harrison Jr. if he fell to 6? Would I be upset? I would be. I know half the fan base in here would be pissed because they want a quarterback, and I want a quarterback too. I do. If we get Drake May or Caleb Williams, I want a quarterback too. But I would be thrilled if we got Marvin Harrison Jr. Thrilled. Marvin Harrison Jr., in my opinion, and I said this last year when I got to watch him play for Ohio State, when I didn't think he was even a possibility for the New York Giants. I didn't think we'd be picking as early as we are. And by the way, he's not a possibility for the New York Giants. He's not going 6. We'd have to trade up to get him. He's not going past Arizona. But Marvin Harrison Jr. to me is like one of the best wide receiver prospects I've ever seen coming out of college. He's got Devontae Smith's route running ability with the size of a prototypical wide receiver 1. He's got great hands. He's incredible. I think he's 6'4", big-bodied, fast. He's everything. He's everything you can want in a wide receiver. I'd be thrilled if we got Marvin Harrison Jr. I think I would be shocked if Marvin Harrison Jr. doesn't turn out to be at least a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL. I think he's that good, which is why I don't think we're getting him. He's not going to drop to 6. What's up, Michael, man? Thanks for popping in. Brett says, what do you think about trading down to the mid-teens and taking J.C. Litt? He's a right tackle and could be a good reason to move Neal to guard. Brett, I'm not necessarily like I wouldn't be upset if they did that, but just based off of what Shane has said, I don't expect it. Because Shane has basically come out and told us that he expects Evan Neal to be the right tackle next year. Like in his latest press conference, usually I don't read too much into that, but the way that he talked about Neal, I'm like, yeah, Neal's going to be the starting right tackle next year. We're not drafting a tackle early in next year's draft. So, well, I'm not like killing you for that idea. Matter of fact, I think it's a decent idea. If there's in a certain situation where we're not going quarterback, I just don't think it'll happen. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Neal's going to be the right tackle next year. Chris says we can't get a quarterback now with so many holes and pay DJ O-line looked like quicksand. I think we can, but I also don't think he's going to force it. I think fans want him to force it. You know, there were fans that wanted him to force it when Malik Willis was an option. They're not going to force it. Joe Schoen is I have confidence that Joe Schoen's not going to force it, which is why I'm kind of at ease with whatever the New York Giants do. Because if Joe Schoen trades up for a quarterback or he selects a quarterback with a top 6 pick, I am going to believe he loved that quarterback because he has shown you he's not going to force it. He didn't force it in 2022 when he had the 5th and 7th pick. He didn't force a ridiculous trade up last year. He's not going to force it. He's going to love a quarterback if he takes one. But if he loves a quarterback, yeah, I think he could definitely take one. Our division rival just got Caleb Williams. Not necessarily. We don't know who's moving up to number 1. They don't have one right now. Chicago does. And Chicago's not going to stay at 1. If they're not taking a quarterback, Chicago's trading out of that pick. So not necessarily. But yeah, they're more than likely going to get Drake May or Caleb Williams, one of them. Didn't Shane make the Neal comments before his season-ending surgery? Maybe, yeah, you might be right, Shanita. Maybe they will take a tackle. I don't think they will, but maybe they will. But yeah, you might be right. It might have been before his season-ending surgery. Alpha says, all I know is it's about that time we fixed it. It's been that time for the last 10 years, Alpha. I just wish I had the answer. I wish I could tell you, Alpha, this is what they need to do, and this is going to fix it. I don't know what the answer is. They've obviously tried. They took Andrew Thomas 4th overall. Obviously, that's worked out. He's good. They took Evan Neal 7th overall. They took John Michael Smith in the second round this year. They took Will Hernandez in the second round. They signed Nate Solder to a record-breaking contract. Like they've tried. They traded for Kevin Zeitler. It hasn't worked. So I wish I had the answer. I mean, obviously, I think we need a new offensive line coach. I think most people agree on that. And I do think we need to continue to draft linemen. Like, just because it hasn't worked in the past doesn't mean you don't keep trying. You have to keep trying. But I'm not taking a lineman in the first round this year. I would take a wide receiver or quarterback. But that's just me. I'm not going to cry if they take a lineman. The silver lining from this season, Wan'Dale, McFadden, and Bobby Okereke, I really hope Wink comes back. I agree. Those three guys for sure stood out. Let me think who else. I think McKinney. I mean, I think we all thought McKinney was a good player, but I think McKinney had his best year as a pro this year. He was really good 2 years ago, but I think this was his best year as a pro. So I would throw him on that list as well. Yeah, not much on the offensive end outside of Wan'Dale, like you said. Not much on the offensive end. Not much on the offensive end. Daniel says, I want Coop in the second round. He has experience playing guard and tackle. I'll have to look into him. I have not looked into him. Miguel says, I want to hear what's said about Daboll's decision-making this year on the offensive line and use at wide receivers. My biggest gripe, I've said this before, my biggest gripe with Daboll this year was situational awareness. Like, I still love Daboll. I'm not calling for Daboll to lose his job. Him keeping Daniel Jones in the game week 1 was ridiculous. Ridiculous. I think there was like 4 minutes left. You were down 40-0. The Cowboys were teeing off on him all game, and you pulled your entire first-team offense. And there was a couple of other circumstances similar to that one where he did things like that. So that's my biggest gripe with Brian Daboll this year. His situational awareness at times, very questionable. But what I will say is the biggest positive I take out of this year for Brian Daboll is the team didn't quit on him. There's a lot of teams that quit when you're put in a situation like the New York Giants are. Giants could have won easily, could have won the Eagles game the first time around. Easily could have won the Rams game. There was every game, most of the games they played down the stretch, they had a chance to win, not the Saints game. But they didn't quit on him. They kept fighting for him. I think that's a very good sign. It's embarrassing. It's a love-hate thing that we won this. I wanted to get the third, but we weren't going to get the third pick. We weren't going to get the third pick because Washington lost, and so did Arizona. So we would have – the highest we could have picked based off of what happened around the league today was 5th. We ended up picking 6th. The Chargers jumped us. But in the grand scheme of things, does that really matter? Because I'm assuming you're thinking quarterback. They're not drafting a quarterback. Let's see. Coyote says, Eagles are disastrous and you all lost Jalen Hurts to a bad finger injury. He won't be in. I think Hurts will play in the playoffs. I mean, I don't know that, but I would lean he'll be playing in the playoffs. A.J. Brown, I have no idea. I don't know the severity of the injury. It didn't look great, but then he kind of walked off on his own power. But even if those guys play, I don't think the Eagles are good. They're not playing good football right now. They just lost to us. They lost to Arizona the week before. I don't think the Eagles are a threat to do much damage in the playoffs. They might very well beat the Bucs. The Bucs aren't very good, but I don't see them beating the 49ers. Yeah, Pinnock had a good call. Good call with Pinnock. He definitely had a good season. Could be an unforeseen building block for this team long term. I like Pinnock. Maybe not. Maybe it turns out to be Julian Love, a guy that just plays here for a few years and he moves on. But I like Pinnock. He did have a nice year. But guys, I'm going to close it out. I don't know if it'll be live tomorrow. I'll have a video, but I will, have a reaction to Shane's press conference after I'm off work. I work till about 4:30, and then I think I have something to do after work. So it'll probably be out around 6:30. Maybe I'll go live. I don't know. Maybe I'll go live. We'll see. I'm sure that there's going to be some good quotes that come out from that, but I'll probably do like a reaction video to Shane's presser. I might go live. It's fun to talk to the chat, but we'll see. But guys, you guys have a great rest of your night. I'm happy we beat the Eagles, man. At least we finished the year. And yes, good call with Belton. I think Belton had a couple of interceptions or maybe a fumble recovery interception 2 games ago. He was somewhat active today. I think he was involved in one play, I think, where we got good pressure on the quarterback. Belton definitely was active down the stretch for the Giants. Good call on Belton, who's a player obviously we liked. We took him in the 4th round last year. Cordell Flott, there's a guy. Little disappointed with Cordell Flott this year. I think I expected a bigger jump from him this year, or at least was hoping for a bigger jump from him this year. So if you're asking me of the draft class, who was I outside of course, Evan Neal, which goes without saying. Cordell Flott was a little bit of a letdown for me this year. But guys, be good. We'll talk to you soon, guys. Be good.